The Group A finals for the Mythic Dungeon International have arrived. It's day 3 and only 4 teams remain. Today they go head-to-head to prove who's the fastest and who will get left in the dust. I'm Rookery, your host, here with your MDI casters. Dratnos, are you feeling ready for today?
Oh yeah, I'm ready. I'm excited for some Mythic Plus dungeons with my favorite teams, battling head-to-head, best teams in the best group, Group A. I'm a big Group A fan. All the other groups, they're going to be cool too, but not this weekend.
Yeah, Dratnos, I mean, it's just been nonstop. Dratnos just keeps saying Group A is my favorite. We're like, we get it, Dratnos, we get it. We love all the teams here too. We are excited about it. But I hope that, today they can really show what you want. And the other groups, I think, are going to have a lot to show too. But, Makes, you said yesterday that the Group A finals were going to be, and I quote, poggers. Do you stand by that?
Actually, I'll do you one better. I'll say today is going to be wokes. Be ready for it, chat.
All right, chat, you heard it from Makes herself, so prepare yourselves. And Tettles, you have been pretty confident that you're going to beat chat with your predictions. Do you still think you're going to take them down after yesterday?
Okay, I'm going to be honest. Yesterday, maybe not my best performance. I gotta be better. I don't know if I'm gonna be better, but I gotta be better. Also, what was up with my co-casters having NPC-like dialogue there? That was insanely weird.
King's honor, friend.
Zug,
Let me
zug.
with you.
Dratnos has been replaced today. The writers stepped in to give us this new NPC side quest with the Dratnos NPC, everybody. So, a big Group A fan, apparently, is what we have so far with his character notes. But,
Work.
Of course,
Oh, I'm
everybody.
done.
We have to also take a second to wish everybody a happy Mother's Day. I hope that you're all enjoying the day in whatever way. And hey, bonus points if you're watching the MDI with your mom, which honestly I feel like is the best way to do it. But we've got a day ahead of us here, so let's go ahead and do a little refresher to start. Group A is just the beginning of our competition in Midnight Season 1. To get a better idea of the bigger picture, let's take a look at the roadmap. Now, all of our teams came into the competition in the time trials, which everybody can sign up for. Even you, get a banner, do it next time. And from them, the top 24 teams made it into our group stages. We'll have groups A, B, and C, and our China region as well competing over the weekends. And 2 teams from each of these groups will move on to the Season 1 finals. Now, you'll note that the Season 1 finals here looks a little different than it has in the past because our global finals are actually going to be with our top 4 teams across those regions at BlizzCon live in front of everyone with $300,000 on the line. It is going to be an incredible competition, and it all starts this weekend. So, Dratnos, you've loved Group A. Dratnos NPC is telling us that that's his favorite. So, Day 2 was kind of a roller coaster for them with some incredible runs from some, and then other teams kind of fighting to claw back things from the brink of disaster. So give us the lowdown on what you saw yesterday.
All right, so 4 of our teams qualified through to today, and that was determined yesterday through a grueling bracket of 6 total games that we saw. Up first, it was Mandatory versus I Do It. And this Magister's Terrace, which Mandatory used to secure that series, was a really important run, I think, for gauging their relative strength to the rest of the field here, because we'd seen Polish Mountain back all the way on Friday having quite a quick run in this dungeon. But Mandatory looked even better yet in here, and they look really world-class. They are the team that is coming in this weekend as the favorite, and this dungeon run really helped showcase why. You can see the coordination, the speed. Look at this movement that they have through here with Rescue, Word and Stone, Wild Charge, able to get everybody back up the stairs, and then Death Grip the one mob that's not going to teleport to you, and the others all Shadow Step, and you can take them on upstairs and finish this dungeon off sub 15 minutes. So that's how Mandatory sent I Do It down to the lower bracket. Then we had this showdown between Polish Mountain and Send Spellbook. And no spoilers, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see a rematch of this one at some point in our bracket today, because these 2 teams are very tightly matched on the time trials. In the actual series that they played yesterday, Polish Mountain ended up a little bit better in the Nexus Point and then quite a bit better in the Pit of Saron. Here you can see 8 deaths on the side of Send Spellbook when Polish Mountain managed to stop the clock there. So that secured Polish Mountain the other upper bracket spot, sending Send Spellbook down to the lower bracket where they were almost eliminated. Look at the count here. They didn't quite get 100% count and ended up losing game 1 against Cook is Gone as a result in this Magister's Terrace. Luckily, they were able to rally to come back and ended up taking the series 2-1 out of this Algathar Academy. So Send Spellbook were able to stay alive as a result of that. The final team that qualified through to today in the lower bracket was Team I Do It. Now, you might be surprised to hear that, as we're going to show some clips here of things going wrong for I Do It. One of this ended up costing them one game in that series. And then the other time here, you can see in the Mysara Caverns, even though things are going a little bit wrong for I Do It, they went a lot wrong for Almost Fine. You can see 28 up to 30 deaths now on the side of Almost Fine. So even with that wipe, that reset of the third or the second boss for I Do It, they were able to win this game and this series. But it was definitely not a clean run. So they are going to have to do a little bit better today if they want to stay alive, if they want to take one of those two spots out of this group into the season finals. But we know they are capable of it. It just has to be a lot cleaner than particularly that series against Almost Fine.
Yeah, I feel like our top four here that we have are just so interesting. We have these top teams that we've had our eyes on that are just playing so excellently. And then these other teams that have so much potential. We see these great moments, but then have been getting tripped up a little bit. So today is now the time to pull out all the stops, and we'll see if they are able to manage it. But while they tackle the dungeons, makes our spec variety rule adds another layer of strategy in for our teams. So can you refresh everybody on how it works?
Yes, absolutely. But before I go there, chat, please take out pen and paper. You are going to write this one down because I know you cannot remember. Every single time I look in chat, people are like, how does the spec ban rule? Did they explain the spec ban rule? Yes, we do. Every pre-show. Here we go. After each map, the top 3 most played specs are banned. This is accumulative. That means from map 1, you get 3 bans. Map 2, you get another 3 bans. 3 plus 3, quick maths, is 6. And in our global finals, we could see as much as 12 bans for a team. The only thing that I think is tripping people up is that when specs are tied, so after map 1, all of these specs have only been played one time, so then the teams get to actually select which of their specs they want to ban out. So whenever you see a spec ban coming in, it is the team themselves deciding that this is what they want to take out, and tells which of the specs do we usually want to preserve, so save from that spec ban list.
Yeah, the metagame has been kind of interesting this weekend. Obviously, it's the first weekend. We haven't seen multiple weekends of this for it to get refined. So far, it seems like healers have been the most targeted ban, with a few healer specializations actually seeing really solid play. Restoration Shaman, Discipline Priest, Mistweaver Monk, Resto Druid, all seeing as a decent amount of share of play, which means that if they're closely balanced, then the thing that you're most likely to want to ban out is that healer, if ever possible. The things that seem like they're really good, the Devour Demon Hunter, the Augmentation Evoker, and the Guardian Druid seem like the top 3 specializations in terms of things that you want to preserve for multiple maps. Obviously, you can't preserve all 3 of them if you played in map 1, but map 1 is now more important than it ever has been before. Obviously, it's a 3-game series, so map 1 is just inherently going to be super important, but now I would argue that compared to where we've been in seasons past, now map 1 is even more impactful because you're able to play your best composition and have the highest chance of winning that key on that best composition, putting your the other competition in a weird position if they ever have to go to a tier 2 comp on a map that they're maybe a little bit less comfortable on.
Yes, we've seen some of these, series kind of drag out. It's very interesting when you start getting to that, third one, or eventually when we have best of 5, what's going to happen is you get to the later maps if they go that far, right? Because suddenly you're going, okay, what do we think we can make work with this when so much has been banned out? And it's definitely put our teams to the test, but I think in a way that's been really interesting to see and a lot of fun. And Dratnos, you gave us the recap of yesterday's action, but where did those runs actually land all the teams on the bracket?
Yeah, so we're playing a double elimination bracket, which means that once you lose once, you get sent down to this lower bracket where if you lose again, you are eliminated. Now, yesterday we started off with those matches in the upper quarterfinals. That was where Mandatory and Polish Mountain both 2-0'd their competition and made it through to today. Then we went to that bottom left section of the screen right now where we had these 4 lower bracket elimination series. These were pretty brutal. Both Cook Is Gone and Almost Fine were able to win their first series and then were eliminated in their second series, which made Send Spellbook and I Do It be the other 2 teams that survived into today's bracket. Now, Makes, what does today's 4 series look like for us?
Well, it's actually really exciting because I have done some analysis on our fastest run around the entire tournament weekend just yet, and they are even between Mandatory and Polish Mountain, with the one exception of the Windrunner Spire, where we didn't see either of the teams. So Mandatory is holding half of those rounds, and Polish Mountain is holding the other half of those rounds, and they're going to be meeting in this dungeon. We'll see Sky Rage for the first time, which hasn't been in this group weekend just yet. We've seen it in the time trials, of course, but a little bit has been changed, so it's going to be super, super exciting. Then we'll continue with elimination in that lower bracket, so the pressure is for sure on. We might get a glimpse at who's looking to take this weekend.
I mean, honestly, I feel like Group A has just shaped up amazingly. We have these incredible powerhouse teams, Mandatory, who we all thought, was just going to sweep straight through, but Polish Mountain being so competitive, just like you were saying, Makes. And these other teams that are coming in on our lower bracket, I think also have the potential to really show us a lot today. So there is a lot for these teams to prove, but Tettles, it's that time again. Which matchup do you think is the one to watch today?
Yeah, so the Mandatory Polish Mountain series, kind of like Makes us highlighting, is actually a very interesting one. The Sin Spellbook I Do It matchup, obviously the loser of that is going to be eliminated and have their BlizzCon dreams dashed. But I think the most important matchup is that third matchup of the day, the loser of match 1 versus the winner of match 2, the lower finals, because that is going to be determining who is going to be going and joining the team that has won from the upper finals to the Season 1 finals. But ultimately as well, their BlizzCon dreams are not dashed. I feel like a lot of the teams, they've been asking so many questions related towards going to BlizzCon and what that process is going to be like. And for them, anything less than being able to be one of those top 4 teams during our Season 1 finals and qualifying for BlizzCon is a massive failure. I think that lower finals match, the third match of the day, is the one that I am looking to watch.
There's so much on the line with that one, and I think both of these teams, if they want to get in there and if they want to be competitive for that second spot, they have to really show the best of their strengths and pull it together to get some incredible runs in today. So everybody, keep an eye out. That's what Tettles is going to be watching, and I have to agree, I think it's going to be a really big one. But during all of our MDIs this weekend, we're going to be asking everybody to make predictions on the outcome of our series. So keep an eye out for the polls popping up in chat, and we will share our own guesses too as we go. So let's see if things have maybe changed on the side of our predictions after yesterday.
I had a bad day yesterday, personally.
Ooh.
Oh, I apparently also had a bad day. I didn't even realize. Well, I'm still doing better than the coin, so.
How's the coin doing so well is my question. That seems unfair. 70%?
The coin, honestly, I feel kind of
coin.
bad for it. I feel like the coin's been trying. It's got a pretty good percentage, but it's got to up its game today too. Zyro, though, at the very top alongside Chat. So thus far, Tettles, you're not really crushing them like you said.
Yeah, how embarrassing.
Well, you know what? There's time today for all of us to redeem ourselves. I'm not going to even comment on the fact that mine is right down there with Makes. So we'll all redeem ourselves.
Even
Some of
more
us are-
embarrassing.
I know, thank you. Yes, I am so
I'll
deeply
just be
and truly embarrassed.
confidently wrong, Rook. I don't want to redeem myself.
Ooh,
I want to
okay.
be a contrarian. I'll just say the opposite now because I can't catch up. So I might as well just say the opposite and see if I can
I love
just
this.
mess up your picks.
I feel like you're channeling strong Xalatath energy right now. And honestly, I love this for you. So let's just do it, be confidently wrong, and go for it. But Chad, get your predictions in. You're doing great so far, and hopefully today you will continue to keep up that streak. Our very first poll of the day is running Mandatory versus Polish Mountain. So get in on it right now. And now, like we've already talked about, two of the teams that we've had the highest expectations for in Group A are about to face off, and it's these two. You know, Mandatory came into Season 1 as a clear favorite, unless proven otherwise. But if there is a team that can prove otherwise, it would be Polish Mountain. So Makes, has Polish Mountain's play been backing that kind of statement this weekend?
Oh, I would say absolutely. Of course, to be super transparent, right? We've been saying this, Mandatory is a clear favorite coming into this tournament. The pedigree this team has, the medallions this team has, the amount of wins is unbeaten among their player grouping that they have found together in this season in particular. But Polish Mountain is the team that is looking the most likely to beat them. They've been incredibly creative with how they've been routing, notably the only team that goes right in Nexus, but they've also been super, super risky with what they do. They're doing these really massive pulls, and I think if there is a map that can be taken, it might be in favor of Polish Mountain trying to get one of these really, really big pulls together and maybe outsmart Mandatory. So I'm really, really hoping that we'll see a super close match because I think this team is the most likely to do something here.
Do you know the stats on like maps that both Polish Mountain and Mandatory have played? Is Mandatory ahead in times on all of them, Makes?
So it's interesting because they basically haven't had a big overlap between the two of them. The only map that we've seen both of those teams in is the Magister's Terrace, and we of course remember the Magister's Terrace from Polish Mountain, which was really fast with 15:37, but then a day later Mandatory comes in and is basically a minute faster with 14:47. So if all of those maps look like this, it might not be Polish Mountain favored, but there is 8 dungeons in the dungeon pool, so there are 7 more chances for them to outsmart the Mandatory train that just seems unstoppable.
You know, Mandatory, obviously, with the new like composition that they have, they've got so many players that are powerhouses no matter what team they're playing for. But I think that Polish Mountain, like you said, they have been showing really well. And no doubt they were preparing for this kind of matchup as they were looking at Group A. So hopefully they've kind of taken note of this themselves and they're looking at how they can streamline and keep pushing. They've been really clean this weekend. So I think it's possible. And I mean, Dratnos, we did mention earlier, Makes pointed it out, that Skyreach is a map we haven't seen yet this weekend. So do you think we might see anything interesting from our teams on it?
It's really important. Sometimes there will be maps that show up in different places in our bracket, and that really matters too. If a map shows up in the first position, that can be really important because everybody has access to all of their specs, whereas if it shows up in that second or especially that third spot in a series, teams might have to come into it with a bit of a different plan if they've already, say, burned that Aug Evoke or something like that. The way that our spec variety rule works is if you have played a spec in both maps 1 and map 2, no matter what, you can't play it again in map 3. It will be one of those specs that you have to ban out going into map 3. So you do have to have a different plan ready depending on where in the series each map is.
Skyreach specifically is kind of interesting too because it was one of the time trial maps, so in theory a lot of the teams should have a bunch of practice on Skyreach, but Skyreach has received a couple of mechanical changes over the last couple of weeks where strategies that teams were doing and like were streamed during time trials are going to be very different. So I think that this is a dungeon that the teams, while you could get some information from looking at time trials, I think that the teams had to come back and rerun this dungeon and come up with new strategies.
I think not only that, but also we've seen some class changes, right?
Yes.
The bear druid being the big factor in the room, becoming so much more reliable when it comes to aggro and also doing a good chunk of damage. So that is something that wasn't that way when time trials were done. And I think teams will want to have that guardian druid whenever they have the chance to do these massive pulls.
Agreed. And you know, we have all this information at our disposal. You, chat, have been getting your predictions in, but now it's time for us to get ours in as well. So thinking of all of this, I think I'm going to kick things off. I'm going to say, I think it's going to go 2-1 in Mandatory's favor, but I think Polish Mountain is going to give them a run for their money. How about you, Tuttles?
Hashtag raise your hammer, Mandatory 2-0.
Okay, all right, Dratnos?
I'm going to go with, I think, a brave prediction. Mandatory 2-0.
Oh, wow. Okay, so brave of you.
So brave. So brave.
It makes. How about you?
Okay, listen, I said it. I'll back it up. I'll go 2-1 for Polish Mountain, just to be a contrarian.
Okay, all right. Well, there we go. I love that Makes is back in Polish Mountain. I mean, honestly, they have been looking really good in their runs, but they've got to speed it up if they're going to catch up to Mandatory. And everybody, we can see here our predictions coming in, but don't forget that with every series, you can also get in on these predictions and have your voice heard, which we'll be keeping track of over the course of the MDI. Now, our first map, like we were saying, is going to be Skyreach on this. And Makes, before you step away to the analyst desk, is there anything else that you're thinking with this map these teams need to do to be able to make it through here in this upper bracket?
Well, listen, Skyreach is a very interesting dungeon because it has that little wind puzzle or wind check that you need to pass. I would say that all of our teams should be very prepared for that. There's a couple of ways where you can accelerate and be up there real fast. If something goes wrong, though, in that dungeon on that wind terrace platform, it will be really funny. So I'm hoping that we'll see something like this just because it's going to be super entertaining.
I mean, it'd be good. I always love when those moments pop up in a dungeon. Somebody gets hit by something or ported or knocked off, or it's always good. But I mean, we've seen a lot of interesting strats. Stratnos, as we're thinking about the teams and the comps that we've kind of had running, do you have any thoughts? Is there anything unusual you think they're going to bring to the table, or are they going to stick with some of these really strong ones?
Yeah, something you're looking for as well is what specs can you use that will be good in this map that you then don't mind banning out in future maps. Skyreach features a couple of options for something like this. There's some Warlock Gateway actions that you can use in this dungeon that can be pretty high value. You know, right at the start of the dungeon, you can basically gate towards where the first boss is and start that section a little bit ahead of schedule. And that can be a good way to ban out a spec that you might not need in the future series. So playing something like that Warlock here, Monks for their ability to transcend around this dungeon as well, can be something to look out for too. So curious to see what the teams decide to use there. But I would like to see something like the Warlock if you're planning to go to Game 3, or just try and win the series 2-0, but it looks like both teams are indeed on that Warlock lifestyle. They don't agree about much else, though. In fact, the Warlock is the only point of agreement between the two teams.
I feel like for mandatory, this is kind of how I would prefer to play around the spec variety rule, right? You try to play the most high power comp in that map 1, unless you feel like, if you're Polish Mountain, if you feel terrible about your map 1 prospects, yeah, maybe you could just like look at the spec variety rule and be like, all right, yeah, we're gonna play some stuff that's good, but maybe not the absolute most meta stuff. Because for mandatory, it feels like they have something that's way closer meta wise to what we saw from time trials in this dungeon.
Yeah, so mandatory are gonna be look at their comp, right? They're gonna be able to ban out the Warlock, the Resto Shaman, and then one of these 3 specs that are kind of the meta specs. Whereas Polish Mountain should be able to ban out maybe these 3 DPS, right? So they might actually be stronger, better positioned for maps 2 and 3 compared to mandatory. But really important, I would say, if you can go up 1-0 in the series, that's worth potentially having to ban out that Devourer, Demon Hunter, that Guardian Druid potentially. So we will see how this works out for both of the teams. They're already both in boss combat. It is mandatory who've gotten here a little bit faster. Of course, one of the big Warlock strengths is being able to gateway straight to this boss platform from where you start the dungeon and being able to really accelerate your pathing through here. Look at that enemy forces count, though. Mandatory have managed to grab so much of that already, just absolutely nuking the boss and all of this trash right at the start here.
Yeah, Polish Mountain is going to get a little bit more count after that last Dread Raven dies, but they are still going to be 4% enemy forces behind mandatory. This dungeon, there's not a lot of like super unique routing decisions that you're going to end up making. I think a lot of it is going to come up down to that like upper ring prior to the last boss as where you can get some unique amounts of enemy forces. I would not be shocked if the 4% count that mandatory has does not yield like a full additional pull from Polish Mountain. It's just going to be like, oh, where are we going to be getting, what additional pack are we going to merge with this otherwise the same number of pulls?
Yeah, exactly. It may not end up costing Polish Mountain. I think the thing that's more likely is if their single target is lower than mandatory. This dungeon has a lot of single target as you have to chew through all of the bosses and relatively low amounts of trash between them. So having a comp that is well optimized for nuking bosses, I think is very important here. It does look like Polish Mountain are able to keep this gap at about 15% of the boss's HP. So they're going to be something like maybe 20 seconds slow on this first boss 1 split, which is not the end of the world by any stretch.
Yeah, I think they got their boss spawned at actually a similar amount of time, which was a little bit surprising to me. So what do you think the advantages of the Polish Mountain comp are? I feel like they have a more flat damage profile, and they're also less tailored by needing to be in constant combat. Like the Augmentation Evoker and the Devourer kind of want constant combat for their uptime purposes, where I kind of think that Polish Mountain just is fine with whatever. Would you agree?
Yeah, and Polish Mountain should have these like minute, they should be doing good damage, and like you said, pretty flat. It's not like they're always doing damage outside of cooldowns. It's just that their cooldowns come up very quick, right? You have your boomstick every minute, right? You've got your rep pally bursting pretty frequently there.
Your tyrants every minute too. Everything's a minute, I think, in this comp.
So, all right, Polish Mountain moving forward as well. Both teams on a similar pull here with that Solar Elemental being focused down. Cooldowns being deployed by Polish Mountain. Mandatory nearly done with this pull. Mira is kiting a little bit as those Adepts of the Dawn do stack up a bleed on your tank, and you do want to make sure that doesn't stack up too high. One of the strengths of Brewmaster compared to Guardian Druid, I would say, is handling those Adepts of the Dawn. Brewmasters will dodge more of their auto attacks, so that bleed is just less likely to stack up. And their tools with Ring of Peace and with Leg Sweep let them reset without losing too much uptime on the rest of the group.
Yeah, this is an absolutely terrifying pull by Mandatory. They've actually pulled triple Solar Construct, which makes sense from an MDI perspective. At the same time, the amount of just AoE damage, I think Genji got targeted by double Solar Construct tether, and then Kush ended up getting hit by one of the ground effects by the solar elemental that's just spawning that solar fire.
Yeah, scary indeed. 0 deaths for both teams. The cheat death is still available for Gingy as well, so no harm, no foul so far. But this is one of those series where I'd say, we have Mandatory as the favorites in here. I think as soon as they have one more death than Polish Mountain, it's equal between the two teams. It's that close between them right now, as that solar construct is going to die, which means the boss is spawning. This extra solar elemental is still at half health, but they'll be able to just cleave that down with the boss here. This is very efficient.
I love this for Mandatory's composition as well. So something we were talking about earlier was the Devoured Demon Hunter and the Augmentation Evoker wanting kind of constant combat, constant uptime. Something that those two specializations also want is a second or potentially even third target on the boss, just for either more soul generation for the Devoured Demon Hunter or bombard spreading for the Augmentation Evoker, really allowing them to get a lot more damage out. And I think that the way that Mandatory was CCing mobs off to the side and making them come in later and later, and just having the uptime on the 2 and potentially even 3 targets is really good for the way that this composition wants to play. Now, without those additional targets, is the Polish Mountain composition going to be stronger on single target is kind of the question.
Yeah, exactly. Polish Mountain is also playing a comp that would benefit from some extra targets on some of these bosses.
Oh my god!
In particular, the Ret Pally, who ends up getting just clipped by the edge of that AoE from the construct. That was really unfortunate. There was a tiny safe spot there. You could see they were sort of dodging into it, but unfortunately the Ret Pally just a pinky toe out of position there ends up getting cut off by that AoE.
I mean, if he thought he was ever in danger, he would have just pressed the bubble there. He actually thought he was just completely safe.
Yeah, that is extremely unfortunate. And yeah, you can see here how the movement is handled on this boss.
Something I've been kind of interested in is, our team's going to be grabbing either back pulling some of the trash that is like in the doorway into the next pull. Or is there a way to actually grab trash maybe from the future from up in that wind gauntlet and pulling it down into the Ruckran room? Those are kind of the things, because the Ruckran trash is kind of like force. There's a lot of RP. Is there some unique tech that we might be looking to see here? That's kind of what I'm really interested in.
Yeah, boss is nearly dead here for Mandatory, so we'll be able to get the answer for what their rest of dungeon looks like in the very near future here. 4% on the boss, as it should be going down here before it gets any further casts. And let's see what they decide to pull. There's that Stampeding Roar into the rescue right away. Mira's going cat form 2, wasting absolutely no time. Kush backflipping as well. The way that they just optimize their movement through the dungeons is always something that I've been impressed with several of these players that are now on Team Mandatory. Of course, lots of these players have a long history competing in top MDI teams over the years, but they've always been able to instantly be moving to the right place, be using all of their movement abilities to get to the correct position in the dungeon, moving each pull towards where they want to be afterwards. And yeah, it looks like this set of 2 packs is dealt with by Mandatory, but hot on their heels are Polish Mountain. Polish Mountain are about 30 seconds behind Mandatory right now. They do have that death as well, so
45.
That does not help. Yeah, 45 when you factor that one in also, but certainly still within striking distance here, as Mandatory getting in combat with the third boss.
I would say one medium mistake. That's about how I would describe how far behind they are, which is certainly possible, right? Like any deaths or honestly, a death on cooldowns could actually be a really big deal for evening up this matchup. But I mean, for Mandatory, there's no reason that we would even believe that they're going to make a mistake. They've looked clinical this entire weekend.
Yeah, Mandatory have just been looking on all cylinders across all the matches that we've seen them so far. That being said, it does only take 2 maps, and you can find yourself in the lower bracket here, so they have to stay focused through the remainder of this map and this series. And I would say they actually have more to lose than Polish Mountain, because they are going to be losing probably a more valuable spec due to the spec variety rule than Polish Mountain will, based on the 2 compositions here. So I would say this is almost a must-win map for Mandatory, or else they will be at 2 disadvantages in the rest of the series. But luckily for them, they are certainly ahead. We'll have to see how they handle the Wind Gauntlet, too. That is definitely... Look, I don't want to say it's the area that I've lost the most time in my own Sky Reaches, but it's definitely the area I've lost the most time in my own Sky Reaches is that Wind Tunnel.
Unlosable, we have a Warlock.
Okay, yeah, that is true. The Warlock, you can jump. It's like you jump, you soul burn, and you're just spamming the gateway, and you'll basically always get it in that easy spot.
God, Demon Hunter taking the Searing Quills with Blur up, then shift to dodge one, then shift back out. Just
heal me.
Global weaving, I guess. I think I saw one of the Sunbreak ads banished off to the side for mandatory. Very interesting strategy there to be able to prevent damage. I was unaware that that was even possible.
Okay, there you can see up to the top, and then using
look at count.
the Soulbird Gateway.
Look at the count differential. So mandatory has 66.36%. I wonder what they're going to be grabbing here. I feel like for Polish Mountain, they're almost going to have to grab this entire wing. Oh, maybe mandatory is just going to be doing a skip.
It doesn't look like. I think they ran over and... Okay, yeah, they are. So they melded past that first bit, and then they're also going to be Sigil of Misery on the next bit of trash there. Now heading to the top of the stairs. And I don't think they melded the stuff that is Sigil of Misery, so I think it will be coming in later.
This pull is insane, by the way. It's a Dread Raven. It's an elemental, and I think it has a lot of adepts. So I think that the tank damage here is going to be insanely high. So Mira's ability to be able to survive this pull is going to be heavily tested. He does have survival instincts, and he's rolling that Incarn right now. He does not have Bark Skin for a little bit. The link has already been dropped. I mean, the longer this pull goes on for mandatory, the scarier it becomes. The Bloodlust has been pressed for them. They probably need to be able to get this killed off in the next 15 to 20 seconds. Otherwise, they're going to be wiping.
They use that Cauterizing Flame already as well, so 26 stacks of the bleed. The Barkskin and the Survival Instincts rolling for Mirez, but he's now having to start running away from his pack. Is able to reset his stacks, though. Beast. All right, so he should be okay from here.
Absolute beast. Like, dude, that pull, the shears that are going out on your tank, the Burning Talons, that is just so much tank damage. Unreal.
Now, in the meantime, we did have a death over on the side of Polish Mountain to that Wind Gauntlet, actually. Even though they had that Warlock, they did have a player go down during the skip section there. So that's another 15 seconds that's going to be assessed against them. But really, the end of the dungeon here, with that massive pull that Mandatory were able to find, is going to just catapult them into an overwhelming lead if they can avoid a wipe to the High Sage here. Gingy, the target of that Solar Zealot, can activate that Wernstone and just get out of its clutches for free, meaning that they don't even have to swap onto that Zealot at all.
Yeah, I mean, I think that actually hot swapping the Wernstone is a pretty big damage increase for just this boss in general, especially if you're doing it on live. So Augmentation Evoker, you can get yourself out of that Zealot claw if you use Wernstone, but you can actually move the Wernstone around to other people as well. So allowing you to kill basically if you get very lucky, of the Zealots. And people can also jump back on the platform. You're going to see it from Mason here. I think he's going to Warlock port back on. But like realistically, if it's somebody who doesn't have the ability to be able to Warlock port back on, like Ryson or whatever, you would just like move that Wernstone to him.
Yeah, exactly. The only thing that you don't want to have happen is
right?
Gingy. If Gingy himself is targeted first and third, I believe he would need... he wouldn't be able to Wernstone, right? He would have to use a different way, rescue back on, something like that.
Yeah, he can hover back on. You could let it time out, similar to what happened with Mace Team there. But like, I think that Mace Team lost probably 4 or 5 globals by just being dragged off. And for Polish Mountain on the right-hand side, Yitte ends up going down. They did end up committing a... Actually, I think he released, losing that Bloodlust, losing your Warlock. Oh no, you got Battle Rest. I see him on the screen.
That Lust is rolling for Polish Mountain on this trash pull, but it's just not going to be enough. Mandatory so far ahead with how much trash they were able to pull onto this last platform. They did in 1 pull what Polish Mountain did in 2. They did this run with 0 deaths, and they are going to put up a sub 13-minute Skyreach to take a 1-0 lead in the series.
Impressive play from Mandatory, but you expect no less. They get that first point on the board, which sets them up for a possible 2-0 sweep, but they're going to have to bring it in the next game as well. Now, of course, this was our first look at both of these teams in Skyreach, at least on broadcast. So as we kind of look back and think on this particular matchup, I mean, Tuttles, what do you think we saw from the teams through it?
It's kind of interesting. I'm really interested in Make's thoughts on this. But like Dradnus and I started talking about it with the moment that we saw the Polish Mountain comp. Did they think that, it's kind of this question, did they think that their route in Skyreach was going to be worse? So they elected to play something that was, a tier 2 DPS composition, which it's not bad, right? Like obviously they were competitive, and if Mandatory made a medium mistake, they would have won. But now is Polish Mountain set up to try to reverse sweep this map pool in a way that they thought that was their best strategy?
Oh, I mean,
that's
I think
exactly what I was saying.
Here we go.
I think so. So, based on the eye test, you look at these comms and you say, okay, Polish Mountain is trying to take it to a 2-1, whereas Mandatory is betting on a 2-0, right? It's a different approach in this best of 3, which comes back to the spec ban rule. But I agree with you, Tettles. I think that's exactly what we're seeing here. Despite having put that out there, there is a couple of substantial routing differences that we saw from these two teams that I don't think necessarily always translate to the classes that we saw here. I do think Mandatory's route that we just saw is also just faster. It's a really cool route that they put together that has a lot of details. So starting us off with this extra Warlock gate that we're using to get on the platform here from Mace Team to try and free cast immediately. You know how Warlocks hate running around and casting. That allows Mandatory also adding in that extra Raven to then deal with this trash pack, and they dealt with it at high speeds, got the extra 4% over Polish Mountain, were able to add Ranjit in immediately. But that's not the only thing they did, because if you're going to take a look at Ryzen here, as the rest of the group runs in, he's on an extra mission, so he is actually pulling that elemental, that initiate of the rising sun, and spawning the orb outside, then running back to the group. You can see them run in here, making sure that that orb is not a problem for them, but adding the additional trash, which is really cool. A little bit of an oopsie on Polish Mountain here. It was an unfortunate spawn. You're trying to edge out the extra damage, but this is a tank only thing. You cannot do that if you're a melee player without having additional defensive, so he needed to hide there. And then something cool that both teams did is actually just tanking those Searing Quills. I quickly want to say these stunts are performed by trained professionals. Don't try at home. This is not something you should be doing in your LFGs, but very cool from both teams to just do this in a +17, and then they rounded it out with this massive pull. They didn't even need to do that, but that alone saved them so much time, and the fact that they were able to clean this one up in the way that they did is nothing short of absolutely astonishing. And then this is just bonus for chat. It happens. Listen, it happens. It's just a bonus. No. Kioma, we've all been there. You don't need to worry about it. But I did tell you it was going to be funny if it happened, and I'm low-key glad it did.
It's so unfortunate. There's that moment, too, where you can see him, like, land on the rock, and he's just like...
And it's like,
fine. Just, like, commits himself to the abyss. Unfortunate, but, I mean, again, both of these teams, they're playing at a very high level, and when you look at the fact that Polish Mountain, even with those deaths, is still playing so well, and then Mandatory is, like, just blazing even faster, it is unbelievable and just speaks to the skill of these teams in the competition. Now, we know that we're looking ahead to our next dungeon, Nexus Point Zenith, and of course we have had the comps that we've seen played in this first map. So, you know, Dratnus, with this setup that we saw them bring in, we were already kind of theorizing, but do you have any further thoughts about what we might see for this next map?
Yeah, so Nexus Point Zenith, I think we're going to see the full comp out of Polish Mountain that they are planning in this dungeon. Now, the nice thing about Zenith is you can still preserve some power for Algathar Academy. There are some specs that I'd say work better in Zenith than in the rest of the field. For instance, I think Nexus Point Zenith is a great place to play something like the Elemental Shaman. That will allow you to one-phase the Core Warden, potentially. We've seen that happen for exactly one of our teams before. I think it may have been Polish Mountain, actually, that were able to put that together. So having a composition that lets you do that, we've seen, actually, it was the Elemental Shaman paired with a Disc Priest that made that happen. So you play a couple of specs like that in Nexus Point, especially if you're Polish Mountain, then you can have access to the full everything you want for Algathar Academy while not giving up much power, if any, in Nexus Point Zenith. On the other hand, for Mandatory, if you play the Ogavoker here, you will not be able to play it in Algathar Academy. So very important if they decide to pull the trigger on still using, say, the Ogavoker and the Guardian Druid and banning out the other specs they used in Skyreach, they are going to have a very limited pool of specs still available to them if it does go to that Game 3 in Algathar.
You know, Makes, you were theorizing a little bit about some of this too. Yes. We have the bans coming in right now, so we can take a look at them. What are you seeing as they ban this? Does this seem to check out?
Yeah, so I think out of the bans, I like Polish Mountains' ban better. I do think what we're looking at is them trying to go for the reverse sweep in the best of 3, which, you know, phrasing. I don't like losing the Devour Demon Hunter. I think that one hurts Mandatory just a little bit. but hopefully they're going to have a good answer to what their spec is going to look like once it goes into that Nexus point. Like we mentioned, that Elemental Shaman can be a good answer. We've seen it in the Nexus point. My big thing is that we haven't seen Mandatory at all in Nexus Point Zenith, and we have seen Polish Mountain, and they're the only team that goes right. I'm so curious on what Mandatory has prepared. Was their original route something like that as well? Have they seen Polish Mountain's route and have said, okay, this is actually cool, we're going to adapt on the fly since yesterday? I doubt if that's the case. I'm kind of expecting a team like Mandatory to have a good plan going into this tournament already, but I'm so curious on how their routing is going to look like.
Yeah, I think this is interesting as well. Like, if we do end up going to a match 3, having that Devoured Demon Hunter get banned for mandatory seems like that could actually be a weird situation. Obviously, I think somebody called out the Auguevoker. I think Auguevoker is a little bit less good, specifically in AUG, just because of the actual pull size, but the Devoured Demon Hunter, I mean, that is like Illidan incarnate. That spec is ridiculous.
It is. I mean, we'll see what they're going to bring in and what routing they're going to do, since, like Makes illustrated, Polish Mountain had a bit of an interesting route going through this compared to other teams. But this will be game 2 in our first series of the day. Mandatory versus Polish Mountain. Can Mandatory take this 2-0, or is Polish Mountain going to give them a run for their money? All you, Dratnos.
All right, so once again, we do see Polish Mountain heading to the right. Mandatory are going to be opting for that left-hand strategy. They do have that Guardian Druid for both teams, which means Mandatory will not be able to play it if we do go to a Game 3 in the Algathar Academy, but they are not interested in a Game 3 here. They are interested in winning this one right here, right now. They're setting up a huge pull. This is going to be the Bloodlust pull for Mandatory. The only question is, how far can they go? We have 2 Circuit Seers in combat right now, and a whole bunch of other enemies. This is that Lust rolling. We have that Elemental Shaman burst starting to ramp up here, but right now it is the Guardian Druid burst that is currently on top of the meters. All right, there we go. Elemental Shaman finally overtaking.
The Mountain is already in the boss room on that right side. They haven't pressed their Bloodlust yet, but it is going to be coming momentarily as the final little bit of mobs are trickling in. Those Heralds are very, very dangerous. Realistically, what Polish Mountain is trying to do here, though, they're not trying to kill off those dangerous Heralds as they come in late in the Sentinels. They're instead trying to kill the trash that continues to spawn the next pull, right? Because the Trash Gauntlet here is time-based, or you need the mobs killed off before you can spawn the next amount of Trash Gauntlet. I think that the plan there is to just focus down all of those mobs and get the next wave of trash spawn as quickly as possible, and we'll just out-heal the double Null Sentinel beckoning AoE, which is ridiculous.
Yeah, exactly. It's a bold strategy. It is something, though, that you need to be really hyper aware of which enemies are the ones that are required to spawn the next trash pool.
Correct.
So, for instance, this wave, there is a Duskfright Herald and then a bunch of small Voidlings that need to die. The Voidlings should just die to the AoE, but that Herald, you can see they've actually got a skull marker to identify this is the target we need to burst down in order to actually spawn the next wave of trash, because it's the one that's actually linked to that. The other enemies, a little bit less important. They can kind of die anytime. Meanwhile, though, Mandatory already in combat with the boss here. They've just taken the remainder of this trash up into the first boss here over on the left-hand side, and this is working out really nicely for them already.
I love the 1.5 pull get into Kazareth strategy. Kind of an insane one by Mandatory here. So I really think it's going to come down to how many pulls can Polish Mountain do that left side in, and how many pulls can Mandatory do that right side in? I think for Mandatory, their plan is fairly straightforward. It's going to be a very long, extended chain on the right side. For Polish Mountain, getting those Seers and those Engineers dealt with quickly with your offensive cooldowns is going to be very precarious. I think Mandatory, it should be easier to play the remainder of the dungeon, but what is a faster strategy is the thing that's up in the air for me right now.
Absolutely, yeah, that is going to be the important thing to check, because for me, one of the strengths of going left is you probably get a second good Lust sooner, right? Like, you can look at those Lust timers. Even though it says 8 minutes for both teams, Mandatory were actually able to hit that Lust maybe 30, maybe 40 seconds ahead of the Mountain, which might mean that they get a better second Lust. But the problem with that is that at the pace these two teams in particular are playing, maybe you still don't. Maybe either way, you're already basically right at the end of the dungeon. You just have to press Lust when it comes up, and it's not particularly good either way.
Nysara has potential for massive amounts of time swings, right? The way that Polish Mountain is playing this, it seems like they're committed to just two-phasing that beam, that huge damage amp that happens on this fight, where if Mandatory, if they're able to one-phase it, I think that this route is just going to end up being superior for Mandatory, but it really just kind of comes down to offensive cooldowns and the compositions that are being played here. And we're going to have to see for Polish Mountain, are they able to one-phase this Light Scar Beam AoE damage amp? Because that can be a 45-second swing on itself.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know if it is possible. I do think the Elemental Shaman is uniquely well suited to making that happen, as you can see that Light Scare Flare.
Oh my god,
going
our
off
tank is
Polish
dead!
Mountain. Oh, but our tank is down. That's going to be a B-res. Now, luckily, all of the other trash here is very low, so they are going to be able to kill it off. They're going to be able to land the taunt on the boss. So somehow we've avoided turning a tank death into much else going wrong. And okay, here's the bad news. The boss is at 30% out of the Light Scar Flare. The good news is, whether the boss is at 20 or 30% out of the first Light Scar Flare, either way, you're just going to be killing it at around the same time, which is right near the start of the second Light Scar Flare. So this actually probably hasn't cost them too much extra time. The only thing that would save you a lot of time here is if you are able to genuinely one-phase it, which I don't think they were planning to do anyways. But Mandatory might be angling to do that. They are playing that Elemental Shaman, which I believe is uniquely well-suited to making that happen.
I think that is the question, is can Mandatory one-phase it? Because if you end up killing it 3 seconds into the second Light Scar Flare versus 10 seconds into the second Light Scar Flare, that's really not that big of a time differential, but if you can kill it in the first one, that is a massive, again, like 45-second, maybe even a little bit longer of a time save. So Polish Mountain, they are going to be able to kill the boss off inside of that second Light Scar Flare about 75% of the way through. They do lose 15 seconds there to the tank death, and now we're going to start seeing a convergence in terms of where the teams are. When is Polish Mountain going to be able to get the second boss pulled is super, super important. For Mandatory, they have that forced trash gauntlet ahead of them, which is pretty costly in terms of time, but I feel like Mandatory is further ahead just from the vibes, but it's really hard to tell with the trash gauntlet and how that kind of works.
Yeah, the vibes plus the one death for Polish Mountain, even though that probably was one of the best times to have a death, it's still going to cost them at least those 15 seconds, and probably still a little bit more. Probably realistically a total of at least 25 or 30 seconds, which is a lot of time to give a team like Mandatory.
Yeah.
But they are now in that trash gauntlet, and Polish Mountain are running down the left-hand side. And the other really dangerous thing about Polish Mountain's route is they don't have Lust for this pull. Not only do they not have Lust, they don't have Barkskin, they don't have Survival Instincts, they don't have Incarn. How on earth is their bear going to live this?
Very carefully. Life Cocoon has come out, and now Life Cocoon has been depleted almost immediately, and now they are having that heal absorb stacking up tremendously on tankiers on the side of Polish Mountain. He does rotate to that Barkskin, but I feel like he is in tremendous danger right here, Dratnos.
Yeah, once this Barkskin falls off, we're going to have basically nothing until that Incarn is ready. You can see 25 on the amount of time until it comes up, but he will be able to get that a little bit faster as he is spending that rage, cycling through closer to that Incarn, but he's probably not even going to want to press it towards the end of this pull here. And yes, somehow it looks like he is going to be able to survive here. But let me tell you, I would not want to be doing this pull without Lust or Incarn. I would be pretty terrified about making that happen.
Oh, a battery went off.
Any key.
Wait, did they kill it in time? Oh my god,
it looks like they killed it. I don't see the debuffs on everybody's frames.
It definitely, okay, it looked like the gas. That was crazy.
Yeah, all right, it looks like they are going to be heading up now into that boss room as well. Potentially going to be trying to focus down these targets at the top of the stairs to start the boss fight, just like Mandatory did. But Mandatory are going to be spawning the second boss for themselves over here, the Core Warden, as they do grab a few of these Scroungers to take into that boss. Unlike most teams who are pulling 6 Scroungers into it, Mandatory just grabbing 3, saying, you know what, it's not worth our time to run over to both sides. Let's just tag the 3 that we can do in 0 seconds and then get straight into boss combat. And here's the question, will they have the damage for this burn?
Okay, even if they're two-phasing the burn, I think they're still 45 seconds to maybe even a minute ahead in terms of timer.
Yeah, they don't have Breath of Eons for it, so I think that probably means their plan is also to just do this in 2.
He might be able to CDR his Eons enough here.
Maybe.
They have the trash coming out, and he's got his Bombards up on the Dread Flail and the Scroungers. Yeah. So, if he didn't have his Eons, it would definitely be toast. I mean, Augmentation Evoker is... I think the Ellie Shaman is more damage during the burn, but the Augmentation Evoker is insane amounts of damage here as well. That Light Scar Flare is coming out. Everybody is gathering inside of that massive damage amp. And the boss... Dude, it's dead. Oh my god, they're actually one-phasing this. This is not close.
Yeah, the Ascendants, like I was saying, the Elemental Shaman, really the star of the show on this part of the dungeon, and that's why I'm such a fan of it. And look at that as well, Elemental Shaman. I just want to highlight there, you could just run up that middle bit if you jump properly, and that's exactly what Kush did, not running up the sides. Again, just these tiny little optimizations. Mandatory will never miss those sorts of things. That is going to be a huge time save for them as they travel towards the middle of the dungeon, and already 78% count, just one boss and 22% count are what stands between Mandatory and a 2-0 performance in this series. That would stamp their ticket to the season finals already here. They would be the first team to qualify there.
Oh, wow. Look at this. They're actually skipping a lot of the trash in this first area, just completely walking around it. I noticed they were a little bit high on count, but I didn't know what they were going to skip. But those lingering images have been determined to be not that fast. The light rots... these are really dangerous mobs just in general. You can only pull so many of them before you start to have a lot of problems. But Mandatory determining that the lingering images, that's just not efficient enough to be able to pull right there for them. Wow.
Yeah, I think it is exactly that. It is an efficiency calculation rather than like a, hey, we can't do this. No, they could do it.
Oh yeah.
They just don't think it's worth the time, right? They don't think that those, especially if you're pulling those mobs from that middle section, it takes them so long to run down that bridge. Sometimes they can get a little confused on that bridge as well and start targeting people with random stuff, and that can be really frustrating to deal with. You can have to wait a while to really keep those mobs under control. So yeah, Mandatory not interested in that at all. What they want to do instead is just fight all the trash that already starts down here during this boss fight so that they can just always be efficiently cleaving.
Mandatory was 1 minute and 45 seconds ahead of Polish Mountain coming out of that second boss. What an absolute run from them. Now they only have Lorthraxian and a little bit of trash that remains for them to be able to take down this series 2-0. Completely deathless. Have they been deathless through this entire weekend, by the way?
I think so. At least in this series, they definitely have, and they've been looking absolutely phenomenal. Lorthraxian going to be entering that Divine Guile phase here in just a second, and I wouldn't be surprised if during this, Mira is already running over, grabbing a little bit more trash, and once they finish getting everything that lives down here, they should be approaching that 100% mark, although they do still need quite a bit of count. I always get baited personally, and I always end up at 99% here, but hopefully Mandatory have got this mathed out a little bit better than I do. Here comes that Divine Guile phase, though. They're going to try and identify which of these images does not have horns. Knowing Mandatory, they probably have a plan of who's looking where.
They might have an add-on
identified
even.
That one. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
For Mandatory, dude, I actually had a question coming into this. What is Kush's Elemental Shaman going to look like? I don't think I've ever seen this guy play Ele Shaman. Ele Shaman was super popular last expansion. It was fairly hard to play. It has been simplified a little bit this expansion. I have no further questions about Kush's ability to be able to play Ele Shaman. This guy has looked absolutely phenomenal on the specialization during this run.
Yeah, and again, the Ele Shaman is a really important part of the puzzle if you want to skip that extra phase on Core Warden. Everywhere else in this dungeon, you'd maybe be happier with a Devourer Demon Hunter, maybe, but that Ele Shaman just uniquely good at making that possible.
Dude, and look at this too. Mandatory finally now rotating to their Bloodlust. Some of their offensive CDs are going to become available. I don't think they're going to beat this next Guile, but if they could, dude, that would have also been an insane time save. I don't think even with good RNG it's possible, but...
Yeah, 17% is like a little too high, but... I wouldn't be shocked if it happens at some point in the future, especially, if we keep this key level or we maybe even go down a key level, or once we do get those Ascended Void Cores and our weapons get a few more eye levels, that might be all we need to make that a possibility. But not important right now. What is important is that Mandatory are going to be taking this series 2-0. They are going to be making it to the season finals. They're going to be making it to the final match of the day, and they are going to be sending Polish Mountain down to the lower bracket to fight for their lives.
They are, and it met many of our expectations, but it is nevertheless constantly impressive to see Mandatory do what they do well. Their dominance continues to crush every opponent in their path, and they blaze through the first series of our Group A finals. As Dratno said, this does secure them a place in our Season 1 finals, but there is still a champion to be crowned here in Group A, and while Polish Mountain fought to catch up, they weren't able to cinch a victory this time around. Now, it's so interesting just seeing these teams even match up like this. But Tettles, I mean, Mandatory's runs are so much faster than their competition, this dungeon being no exception. So what do you think saves them so much time in their runs?
Bear Druid is so broken, by the way. Mirrors was doing 180,000 DPS. I think that realistically, the thing that saved them the most time was obviously the 1-phase versus the 2-phase, and I'm sure that Makes is going to cover that. But I think that Mandatory also just kind of did pulls without Bloodlust that Polish Mountain did with Lust, and so I think that was a really, really big deal.
I'm sure. I'm absolutely sure. I mean, Makes, I heard you chime in. So from your perspective, what were you seeing? Does that line up?
Yeah, so coming into this series, I think there was a little bit of a bias thinking that Polish Mountain could have a chance here. Okay, I say could because Mandatory came in and did this. This pull in itself is so insane to handle. All of these Arcanists are so scary to deal with. There's so many stops. You can even see one of those turns was just casting for several seconds. They were able to live that, utilize the Bloodlust. Of course, Polish Mountain on the other side doing what we expected them to do this big pull. But I was really paying close attention to which of these pulls is more worth it. And to give you some numbers to kind of back up that Mandatory's pull is more worth despite not looking as far into the dungeon, they ended up with 25%, whereas Polish Mountain ended up with 18% at the end of their Bloodlust. And then unfortunately here, Tankier is just absolutely getting demolished, adding another 15 seconds. They were able to recover it pretty quickly, but of course, any death hurts you on the timer and also hurts you on those defensives as well. And here is that big kicker. We weren't sure if it was possible without having the additional PI, but I've run the numbers, I did the math, it is player diff, guys. Kutch is just nuking this phase. It's just crazy. They were able to do this. And then here's some really cool tech. I saw someone in chat point this out as well. There's a lot of classes you can do it with when you are getting towards Lothraxion and you're trying to look for that image without the horns. Tettles has been calling him the bald guy during that Divine Guile. If you have a projectile that is slow to fly, and we're going to be looking at Maystein here. Look at this beautiful slow-mo from our production. He is going to Death Coil right now, and that will follow towards the correct image, allowing them to instantly get this one right and not need to look for any horns or no horns. And that is just a little min-max that some of you guys can even take into your own keys, because this is not a scary 30 mob Bloodlust pull. This is just nice little tech for everybody.
I like how during the MDI Makes, you're very careful to be like, this is for you, chat. This is not for you.
Yes.
Don't do this in your keys. This you
Listen,
can
I've been doing this long enough. I've seen the LFG after an MDI group weekend.
It's fair. It's fair. And I mean, Tettles, it's funny, this whole horn versus hair, what makes you bald debate. Like, if you don't have hair but you do have horns, are you bald? If you have hair but no horns, are you bald? I don't know. I feel like this is a conundrum that will keep unraveling over the course of the season. But I think that you were also doing a little bit of additional kind of snooping yourself, Tettles. I mean, some of the damage and output in that, we were talking about the difference in these runs. It seemed massive for Mandatory.
Yeah, I think that a lot of people actually misunderstand what Augmentation Evoker is doing, right? Sometimes people will look at the damage meter and be like, oh, Augmentation Evoker is good, but maybe it's not the best damage, or they won't necessarily, all the time, like, know what Aug is doing. And I see sometimes in chat, like, people will be like, okay, why are they only playing with 2 DPS? Aug Evoker has about 35%, maybe 40% of their damage attributed to buffing their other DPS, but at the same time, the amount of damage that the Aug Evoker is doing, and you can look at logs from, like, high keys, they can actually be the top DPS, like, in their runs. And there's moments of time as well where the Augmentation Evoker is just like the top DPS overall in a log, even though some of their damage is attributed to buffing their friends.
Wow. I mean, honestly, I think that's so impressive in and of itself, because if you're just, like, contributing to everybody, that's a massive tool. It's huge.
Yes.
Don't diminish that, of course. But, like, a big difference being that, yeah, can you then go on to individually contribute? I mean, we even saw that with some healer play yesterday. If you can do that extra bit of damage and on top of the other stuff that you're doing, it can make a big difference, especially in speed running for all of the different specs. But I mean, incredible to see from them there just how skillfully they play through. And of course, we're going to be, I'm sure, seeing a lot more that's going to continue to impress us from Mandatory overall. But we have another series coming up. We're going to be looking ahead to Send Spellbook versus I Do It. And with that in mind, I mean, Dratnos, what do we think we're going to see from these two?
Yeah, I mean, this is a vitally important series. I would say from how the teams have performed yesterday, Send Spellbook certainly are coming into this one as the favorites, but it's an interesting conundrum because if you're either of these teams, you know that you not only need to win this series, but also the next one. So how much practice time, how much thinking about these different map setups do you want to allocate to this series versus that potential one against Polish Mountain if you do win this series, right? Because you need to win both of them if you want to qualify to the season finals, but if you over-index into that second series, you might just get eliminated in this first one. So a very interesting bit of game theory there. I'm curious how these teams have decided to spend that practice time.
Absolutely. I mean, it's one of those things where, especially with these two, we've seen them perform very well, but then we've also seen some of these mistakes, these stumbles, or other kind of issues that I think are just holding them back. So if they can really lock it in and if they can get through these dungeons, I think that's going to really be make or break for them in even claiming that second spot that's still waiting there to move ahead to the Season 1 finals. Now, it does look like we're going to be able to take a little bit of a deeper look at some of the damage that came in, and we'll peek at it right now. There you go, Tunnels. Do you want to break down a bit of that in addition to what you're talking about?
So people, we'll talk about the elemental shaman damage on Core Warden during that damage amp, during that Light Scar flare. Look at this augmentation evoker damage, 500,000 DPS to the boss. That, I think that the augmentation evoker in conjunction with the elemental shaman, both of those specializations together, is really what enables that that damage amp. And I think that being able to put the Breath of Eons on the boss and have that pop for percentage of the damage taken during that damage amp, you're basically doubling and multiplying the effect of that damage amp. And that's really, I think that those two specializations together is what allows that one phase to be possible. Aug is so OP. Like, that spec is ridiculous right now.
You know, it's honestly great, though, in the speedrunning formats, because I think we get to see them pull off some things that otherwise you would just never see happen, which is amazing. And the spec variety rule still keeps it fresh. So we'll see even more of this continue to play out in our next series. This is going to be Send Spellbook versus I Do It. You will get to check them out and see who makes it through the lower bracket and who gets eliminated in just a few minutes. But first, we're going to take a quick break. we are heading down to our lower bracket where elimination is on the line. This next series is Send Spellbook versus I Do It. So it's time for your predictions. Chat. Now, while you do that, we're going to be chatting here ourselves, and both of these next teams have the potential, but they need to lock in the execution. Send Spellbook had some issues yesterday, Makes. Where do you think they're at coming into the group finals?
So, I actually talked to Royven a little bit, and while I was trying to figure out where their missed count in the Magister's War was, I got a message from Sky, their tank, telling me, for stream, this morning my monitor broke, and it cut an hour of our practice time. So, good news, it broke now already. It can't broke during the series, right? That's you only get one per day, it should be fine now. That is out of the way, so good it happened prior to the tournament. Bad it happened at all. A little bit of time lost here on Send Spellbook. But we are going to be seeing both of our teams in the Seat of the Triumvirate first. And that is a dungeon that Send Spellbook has won before, at least. I Do It did lose when they went up against Mandatory. Now, you might make an argument of saying, well, Makes, they went up against Mandatory. Yes, but it doesn't matter for the statistic. They lost that map and Send Spellbook won theirs. That's all I'm going to say about that.
Because I like how you said, oh, it happened, you get one break or broken monitor a day, and
Yes,
then I'm
that's
over
how
there
tech
going,
works.
I'm like, how many monitors are you going through, Makes? What's happening over there? But I am very glad. 3, okay, all right, you just rotate them. I guess that makes sense. That checks out. But I'm glad that Sky was able to get that sorted beforehand, unfortunately coming at the cost of that practice time. Now, of course, you have to just kind of lock it and keep going ahead. And Zyro, I think that kind of brings us to both of these teams in general, right? They have these strengths. They have a lot that they can deliver. We know that they can deliver. But it seems like various things have been holding them back. So do you think that they can vie for that second spot as they push ahead through this lower bracket?
I mean, like Dratnos was saying earlier, right? This is like the hardest spot to be in coming into day 3. You have to win both this matchup and the next one against Polish Mountain in order to be one of the top 2 teams, so they have a lot of work ahead of them. I think both of these teams do have the strengths in their skill set to potentially be one of our top 2 teams, but it's just really hard to do. And they both have consistency issues that they showed off yesterday that need to have been solved in less than 24 hours, which isn't very realistic. Obviously they could have practiced for this matchup, but you have to remember they've been practicing for this weekend for probably a few weeks beforehand. And if they're still having consistency issues in the matchups on Friday and Saturday, is that really going to change on Sunday? We'll have to find out. I think, for me personally, based off of what we've seen this weekend, I think Send Spellbook is slightly favored in this matchup. But I said the same thing about I Do It yesterday, where I think that they should be better. And they looked a lot better in games 2 and 3 of their last series. So, I don't know, I think this is a pretty close matchup.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, Zyro, honestly, chat feels the same as you. We were seeing there for a second that it's pretty even, but just a little bit more towards Send Spellbook. Now, we'll get to do our own predictions here as well. So, we'll start things off. Dratnos, what do you think? Are you kind of feeling the same? Are you leaning towards Send Spellbook?
Yeah, I'm going to throw a Send Spellbook 2-0.
Okay.
How are
Mace?
all these NA casters abandoning I Do It? What the hell happened to the American freedom dream? What are you guys saying?
I think they're going to be free
Can we get
to
some
use the rest
Eagles
of their
creatures
weekend.
in here?
They'll be free to go
Crazy.
outside and not have to practice anymore. They'll be all done.
Yeah,
Nah,
I mean,
that's
it's
not
possible.
That's not
Makes,
right.
I mean, you aren't NA, but what are you saying? You're gonna back I Do It?
I'm gonna say 2-1 Send Spellbook because, of course, I am EU favored. Duh.
Sure.
I'm expecting these guys to do better.
All right, Zyro, are you gonna bring it back for NA? Where is your prediction going?
Hell no, 2-0 Send Spellbook. Listen, it's a choice between being right or having North American pride, and I'd much rather be right. I'm pretty sure that's the same case for you, Dratnos, right?
I mean, I would never make a biased decision. I'm just always making a pure
I
analytical
don't think
one.
it's that clear cut, you guys.
It's nice to know that Makes is just picking based off of regional favoritism, but I'm here just looking at the World of Warcraft, looking at the gameplay.
Absolutely, the
Sure you
stats,
do.
the numbers, Mathnos' specialty. Yeah, I mean, look, Makes, you did shame me a little bit. I do love I Do It. I want to root for them. There's nothing that I want more than to see them hop over and just defeat Send Spellbook
If you
and claim that
finish
victory.
this sentence with a 2-0 Send Spellbook rook, there will be a problem. I'm just saying.
I am
Rook?
not going to do that, Makes.
Hey, don't get bullied by Makes. Do not get bullied.
A 2-1 in favor of Spellbook.
You backed
Oh,
off.
that's crazy.
We know you
that
wanted
is
to say
messed
it.
up. I do it is not that bad, you guys.
They're not.
This is
Okay,
way
you know
too
what?
one-sided from y'all.
Fine. I'll swap it. 2-1 in favor of I do it. Because I do think that they can do it. And I love a little Underfrog story. I think they are cute. I like their logo. And also, honestly, I think that this team, they have had so much passion coming into this. Shindig said, we want to be in there. We want to be in the top 2. And even though they didn't quite have as much time as they wanted to prep coming in, these are players that can do it. And I think that we've already seen some good plays from them, some good rogue plays, and I think as well they can pull this off. Now, since Spellbook, they are some pretty intense competition, though. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, Zyro.
Yeah, listen, if I do win this series, I will be more than happy for them, and I mean, I'll be a little upset because my predictions got messed up, and I'll probably lose my spot at the top of the leaderboard up there with chat, but hey, listen, I'm more than happy to see teams exceed my expectations, because that hasn't happened a whole lot, over the years of the MDI, so I'm looking forward to it. Hopefully they can show something in this matchup that we haven't really seen from them all weekend, right? They've just really been consistent in some of their matchups, Mix, right? I don't think we've seen anything from I Do It that has really kind of wowed us so far. Actually, I take that back. In the Windrunner Spire, they had a couple interesting picks with the Rogue, but ever since then, it's been kind of par for the course. But we're already into the Seed of Triumvirate here, and both teams automatically, right off the bat, going for this quad subjugator pull.
That's right, and this is an extremely scary poll. Do not copy this, chat. I feel mandated to tell you this. But these teams are, of course, utilizing that Bloodlust, making sure they have everything ready to just deal with the scariest mobs all at once, because once that's done, it's done. We're going to be seeing them tack a couple extra trash percentages into the boss. As you can see, Sense Spellbook just a smidge ahead here on pulling Zoral. We've seen some teams have a couple of issues with this boss. A big thing you need to look out for are these coalesced voids, because once they are killed, they have a puddle underneath them. You can see it on the right hand side here, and that grows. So you need to be aware of where they are. And just as I'm saying it, Skilly goes down to it as that puddle just grew next to him, wasn't aware of it, and gets hit.
Listen, I don't want to say it's a trend, but I think we've seen Skilly die to that exact same thing twice when he was playing a Rep Paladin before. So it's a little unfortunate that continues to be a mistake for I Do It, but that is their one and only battle res gone. If they have another death to anything on this boss, they're just going to have to 2 DPS the rest of the encounter here. While we're looking at the boss HP slowly tick down here, we can take a moment to take a look at the team comps for both of the teams, Mix. We're seeing both of them opt for the Prot Warrior, which is really good if we've identified in this dungeon, specifically for Spell Reflex all throughout the dungeon, but most notably on the third boss. It just does so much damage on that boss. The only DPS difference we're seeing is in the choice of third damage dealer, right? It's DK versus Warlock here.
That's right, and I'm, of course, going to be a little bit biased in favor of that DK, but I will say the Warlock in a dungeon as wide as the Seed of Triumvirate is really nice. You can do a lot with the Warlock Portal. I'm a little bit interested on how Sense Spellbook is going to deal with the skip that we've seen most teams do prior to that penultimate boss, but we'll take a look at how that works out once we get there. For I Do It, we will probably just see them sigil, walk by, and then use that Warlock Portal up, which has become kind of a very common way to skip it. Since Spellbook might need to cook a little bit, but for now, they're the first team to finish out the boss here. On top of not having the additional 15 seconds death penalty, let's see how the rest of the routing in this dungeon looks like for them. Notably, Mandatory did go right, like very far right out of the gate here, but if I remember correctly, Sense Spellbook does not do that. I think they're just going to go straight ahead and tag that very first pack that you see.
Yeah, neither of the teams did that in the runs that we saw from them earlier this weekend, and it looks like they're not changing their strategy here on the side of Sense Spellbook. It'd be a little bit weird. You'd have to fix your cooldown cadence and completely figure out a new way to route the dungeon, so it makes sense that they're going to go for the similar strategy. I think the thing that we've been seeing most differently whenever teams come back to a dungeon later on in the weekend is we're seeing sort of like a comp swap based off of where the dungeon lies in the pool of dungeons they've been given. Like, for instance, for I Do It, I mentioned Skilly played Rat Paladin in this dungeon in one of their previous runs this weekend. They've swapped that for a Warlock here. Maybe they don't feel like the Warlock has a place in any of the dungeons later in the series, so they're going to use it in this dungeon and save the Ret Paladin for a later dungeon. It's interesting seeing teams kind of play around that spec ban rule and kind of change their picks a lot more fluidly than we've seen in the past.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm really liking seeing, even with that series we just saw, where it kind of became very clear on the first map that their game plan was to go 2-1, right? Because that's when you then try to mostly sack your first map to have the specs that you really want in map 2 and 3. But for these teams, I don't think any of that is showing up in their current setup. We of course know that that Prot Warrior is so good on boss 3 and 4, like we mentioned before. That Spell Reflect is going to do a lot for them. But for now, they will need to get through a bunch of trash here. A notable mob to kind of look out for is the Shadow Guard champion, which is also why you're not seeing Quasi start to run right now. He needs to finish out that champion before he can bring distance between him. Last second stun, they're making sure he's not going to get that bleed applied onto him. These champions can just absolutely destroy a tank whenever they're too far. You're seeing it here. 2 of them onto Quasi out of the immediate, was too far away, is able to survive that, but you can only do that so many times. And if there's any additional AoE damage that's unavoidable that's going out, which of course happens in these packs as well from the Void Caller, then you're starting to look at some problems. Another charge coming in on the left-hand side there, that champion, 1 HP, but it does hit Sky regardless.
Now, it's important to mention, we mentioned Sin Spellbook did not change their strategy on the direction they're pulling the Rift Wardens, but I Do It did. They actually did opt for the mandatory strategy where they go back to the right to that Rift Warden first, so they're going to gain a little bit of time over Sin Spellbook just based off of their progression of the dungeon, right? When they kill off the 3rd Rift Warden, they're going to be a lot closer to where that 3rd boss room is, but Sin Spellbook should get there first, right? They killed the first boss off about 30 seconds faster than I Do It. I actually didn't see on Skilly's death if that happened in one of those Dominion of Argus windows. If so, that would make a lot of sense. It kind of just stops the Warlock's damage dead in its tracks. All of their pet summons go away. They don't really they have to go back into their demon cycle as well, so they lose a ton of damage whenever they die. So it makes sense that their boss split was so much slower. But I think they can claw back a little bit of time here, since Spellbook only just now killing off that 3rd Rift Warden. Now they have to run all the way back towards that 3rd boss room. I think they're still going to get there a few seconds ahead, but they get to make up a little bit of time here.
Yeah, and that's exactly why we think that the route you're seeing on I Do It screen, and we also saw from Mandatory, is just faster because it cuts down on the walking time. And generally, in the MDI, you don't want to ever be just walking for 10 seconds. That's 10 seconds you could have been doing damage, and that's obviously so much more worth. I will say, though, since Spellbook now in the correct place, and that means we will get in fight with Saprish pretty soon. This is notably a boss that we don't see a lot of teams add anything onto. That's because it's kind of messy. There's a lot of orbs. You need to make sure you really get those interrupts onto Shadewing as well. There's a lot of damage that goes out on top of that, so adding anything else on top of that feels extremely scary, but it can be done as long as you're not going too crazy with it. So let's see how these teams are going to be approaching that as we are inching closer and closer towards that boss pool.
Something else I want to keep an eye on over the course of the dungeon is, like, we already talked about the DPS difference, but the healer difference as well, right? It's physical debuff versus Mark of the Wild, and on top of that, we've kind of identified in the past that Resto Druids can kind of spec into this more damage-focused build if they choose to. This dungeon is one of those dungeons where we saw it pulled off, where the Resto Druid is kind of doing similar damage to an Ogvoker and pretty close to one of the tanks as well. But I haven't really seen Norcom kind of popping off on the damage meters on any of these pulls just yet, so maybe they're not really hard-focused on that. Either way, I Do It has now engaged the second boss, maybe about 20 seconds slower than what we saw from Sin Spellbook, but that does mean that they've made up about 10 seconds, which is pretty useful in the grand scheme of things. Like, that death was pretty bad on the first boss, but they're definitely not out of it, right? Makes they're keeping it within distance of a potential mistake from Sin Spellbook here.
Oh, absolutely. And of course, there's always a lot more that can happen in the tail end of that dungeon as well, right? We all know how the Seed of the Triumvirate ends. Allura is a little bit of a messy boss, and that giant pull that they're going to be doing right before that penultimate boss is also a major, major pain point for a lot of teams. And as you can see right now, we're getting a pretty nice comparison between the two of them. Trash counts, pretty even, tiny difference there, around 0.6 percentage difference between I Do It and Sin Spellbook, But then when you look at the boss's HP, that really tells you everything you need to know. If from here on out, Sen Spellbook can keep it as cleanly as they have thus far, it might very well go to them. That's not a given. We've seen both of these teams have a couple of issues prior in their runs. There's been a little bit of inconsistencies here and there, and that skip that's coming up right after the boss is certainly one that has caused some issues for a lot of our teams as well. So Sen Spellbook, as you're now finishing out this boss, this is where we should be looking to try and see if everything goes right for them here as they gather that next pack.
I mean, it was Sin Spellbook, right, in the very first dungeon of the weekend that had issues on this next skip past this Devourer, where the tank pulls it off to the side and they Shadow Meld. They ended up having a death to that. Just one, but it ended up costing them a little bit of time in that run in the long run. So let's see if they can pull it off cleanly this time. They have a lot of room, actually. I think they've accelerated pretty far ahead of I Do It, killing the boss off a lot faster than I Do It. They were only 20% ahead when I Do It pulled the boss, but by the time they killed the boss off, they were 30% ahead. So they opened that gap a little bit this time around. Looks like the skip goes well for them. Need to find a way to get past these Void Infused Destroyers as well. It's going to be pulling them off to the side with a Misery Sigil on the pack of 5. Going to be running around the wall, and then once his teammates get through, he'll use a Shadow Meld of his own. A little bit weird timing.
Yeah, exactly. I
think you can meld
double meld to get this one together. You can see Looney there for a second, scared. Didn't know if he was able to walk on back. So the way it works is Sky walks to the right, gets in fight, allows the team to pass, then melds off that first pack, but then goes down to the Destroyer here.
Offline.
This is one of the mobs that you just want to get under control, but you're right, we're seeing that offline tag. That's never a good thing. That means a player has disconnected for whatever reason. Let's hope he comes back quickly. Maybe some 07s in chat or some prayers to help them reconnect here. Definitely a little bit of a scary situation. Dead on screen now. That means Dan has reconnected back to the group. I wonder if that just slowed them down a little bit on how they pulled this, or if they just said, okay, we're just going to do whatever we do as they were going through these packs. But looks like we should be able to get him back here. Are we just waiting for a natural res? Let's see.
Yeah, I think they wanted to wait till the trash pack was dead and then go for a regular res. They're saving the battle res. Oh, was he dead upstairs? Ah, they have to get a mass AoE res off to get him. That's a little unfortunate. Okay, well, that has provided a window for I Do It to somehow get back into it, but Sin Spellbook still has to deal with this one remaining trash pack. They're going to be pulling it on top of the boss right away. Dan dropping incredibly right off the bat, having to use Icebound Fortitude in order to keep himself up top. But yeah, Norcom goes down for I Do It in combat with this mass pull with the triple Grand Shadow Weavers. Do have the res for him, but that means I Do It is completely out of their battle reses now for the rest of the dungeon.
Yeah, a scary situation to be in, but you'd much rather have the res here as you're going into Viceroy Nezrar. For now, as I Do It has, for a split second, it looked like it might equalize all together, but then that death brought it back to the favor of Sen Spellbook here as well. They're both on to the boss. You can see both of these teams have also saved the pack that is behind them. They will be doing that while the RP goes on. The way it works is the healer is going to start that RP and the rest of the team just goes and fights that pack to round out the percentage point that they're still missing. But on the right hand side, we're also still seeing some additional conjurers that I Do It will need to finish off. So let's see where that actually puts them in terms of overall trash count. I don't think it brings them all the way. I think they still need to go up and pull that last pack.
Yeah, both of them are going to have to do the 2 destroyers plus the 5 pack that they skip past. So I think we're pretty much evened up here in terms of trash count and pulls left in the dungeon. Sin Spellbook clearly still has the advantage, even with that unfortunate disconnect upstairs. As long as they can just send it home, they should be at an advantage. They still also have that 1 death timer advantage too. So even if I Do It does finish the dungeon first, there's going to be a 15-second window where Sin Spellbook could catch up and kill off the final boss beforehand. I think this is really all going to come down to how well that last damage push on Lura goes, because we've seen some teams not actually kill the boss off within the damage window. They've had some, in some cases, upwards of 10 to 15% of the boss's HP gone, which can take an extra 20 or 30 seconds to kill off without the damage amp. If one of the teams kills the boss in the damage amp and the other doesn't, that right there could make the difference in this dungeon.
Absolutely could be. Let's see how it goes for Sen Spellbook as Viceroy Nezrar does go down for them here. here comes the splitting of the team. So a Wernstone has probably, oh no, they don't have an Aug Evoker. So Royben will just need to run on over while the rest of the team deals with those Void Benders. Hold on. Shella is here, Royben is here, Looney is here. Is it? Nope, Dan is here as well. Did anybody start the RP? Are we starting the RP?
You can start it pretty quickly. Maybe they're going to do it at the end. I
Not
don't
that
know
quickly,
if they have started yet. Yeah, it was definitely too
Maybe-
fast for them to be here already. Well, Royben could have dropped a port up here.
Maybe
at the map. No,
Royben put
they're
a
going now.
port. Yeah, I think
They're
that's the
going now.
case.
Okay.
There she is on her way to start RP. In the meantime, I Do It is finishing out as well. So you can see on top of the 15 timer differential that we have because of the deaths, they're also just a good chunk behind on the overall dungeon progression. For them, Morg is going to be the one that will clear it out, and then they have that Warlock portal set to allow the rest of the team catch back up. That doesn't mean this last pack is without any danger. You can see Shella dropping a little bit lower here as well, while the healer is not present. That means the team just needs to be extra careful, but a great job they've done now, and they're on their way to Laura. Like you mentioned, they will need to be able to one-phase it. That's why both of these teams also saving that lust to really make sure in that additional burn phase, they can just full send it into boss and hopefully claw this one out.
Yeah, it's going to require nearly a perfect push, and it's not as easy as just like pressing your cooldowns during the damage up either, right? Both of these teams are playing that Devourer or Demon Hunter, who has like about a 40-second damage window on their Void meta. So what you actually want to do is you want to press that Void meta about 15 to 20 seconds before the damage amp actually starts. That way you're at the highest damage point possible near the end of your Void meta when you have those haystacks stacked up from gathering all the souls during your Void meta. You have to time it perfectly. We've seen most of our players pull that off perfectly, but it's one of those extra things at the end of a grueling dungeon that you can kind of make a mistake with. Take a look at Sin Spellbook's positioning here. We've identified this a couple of times. They're pulling the boss to the edge of the room, and they're going to try to get one of these lines through two of the chimes. Looks like Shelly has the angle here.
Yep.
Going to be able to take out two of those chimes with one of those discordant beams. That doesn't let you get to the damage amp any faster, but what it does do is it makes it so the damage that stacks up on the group while the boss is pulsing here with the Grim Chorus, you only stack it 2 at a time rather than 3 at a time, so it's less healing that is required from Royben, and they can get more damage out of their healer and get the boss lower before that damage amp occurs.
Yeah, it's one of those rare times where you're actually voluntarily helping the healer. It's pretty seldom in any of those keys, but this is one of them for sure. Here comes the second round of those frontals, and Symphony of the Eternal Night has been achieved. That means that burn is coming in already. Bloodlust being used here as the team tries to one-phase Laura. Down it goes, shrinking. Here comes that damage. Everything being sent. Army taking a couple more seconds there on down, it looks like, but should be sent any minute now. Maybe just waiting for an overlap with the T that isn't just ready yet, but that cost them quite a bit. Laura is still on 10% as it goes back up, but should be good enough for the team to finish it out here.
Yeah, if it was any higher than this, there was maybe a chance for I Do It, but they aren't even in the damage app. The cast hasn't even started yet. Sin Spellbook has gotten the boss low enough, and remember, they have that 15-second time buffer anyways. If I Do It, we're somehow able to one-shot the boss here, which is not going to happen. Sin Spellbook takes game 1, puts I Do It on elimination point.
You know, since
We did
public-
see,
Oh, yes.
just a quick note, or sorry, we did see that army go on cooldown towards the end there, so it was just bugging on the cooldown reset. It's all good.
Okay. Good fix. Good catch. Now, everybody, Send Spellbook is giving all of you who weighed this series in their favor validation for rooting for them. They took that first map, getting the first point in our best of 3. And Makes, you were just adding a little bit of information there, but our first map of the series is done. So how do you think it ultimately went for the teams?
I think the death on the very first boss for I Do It is extremely unfortunate for the reasons that Zyra lined out. I think a lot of damage was lost there, but they were also the team that was just a little bit slower to pull that first boss as well. So they were just kind of playing from behind from the very start, which is interesting when you think about it just all together. But I don't know if Dratnos has some extra intel on this. I thought the route from I Do It was actually better than the one we saw from Send Spellbook.
Yeah, there was a lot of pathing that I thought looked pretty solid out of Team I Do It. You know, we did see a couple of deaths representing a lot of the time gap between the two teams, which is, of course, it makes it hard to directly compare. So here we can see on this first boss, look at the Warlock there, just unfortunately as that puddle grows into where he is and then he has to dodge out of the way of that frontal, ends up going down there. That definitely cost quite a bit of time. Something that I did want to talk about, though, there are some nice things that both teams were able to do. First of all, look at the damage that Roybin's putting out here on this Mistweaver Monk in this pull, this AoE, actually doing pretty substantial damage throughout the entire dungeon on Mistweaver here. And this is a consistent theme throughout pretty much the whole place, right? She's just spinning, doing huge amounts of extra damage. That's definitely maybe something that that explains part of how Send Spellbook were moving a little bit more quickly through the dungeon. If you think like makes and I think I as well agree that I Do It maybe had some better pulls right planned out for this dungeon, some better pathing. Something that they had to do as well. Send Spellbook, of course, nearly having a death as they set up that skip with the Shadow Meld over to the side, and then having a death on their DK would look like maybe a disconnect involved as well, or maybe not. Yep. But definitely that death there. In the meantime, I Do It actually have this really nice. Because they have this Warlock, they can actually execute this skip a lot more quickly with that Sigil of Misery and then this Gateway. So that's a very nice piece of technology that is unlocked by having the Warlock in here, able to get this skip done a lot more quickly and a lot more safely, right? We don't see the Devourer Demon Hunter almost dying like we did for Send Spellbook. The other thing I want to point out in here, both teams are using the Protection Warrior in this dungeon, which does have a big strength, which is this boss in particular. You can hit the Spell Reflect against the Mind Blast. Watch the boss HP after this kick comes out on the next Mind Blast. Just a huge damage nuke to the boss. Look at the damage meter even. You can see here that Warrior's going to jump up into second on the damage meter on this boss fight. And there's a lot of AoE in that pull as well. So when you add that all together, it really does help make that Prot Warrior a really strong choice for this dungeon. Already a spec that works out really nicely just in general, but on that third boss, you're just going to do 10% of the boss's health for free just by picking that Prot Warrior, and then you have a great spec to choose as one of your 3 that you lose thanks to that spec variety rule for the rest of the series.
I mean, that's a big thing as we consider what's coming up next, right? They've gotten this first map out of the way, and at least right now, Send Spellbook, they have the advantage, but I Do It want to be able to even this out if they can. And our next map is going to be Skyreach, which is one that we've seen already today. But Zyro, with our specs that we've seen, and with this dungeon in particular, where do you think we're going to see our teams kind of go looking ahead?
So I think the clear switch we're probably going to see between these two dungeons will probably drop the Prot Warrior for, I would like to see Guardian Druid, just because of the giant AoE pulls that you can do in this dungeon. We already saw that shown off earlier today from Mandatory and Polish Mountain. Warlock is necessary in this key, right? There's a lot of good gateway skips. Start of the dungeon, getting up to the first boss platform is really important. Also, the gateway skip during the Wind Tunnel RP phase, really, really good. Make sure all 5 players in your team wait for the gateway to go down and don't try to go early. Ryoma? It's a little funny to see, but
listen,
yeah,
listen,
it's just really
it
good
happens
in
to all of us. Don't pretend it never happened to you.
No, it's never happened to me. I'm a perfect player mix. But yeah, there it is. The Prot Warrior is gone. Since Spellbook loses the Devourer, which I think is interesting. I think it's going to be really good in this key. But it looks like I Do It's going to keep the Devourer for this key, which means I feel like they're going to have a better comp for this key.
Yeah, Send Spellbook get to keep that Mistweaver, which is really nice, right? If they had lost their healer like I Do It did, then that would be the Mistweaver going away. The Aug Evoker is an option for both teams as well, which I expect we will see in this dungeon. So, yeah, it's interesting ban field. I do think I like I Do It's setup a little bit better, what they have access to going into this dungeon.
Okay, I mean,
keep in mind, Send Spellbook also won the first map. So if they can take this one, it's going to be over. Whereas I Do It will need to reverse sweep. I'm not sure how much teams plan this out on, like, what if we win this and what if we go to third map, but I think they should. I think they should have a plan for, like, if we win, this is what we ban and play, and then if we lose, this is what we ban and play, because it really matters for that third map whether or not you have access to a Guardian Druid, to an Augmentation Evoker, right? Those classes really matter, so...
I'm not saying it's a trend, but I Do It have played 3 series already this weekend, and 2 of them they reverse swept, so... You know,
see,
maybe
Zyro,
they could do it again.
I'm not just saying it because Makes guilted me into voting their way. I'm kidding. I genuinely love cheering for I Do It. But they do have that comeback sort of like streak that I think is there waiting for them. And if they do have a composition like we were just talking about that seems like it could be a little bit stronger as we go into Skyreach, if they're able to, again, just kind of tighten up some of these strategies and really execute them well, I think Send Spellbook, they are going to have their work cut out for them. Now, this will be game 2, Send Spellbook versus I Do It here in Skyreach. Send Spellbook has 1 point on the board. If they take this one, they take the series, but we'll see if they're able to land it. Makes.
Yes, we are going to be seeing exactly how our teams are going to be routing through this. So interestingly enough, you can see the team from Send Spellbook waiting back there. They already have the Warlock portal up. We're also seeing it from I Do It as well. And the entire team now comes back in to Sky, who has gathered basically everything he could find on his way to the boss's platform here. On the right-hand side, it looks like something, yeah, there we go. It was still missing, but they are incoming right now as the teams are getting ready here. I do like the gathering from Send Spellbook just a tiny bit better because obviously if everything's there from the start, you can also just DPS everything from the start, but I'm not sure it should matter here for I Do It since they will be able to start the boss just a couple seconds later and should be able to finish out the rest of the mobs, given that they started immediately. It took a couple more seconds to get in fight with Ranjit, but now both teams are.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the dungeons that both of the teams should be super practiced on. Oh, I gotta take a second there, as Ribbon does actually end up going down to the coalesced win from Ranjit there. Almost one-shotting her, as a matter of fact. That's their battle res gone, and the lust gone on their healer as well. They're going to lose a little bit of damage because of that. We already identified last dungeon. This Mistweaver Monk actually can put in a decent bit of work and make these bosses a little bit faster. So they've lost a little bit of that damage. They've also lost that safety net. They don't have the battle res for the next 9 minutes of the dungeon makes, so we'll have to keep an eye on that for Send Spellbook. They really need to play perfect from here on out. Any further mistakes could be the end for them. Both teams also have a couple stragglers of trash coming in at the last moment that they're going to be able to cleave down with the boss, just a little bit of added efficiency. But again, like, it seems like this has been a trend for this matchup. Send Spellbook just seems like they're a little bit faster, a little bit more clean on their pulls, and it shows when we get to the boss and they're about 10% ahead.
Well, we are getting an equalizer here as Morkweaver does go down to one of the dread wins. So wins taking, no prisoners left and right. Both of the teams now down to 1 death as well as 0 battle rests for the next 8 minutes. That is something we'll need to keep in mind. I'm especially looking towards that second boss, looking at our melee players. You know, you can easily get frontaled on that boss if some of them are a little bit unfortunate. So we'll need to take a closer look at that once we're actually getting there. But before we do, I'm really curious on whether or not any of these teams have the same tech prepared that we saw from Mandatory, where this boss has 2 entrances. So you can go left and you can go right to get into the room with the construct. And it doesn't really matter much which side you go to, but Mandatory added in the other side into their pre-boss trash as well. And I'm curious if either I Do It or Send Spellbook have something similar prepared here. So let's really make sure we take a look as they are finishing out Ranjit, where they're walking, and especially where the healer is walking, because I would assume that's usually the one who wanted to tag in that extra mob.
Yeah, about a 10% advantage still, even after the death here for Send Spellbook. Let's take a look at their pull, and yes, they are doing both sides here. Makes identifying the double solar elemental pull, so have to keep an eye on those orbs as they spawn. Need to kill them quickly so your group doesn't end up going down to any extra pulsing damage and heals don't go off on the group. That Guardian Druid is going to come in clutch on these massive pulls, though. Take a look at the damage from Sky there, almost keeping up with the damage dealers in their cooldowns, only just now falling off as they start to ramp up. But the pull is not over yet. This is a constant threat type of pull where you're constantly making sure you're getting interrupts, doing perfect AoE stops, but it looks like Send Spellbook have gotten away with this pull. I Do It now going for the pull of their own. They're playing it a lot safer, though. Take a look at the Imprison plus Paralyze on the right side. They're not going for everything at the same time.
That's right, they're not, but Sense Spellbook is also not electing to do the version that we saw from Mandatory, where they tagged the pack into this room here, allowing that first solar orb to spawn outside, saving you some of the damage, right? If you don't need to DPS it, if you're line of sighting it, you're not taking any damage from it either, so you can just fully ignore it, which Sense Spellbook actually just elected to play it right there and then, meaning they had to DPS those orbs down. Still, well done, as they have taken that pack down. I Do It in the meantime has now added back in the 2 mobs you called out that Wears to See to the side, but that certainly is a much slower approach to this double pack than what we saw from Sense Spellbook here. I would agree, as they're now not even allowed to go in just yet. It just opened, so it took them a little bit longer to even open that pathway.
But they are dragging that trash in, and they are going for the same pull that we saw for Mandatory, triple solar construct, every single mob in the room. So we'll have to see if they're able to pull this off cleanly. Either way, they are significantly behind now. Sin Spellbook have cleared out everything in this room. The boss is spawned for them. They're already onto Arachnath here, where I Do It now have a significantly more dangerous pull that they have to get through. Look at the pulsing damage on the group. They also have to make sure they're healing through these channels from those solar constructs on their individual players, too. It's a lot of danger for Norcom there, but it looks like they're doing a good job of it so far.
Yep, absolutely. They need to make sure that they're safe and steady here. It's very much a little bit of a job for the healer, and you can see right here, right now, those frontals need to stay out of. Their hitbox is a little bit tricky, so it's a little further than what you can actually see because it fades out into transparency, just something to pay attention to if you haven't been into this dungeon just yet.
See what Shelly's doing in the background. He's running in and out of the solar beams. This is actually some tech that I think Megaset posted this on Twitter. It's something that a lot of different classes in the game can do, where when you go constantly in and out of the beam permacasting, it doesn't actually end up doing any damage because it's swapping targets every time. It does a damage on like a time-based tick.
Yeah, it does.
And
like
if you're constantly swapping, it doesn't do any damage. So that's interesting tech. Is Shelly going to do it again here? Oh, he can actually go between both beams here. Yeah, dude, get a POV of Shelly here. This is insane. This is really smart tech.
Wow, that's crazy. Yeah, look at this. The team is not taking any damage. So neither the person that was soaking nor Shelly is actually taking that damage. That's super cool to see from them utilized here. On the right-hand side, a more traditional approach to Arachnath, as I Do It is dealing with that boss now as well. You can see on the percentages we're back in, but look at this. Here's Shelly doing it again. The Living Flame cast just in between, wiggling back and forth. That Drakthir able to free cast while moving and is utilizing it to the max. Very, very cool.
And that means Roybin just gets to RSK away, do all the damage she needs to do, and not worry about healing the group. And check out how far ahead Sin Spellbook is after these, right? This is ridiculous. 40% of a boss HP bar ahead. And we're a little more over halfway into the dungeon, but still very, very impressive gameplay out of the squad here. They've definitely cleaned up that gameplay that we saw from them earlier in the weekend. This is what this team needs to look like if they want to have a chance of taking out Polish Mountain, if they are able to make it through this series. Looking good for them so far, Megs.
It is. I'm curious if we're going to be seeing this team also tank those Searing Quells on our next boss, as they're just finishing out those Sun Talon Tamers right now. It is a lot of damage, particularly on a 17, right? That they will need to heal, but it allows you so much more uptime to actually deal with that boss. So let's see how that goes. Of course, no Bloodlust for another 3 minutes, and I assume that lust will be used for that penultimate pull of the dungeon, where we'll see them go really big prior to the boss. But that first Searing Quill should be coming in momentarily. Sunbreak arrives first. That Sunwing is CC'd, stunned. Make sure it just gets cleaved onto. Nicely done with that Ring of Peace here as well. And Rukran should be casting any second now. We saw other teams just stand there and tank it. Be brave, be strong, and send Spellbook do that as well.
I feel like they're going to be so practiced on this, they'll do it as well. Yeah, they're not line of sighting the Searing Quills. We're perfectly happy sitting here standing at AMZ down. Personals across the board. Look at the health bars for them. Unending Resolve, IBF, Scales, and Bruise all being used to tank that damage. No issue for them whatsoever. Health bars didn't even drop for them. very, very simple to deal with, and that way they get full damage uptime on the boss. And the gap has been opened up once again. 40% ahead on the second boss, now closer to 60% ahead on the third. SPELLBOOK is just not letting off the gas pedal, playing this dungeon perfectly so far. But we do know, like, the hardest pull of the dungeon is coming up here if they opt to go for it, right? We saw Mandatory do an absolutely ridiculous pull onto the last boss platform. It looks like that is a potential make-or-break part of the dungeon should either of these teams choose to go for it. It almost seems like IDOIT would have to go for it to catch up at this point, so we'll have to see if they're able to pull it off. But for the time being, both teams still have to deal with the remaining HP on Rookrat.
Well, that also implies that they have that prepared, that they know they're this far behind. I'm not sure that is the case for IDOIT, but we'll see how it goes. I thought when you said the hardest part of the dungeon is coming up, you meant that wind puzzle. Because that is certainly the next thing that is waiting for SPELLBOOK, so all eyes on them. Can they make it through cleanly? A nice little thing you can do is just wait to get knocked up. If you're a DK, you can just horsey up, and you don't need to worry about anything. Dan is saying, I don't care. We also have a Warlock portal up there, and SPELLBOOK has defeated the Wind Boss. Now, something that we're seeing from a lot of our teams is not actually clicking this Wind Orb, which is relevant to a certain extent, because if anything should happen on this really hard pull that you're seeing right here, right now, then that means they spawn all the way back there if they cannot utilize a rest or spend that first rest and another person dies. So just a tiny little thing to keep in mind here, but did you see what Dan was doing? That was really cool.
Yeah, that was super clean. I mean, we're just chaining all the way into the top boss room. They're doing similar pull style to Mandatory here, where literally everything is getting pulled except for the two that Dan skipped past at the start for the team. We have a couple mobs CC'd off to the left, so there's a couple less kicks that they have to deal with. But still, this is that pull that I was talking about. But fortunately, since SPELLBOOK has the second Bloodlust for this pull, just to AoE burst this trash down. And look at what the team is doing. They're doing 600k DPS, and this is with Migs. The first 30 seconds, they were just running in combat. So they're both easily doing closer to 1.5 million DPS to chain this pull down, and it dies within about 30 seconds. Unbelievably clean pull from SPELLBOOK. They've got almost all their count. The boss will be spawning momentarily, and it looks like they're about to cruise to a 2-0 victory.
Yeah, very cool. We're also seeing the same tag from IDOIT. For them, it's Shindig who's actually trying to pull those packs back, then shadow melding them off and rejoining the team with that Wernstone. Love to see that tiny little min-maxing from her teams, and here comes IDOIT trying to do that same massive pull. One cage is being used on the right-hand side on that initiate, but SPELLBOOK just so much faster here. There's no death differential this time, but there, oh, look at that rescue. I was trying to figure out how we're going to come back for this DK. There's a couple of ways you can get back on the platform, but DK usually doesn't have a huge jump ability, so cool rescue tech from SPELLBOOK on the left-hand side there as well.
Yeah, that was super clean. The only other thing they could have done is give him the Wordstone before the facts, and then he could have Wordstone the second he got picked up, but they don't have the Wordstone and they're already off the platform. That's the only other way. Now, that option isn't available for them for the rest of the fight now, or until Rescue comes back off cooldown.
That's okay,
they don't need it for the
it's on
Warlock.
Loon. He can just port.
That's easy.
He's fine.
Shelly will probably give the Wernstone to whoever gets it next, if I had to imagine, so that they have a way of getting out of that. But they're only going to get a couple more before the end of the fight. And honestly, at this point, they could afford a death. They are so far ahead. 50% ahead on the boss from IDOIT.
I don't know about that.
Well, they're pretty far ahead, Mix.
A death would be pretty bad. It's 15 seconds, Sarah.
Yeah, but 50% of a boss, that's over a minute, Mix. They're so far ahead right now.
They are, but they would lose a lot of damage as well, right?
It's on Dan again.
It is on Dan this time. Activate Wernstone. Doesn't even care. Is immediately back with that group. Now, Wernstone has also been used here as well. They don't need to deal with much more of these. I think one more for sure, and then maybe that last one we can try to ignore and just nuke boss instead, but very, very fast pace from SPELLBOOK in this Skyreach. I'm just looking up the one we saw from Mandatory earlier. They ended this dungeon on 12:55, which is arguably even faster than what we're seeing here, but SPELLBOOK is going to close that book 2-0 for them.
There it is. SPELLBOOK cleaned up their play from yesterday and even pulled off some innovative strats in that Skyreach. They take the series 2-0 and they will be moving on to face Polish Mountain in our lower finals. Even so, I have no regrets for cheering on I Do It. This will be the last we see of them this season in the MDI, but I hope that they'll be back in future seasons as well. Now, Zyro, this series might be over, but let's go ahead and take a look at the map. What were our team's approaches like on this one?
You know, it's interesting because I feel like the approaches on both of these maps were pretty similar. It was just a matter of SPELLBOOK being more clean in their gameplay and in general having better damage. Like, even just on the single target boss damage, it seemed like that we're generally just a little bit faster. I do think I Do It played well today. I don't think there's anything that they can feel bad about. They played probably the best that we've seen all weekend, but unfortunately, SPELLBOOK was just better.
They were. I mean, overall, I think that play just put them ahead. And so with that in mind, we'll have Dranos even take a look at this map as well in our last one of the series.
Yeah, I mean, again, you could see from that graph that they just slowly were pulling ahead throughout that mid part of the dungeon. Those spikes end up getting a little bit further and further in SPELLBOOK's favor. Nothing huge going wrong for either team. This was a map that was defined by, there was the odd death here or there for both teams. We had this one actually early on. The first blood in the map was claimed against SPELLBOOK here. So you can see on this first boss as it gets pulled. And then watch carefully here. As the Gale Surge comes out. And that one ends up, it looks, so you can see there's those two puddles on the ground. And then the knockback, it looked like hitting both of them. Ended up taking out Roybin there. We had a couple of deaths, though, over for the side of I Do It as well, with the Dreadwind knocking the Evoker off and the Glide not quite being enough to get back on the platform there. So those sorts of things were little mistakes going on, but I don't want to focus too much on the mistakes made by either team here, because yes, the run wasn't perfect from either team, but it was very good. It was very good from both teams. It was certainly an impressive run. It's unfortunate for I Do It. They looked a lot better than they did yesterday, just unfortunately not quite good enough to stack up to what SPELLBOOK were able to do. This pull they were able to execute safely to the end of the dungeon, and just nice little bits of tech being used. We talk a lot about the different ways that teams can dodge having to kill the ad during the last boss fight. Talk a lot about abilities like Wernstone. There's also just good old rescue here, which you can do. You see here, DK just getting dropped off over the edge, and then the rescue back on, no problem. So if your Wernstone's on cooldown, if you've got it on a different person, something like that's going on, you can always just use the rescue. A couple of other class abilities that will get you back on as well. None of them are as 100% consistent as that Wernstone can be, but all of them are very valuable to know what you can do so that you don't actually have to switch targets. And that's how SPELLBOOK ended up taking the series here.
I love seeing those little details and the things that they worked into the run. I mean, it goes to show, right? Every run, even if things are a little messy or there are some accidents or things, whatever it might be, there's still something to take away from it. And I think both of these teams really did give us a lot to take away from these runs. SPELLBOOK a little bit more, which is why they'll be moving on. And it was great to see them pull off some of those impressive plays, but they're going to need to pull off even more against their next opponents. So Makes, can you give us the current standing of our Group A bracket?
Yeah, so Mandatory is waiting in the final matchup. That one is going to be a best of 5, which also means we'll see even more spec bans than we have yet in any of the series. We're really curious on how teams going to navigate that. But before we go there, we're going to be seeing our lower bracket final, and Polish Mountain had been waiting there ever since their match earlier today against Mandatory. Now, SPELLBOOK, we're basically not giving them a whole lot of break time to be ready for this run. They had to have that figured out coming into today's tournament day. That'll be like a small little break, and then we'll be right back into the action on who will be the team that makes it to the season finals and BlizzCon.
That is the big prize at the end. And of course, while the prize pool is there, a lot of these teams have cited BlizzCon as being a huge motivating factor for them this season. And like, no surprise, I think we're all super excited for it and can't wait ourselves. But before we get to our next series, those lower finals that we're going to see, we have a little game to play here, everybody. The mini games are back, and this time it is Something Ain't Right. This is the one, if you saw it yesterday, where we have to take a look at a map from a dungeon here in Azeroth, and then we have to try to guess what is wrong with it. Is there something missing? Are the trash packs wrong? Are there no bosses? It could be any number of things, so everybody keep your eyes peeled, and we'll get a look at today's dungeon and see if we can spot what's wrong.
All right. So it's going to be an Algathar Academy.
Okay, I have
that
an
we start
idea.
off with. Go
Oh,
ahead.
right away.
I think the colors are incorrect potentially on the buff area at the start. I'm
Yeah,
pretty
they
sure
are.
that the black dragon
Yeah.
is on the first spot, right? And I only know this because that's the only one I always click.
Yeah, black dragon's on the right.
I'm
bronze
sorry,
is on the left.
but if I think
Right.
that's it.
red is
You're totally
far
right.
right. Blue is middle left, and green is far left. Yeah, that's 100% it. You nailed
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, I think the different
Question
dragon
is,
flights are
is
wrong.
that the only thing that's wrong?
Ooh.
I think
like,
so. The rest
Yeah,
of
I
this looks
think that's
accurate.
it.
Yeah.
Okay. Seems to be
That
it.
was the easy
Okay.
one, apparently.
All right,
Here
now we
comes
get
the
our
hard
next one,
one.
everybody. That was the warm-up, so get ready for the real deal. Let's see if we can spot the difference on this one. This time it's going to be Nexus Point Zenus, which is spelled totally right. It's totally correct. Right
I
there.
saw it instantly. Okay, well,
So sorry.
well.
I was like, I'll just read the dungeon name. Oh, well. That's maybe just one of the things that might be wrong. Okay,
There's
there's
two
another
things
thing
wrong
wrong.
on this one.
Okay.
I have a guess, but I'm
Ooh, I
not
know.
sure.
Oh yeah,
I
Core
think
Spark
there's
Engine
some
Way and
flare
Artifacts are backwards.
bats.
Oh, flare
Wait,
bats.
what?
No.
Is the name?
It's the
I think
yeah,
it's
the
the
trash
flare
on the sides
bats on
of
the
the
bridge.
right, are all gone.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, yeah, I see. You're right.
But it might be both. It might be that. It's also the names. I don't read names. I'm a melee player. I don't read. So, but I think it's the flare bats on the bridge that
Yeah,
are
they're
missing.
there.
Oh, there it is.
Oh,
There's
okay, is
both
that
of
it?
those.
are those
There
the
we
right
go, there we
names for
go.
the wings?
Yeah.
Okay. Because
Oh, there we go.
isn't the right boss called Core Spark? So, whatever. You know, if that's all, I'm chill. Okay.
She's the
Nice. I mean,
core
these are good.
warden over on the right. Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
We're
yeah,
warden,
yeah.
and it's
See,
the core
see.
defense. So
Wow, we did it, chat. I see a lot of you got it as well. Good job. I see there were little calls there about the tree boss being wrong as well on the
That's
map.
just
so-
MDT has it like in a different spot slightly than where it
okay.
actually lives. Yeah.
There you go, chat. That answers your question. But there are our differences. Good job spotting what wasn't right to all of us and all of you. And we're going to hope that our teams, we're going to be able to spot a lot of things going very right for them, actually, in the next runs, because it is all on the line. Polish Mountain versus Send Spellbook. With our lower finals, whoever doesn't make the cut is going home, and they lose their chance at that path to BlizzCon. Whoever does is going to secure a place in our top two moving forward. But, of course, the championship crown is still on the line. Next up, Send Spellbook versus I Do It. You will not want to miss it, everybody. We are coming back from our break just as our teams are hoping to have a comeback from the lower bracket. These are the lower finals, and it's going to be Polish Mountain versus Send Spellbook. So get your predictions in, everybody. Now, with these two teams, it's kind of a contrast in what we've seen from their performances this time around. Polish Mountain coming in and looking so strong and so consistent, where they've struggled with consistency perhaps in some previous seasons. And Send Spellbook coming in with these strong individual players, but struggling to find some of that consistency as they tackle these dungeons. Now, Makes, we have seen both of them in our first dungeon, Magister's Terrace. How do you think they kind of measure up in their approaches to that one?
Not in the favor of Send Spellbook. I'm a level with you, okay? It's not looking too good for them in that first dungeon. The other two, different story. But at Magister's Terrace, we thought Polish Mountain had a crazy fast route, and they're the only team that was faster was Mandatory. We saw Send Spellbook in there, and it didn't look as fast. Now, they also had some missed count, which we will pay close attention to once we actually get into this dungeon today for them, that then added another minute onto it. But even with that extra minute, they were just not as fast as what we saw from Polish Mountain. So if we're expecting both of our teams to have not changed their route and have a deathless run, I think this Magister's Terrace is clearly favored to the Polish Mountain.
You know, it'd be hard, I think. It's Polish Mountain. They've just been looking so good now. It's only been a few days into this season. And Send Spellbook, of course, we've seen some great plays like we were highlighting in that last series they just participated in. But Polish Mountain said when they came in to this season that they're open-minded, they're not scared to pull off some crazy strats and routes, and that they are getting closer and closer to the very best teams and are trying to prove that. So, Tettles, do you think with this little window that we've seen of them thus far in the competition, do you think they're doing that?
I think that that's a fairly accurate assessment of their skill. So, like, these two teams, they're the 6th and the 7th seed, or the 7th and the 6th seed, depends on how you look at it. And with that being the case, you would expect that they're actually kind of close. From an analysis perspective, I think that Polish Mountain has faster strategies almost straight across the board, but they're a little bit less consistent at being able to deploy them, like, completely deathless or 100% of the time. And I feel like for Send Spellbook, I think that they're a little bit more consistent, but I think I tend to lean towards the team that has the faster peak whenever I'm like deciding who do I think is going to win. And I think that is kind of the big differentiator is who has the faster routes. But there's always this huge wrench in things where you have to think about, it's like, what is the spec variety rule? Like, how does that affect a dungeon to dungeon like setup?
It's true, right? I mean, that is that extra strategy that gets put in there, as well as like where they're going to really have that fastest amp, that fastest run of the dungeon with the specs available to them. And it looks like, chat, you are leaning in favor of Polish Mountain, but we can get our predictions in as well here on desk. So I'll start things off with Makes. What are you going to do?
I'm going to do 2-0 Polish Mountain, so nobody can say I'm just copying.
I thought you're contrarian.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
You guys have to now say the opposite because I'm the contrarian. That's how that works. Checkmate.
Great. Thank you so much, Makes. You've really set us up for success on this one. All right, Tettles, what are you going to do? Are you going to go in opposition to Makes, or are you going to roll with your heart?
I'm 2-0 the Mountain.
Okay. Zyro?
I feel like Polish Mountain is going to win, but I can never beat chat if I'm always guessing the same thing as them. I'm going to just go out on a limb and say Send Spellbook is going to have the hot hand. They just played 2 lights out maps against I Do It. They have some good matchups in these dungeons, right? They looked good in Pit of Saran before the remake happened. I feel like they could have a good Windrunner Spire. I'm going to go Send Spellbook 2-1.
What is the win case? Okay. Like, what is the win case here for them?
I think it's reverse sweep. I don't think they win the Magister's Terrace, regardless of how. I think Polish Mountain would have to make some massive mistakes in Magister's Terrace.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, Polish Mountain has looked very, very fast, very strong on that. And because we haven't seen a lot of deaths coming out from them, I don't think we've really seen much of any coming out from them thus far. I'd be surprised if they started to stumble now. With that in mind, I think I'm going to go 2-0. I'm going to go 2-0 in favor of Polish Mountain. I'm going to do it this time around. You know, I rooted for I Do It last time, but this time I'm going with the Mountain. I think that this is the one that's more favored to win. But who knows? Honestly, I think it's anybody's game in this, and like we've been saying, Magister's Terrace is going to be up first. Now, you know, Zyro, you were giving us some of your insights, but with this particular dungeon, is there anything unexpected, or do you think we're going to see our teams kind of stick with what they know in this one?
I could see SPELLBOOK being a team that's confident enough to have a better strategy in this key. The one time we saw them run it earlier this weekend, they made a big mistake where they missed count, and they ended up having to backtrack to get extra count. That cost them in the realm of a minute, so I think the timers that we have aren't necessarily indicative about how fast this dungeon could be. They're a team that has a lot of experience, so they could do something faster in this run as well, with how they know how fast Polish Mountain is. So I'm excited to see how they play this dungeon out.
Both of these teams are eager to measure up. This is everything to them. If they want to move on to BlizzCon, they have to make it out of these lower finals. Polish Mountain versus Send Spellbook in our first dungeon here, Magister's Terrace. Who will be the faster team, Tuttles?
Yep, and we're seeing right off the bat Polish Mountain and Sin Spellbook on very, very different comps makes. Double Warrior for Sin Spellbook here. A fairly unique composition. What do you think the reason for the Protection Warrior pick? We know that Dan, he loves that Arms Warrior. Arms Warrior seems fairly solid. Prog Warrior, it's felt like it's been like the third best tank spec so far this MDI.
Okay, so I just had to double check the Magister's Tears that we saw from them as map 1 in their series against Cook is Gone. They played a Brewmaster there. Other than that, the comp is exactly the same. So to me, this spells out that we are playing for map 3 on the side of Send Spellbook. Okay. I think they're trying to protect that Guardian Druid. They might even be trying to protect that Brewmaster Monk. You can do a little bit of spell reflecting on this dungeon, but it's not too relevant. And obviously, you lose a lot of that utility that you usually would have with something like the Druid. But it doesn't spark confidence just to the eye check when we compare those two comps, I will say, Tattles.
I feel like playing defensively for compositions and banking on a reverse sweep feels like your team is almost always on the back foot. Like, I feel like that just as an overarching strategy, we've seen it a couple of times. It feels like every single time we've seen it, I've felt horrible about it.
Yeah, I mean, that really puts a lot of pressure on that second map, for sure. But if you can take it to a third map, suddenly it feels a lot better because the other team is losing out a lot of powerful specs that you then still have access to, right? So it's hard to say. I don't think we haven't seen worked out, but Sky does go down here. Send Spellbook is dealing with basically the second pack in the dungeon, and that is going to make things a lot harder for them. They're trying to recover here. Sky has been rest, still fighting for his life. Last defensives are running, but no one there to help him out as Ribbon had to release to try and get back to the group. Looney now running to try and at least get this thing on track here. Portal comes out, makes it so he can run, but this is just so tragic for Send Spellbook right out of the gate.
Would this have happened if he was on a Brewmaster? I mean, I feel like that is the question that I have here. Like, they're making a concession in terms of, you know, they're maybe not playing their best composition for this dungeon, trying to put themselves in a position where Polish Mountain makes a mistake, they would maybe be able to capitalize on it. But now you're adding a very unknown variable into your spec variety rule, a Protection Warrior that we haven't seen played in this dungeon by your team. Is that really the thing that you have the most practice on in here? The likely answer is no. And it's just tough. I think that being flexible, this MDI, is incredibly advantageous. And I think that is one of the most important things, is having a bunch of specializations in your bag, but also making sure that you never make a mistake on them.
Yeah, it's a tough line to walk for those teams. I think if you're Send Spellbook and you looked at that Magister's Tears, that Polish Mountain clocked in, and you think your route is not good enough to contend, then your smartest play is to play for map 3, right? And if that means you have to protect the Brewmaster and the Guardian Druid because that is how your bans are working out, then that just means you're essentially forfeiting this first map. And I think there could have been more elegant ways to do this than maybe coming in and farming 7 deaths on that second pack of the dungeon. But it's certainly going to be putting them on a real hard trajectory for this series as they are going up against Polish Mountain. Now, I will say, the one thing that could still turn this back into the favor of the books is Polish Mountain's route is crazy. You know that. There's giant pulls that they're doing, which to the eye test don't look like they should be possible, but they did them. So there could always be something going wrong with a pull like that. You're never really secure with them, and that is just where we need to put our focus to see if they can get through this unscathed.
In theory, if you do wipe to that pull, you They lose the dungeon, actually, as it turns out. Because that pull is, while the Synth Spellbook wipe was catastrophic, pulling everything into the Galeas room, and if you ended up, losing your Incarn from your bear and wiping to that pull, it's impossible to actually redo that pull, I think, is something that you have to be thinking about. But for Polish Mountain here, this is the moment in time where they need to just make sure that they don't make mistakes. Even if they sacrifice a little bit of time, I think the biggest thing is making sure that they don't make I wouldn't even say a medium mistake. I think a medium mistake they still win, but a very large mistake. They need to avoid wipes at this point, and they are going. And the thing with the MDI is you still have to kind of play your strategy because you haven't prepped on what does offensive cooldowns, what does defensive cooldowns look like whenever you try to, do an additional pull or you're breaking things up. Things actually can get harder if you don't have your cooldowns for specific packs, and so sometimes going faster does end up making things easier because then you're allowed to press your Zephyr, you're allowed to press your anti-magic zone, you're allowed to press every single defensive and try to just power through this Spellbreaker Runic Glaive pack. At the same time, there is still difficulty and volatility in those things. And Yitte going down for Polish Mountain, he costs them a battle res. They're not going to wipe to this pull, but now that opens up the possibility if there's a death on Kyo or Tankiers on a future pull or potentially a boss, that's how Sin Spellbook gets back into the game.
Yeah, I totally agree. If your route hinges on sending all cooldowns into a pack and then you are unable to make it for whatever reason, that might just be the difference maker.
Yeah.
Sin Spellbook farmed 7 deaths, yes, but it didn't lose a whole lot of CDs with it, right? Their dungeon route didn't become impossible, which would be the case if this happens to Polish Mountain. Now, we're talking on a lot of conditionals here. This is not necessarily something that we're expecting to see. This team has been super, super clean. We saw them against Mandatory this morning, and even though they weren't able to take any maps from them, they still looked really good. They didn't have any major issues. It was just mostly a routing differential between those two teams. And we know that their routing still is pretty good in this Magister's Terrace. So that one death, I think you just kind of take on the chin. Anything else could be a problem. But let's take a look at Sen Spellbook here, because we did see them have a bunch of deaths to this part of the dungeon back when we saw them in this dungeon. Those Runic Glaives are no joke. It's probably one of the most damage output ability in the entire dungeon pool, if I were to hedge a bet.
Roybin has 2 stacks of that Runic Glaive dot. I mean, this is a huge point of contention. If you've ever done this key on live, if you're not Pug, this is where the HPS check gets real. And even if you're doing this key on live, this is very likely your Bloodlust pull. These teams are doing this dungeon on a 17 with they don't just have the 2 Spellbreakers, they have 4 sometimes in this pull, and they don't have their Bloodlust available for them, which is kind of crazy to think about what level it's being done on and how many of those Runic Glaive dots are being put onto those players. Both Sin Spellbook and Polish Mountain have been able to defeat that very dangerous trash, and Sky is running, grabbing a couple of mobs that's going to be pulled in a Serenil Sunlash. As you look on the left side of your screen, Polish Mountain, they've almost downed and dispatched that boss, and I think that there's only one more point of time. Oh my god, the reverse gate.
That was not... Yep.
I didn't see that. Anyway.
The ping coming out.
I think
a
there's
little bit of an oopsie there.
So just to set this up, after this boss for Polish Mountain, they are going to be doing 1 pull into Galeas. It is the last point of tension for Polish Mountain where they have a chance to lose. If they're able to deal with this next pull, and they don't die, basically if they don't wipe to it, they are going to be winning this map. That is kind of the current situation here.
All right, let's take a look. They have finished channeling. Here they go. Tankiers is going to be bravely stepping ahead of the team, and it all hinges on the Guardian Druid as they are able to do this pull. There's a lot of aggro you need to hold. Your healer also needs to make sure they're not actually pulling healer aggro, so that can be a very real scary thing for those teams, but they are on their way, and like you mentioned, we're going to be walking. This is the classic Polish Mountain, how much do you want to pull? Yes, kind of style that we've been seeing in dungeons time and time again, because while I am talking, they're also still going, and now we're not going to be pulling 1, we're going to be pulling 2 of those Void Callers, which in itself seems illegal, but here's everything. For Polish Mountain, no Bloodlust, just cooldowns and vibes.
Yeah, and there's a couple of mobs that are very dangerous in this pull. First and foremost, the Tyrant, the amount of damage that's being taken by the tank here is insanely, insanely high. He's in that Incarn. He's basically going to be very durable versus. Then there's 2 of these Shadow Void Callers, which summon a lot of Voidlings, but then they also heal themselves and pulse on the entire group for an insane amount of AoE damage. And that, we have reached a critical mass in terms of our Mistweaver Monk's output. They're just spamming Spinning Crane Kick over and over again, and able to heal the entire party for Polish Mountain, global over global to full. At the same time, this is the only pull that's difficult. You're allowed to press your Anti-Magic Zone. You're allowed to press your Zephyr, your Life Cocoon. Every single defensive is allowed to be pressed here because you know after this point in time, the rest of the dungeon is going to be less strict than this. So you're just multiplying and stacking all of your offensive and defensive cooldowns together because you know that this is the only point of time that matters.
That's right. One big factor here is that heal absorb that keeps getting applied onto Tankish. So Kioma needs to really make sure that every single time that goes out, while there is damage coming out from the Void Caller, he's just instantly topping that tank. Now, great news, they have started the RP to actually get Jamelis onto the playing field, and we're just going to be tagging this guy into the Void Caller because it doesn't really matter. We already dealt with so much danger in this pack already that they are just going to keep on going here. Void Caller dropping lower and lower. You'd really like to finish this one off, and of course you need to make sure those Void Terrors are kept being interrupted. Right hand side though, Send Spellbook is setting up their big.
I mean, for me, looking at this is just Polish Mountains map to lose. They've already made it through the absolute most treacherous part of this dungeon. Since Spellbook, we know that they play a slower route. Instead of going for the whole enchilada that we saw from Polish Mountain, where they ended up pulling every single mob, Sin Spellbook break it up into 2 separate pulls. It is a lot safer of a strategy, but it is significantly slower. For Polish Mountain here, they have a couple of more difficult points, but the difficult points are making sure that these Void Walkers don't shadow bolt somebody, right? And then making sure that they have their CC chain. It's no longer the most treacherous of pulls that are in front of them, and they are going to be having their Bloodlust here in 35 seconds for that last boss if they want it.
Yeah, just a massive, massive pull from Polish Mountain. This is why we were so excited to see it the first time that we actually did see it. It seems so impossible, but they make it look so easy. Now, that is the big pain factor point in this dungeon, but that doesn't mean that they're super safe from here on out, right? Potentially something could still happen to them. It's not all over just yet, since Spellbook have, although probably a minor chance, claw their way back here, but it is all on Polish Mountain messing up. That's what they're hoping for right now. They're hate watching a little bit. They're saying, okay, you know what, maybe they live that big pull, but I mean, minor mistakes can happen, and minor mistakes can go into a chain of reactions. It's possible.
Polish Mountain is a full 2-minute boss ahead of Sin Spellbook right now. Like, that's kind of just know that they are a full 2-minute boss ahead. Like, Polish Mountain are, on top of the fact that they have 1 minute and 45 seconds of death differential, 1 minute and 30 seconds of death differential in their favor. So they're currently 3.5 total minutes of real time ahead of where Sin Spellbook are. So if something went bad for Polish Mountain, for Sin Spellbook to come back, it would have to go catastrophically bad, let's say, for Polish Mountain. And they are going for a very large pull here. Look at that Bear Druid. His Incarn is available, and that is the go button for a massive pull. Every single time that Incarn comes up in any single dungeon, that is the button that we are waiting for the team to be looking to pull as many mobs as possible, because that Bear Druid, he becomes immortal to pretty much all damage, and then it's about what's going to be killing your DPS. Is anything going to be able to kill your DPS? In this pull for Polish Mountain, it seems fairly unlikely. A lot of the damage that's coming out here, heal absorbs on the tank. You do have some shredders that will leap onto players occasionally. You have a heal absorb that will go into DPS players occasionally, but neither of those things are very dangerous for Polish Mountain here. It's just going to be about keeping their tank alive.
And one minor thing that they do here that I want to call attention to is when they start this pull, the Void Terrors are in a position where they can just line with the pillar. And that means they're not going to be casting for another 20-ish seconds while they are dealing with this pull. That just makes it so much safer, because you just let that cast through, you line of sighted, and then that mob is going to be locked out, because if you just interrupt it, they keep on recasting. So very nicely done by Polish Mountain utilizing this. We saw this the first time as well. Now just, skipping up with the Warlock portal here. Yoink. Then our DK is going to be gripping the Void Terrors, and these two guys are just going to be porting up. They have that shadow step kind of ability. So whenever you pull those shredders, they just appear behind you like ghosts from the past. And that is exactly how they're going to be getting those final percentages as Polish Mountain are on their victory lap here on the Gentrius, trying to finish out this boss.
Question, what do you mean by they appear behind you
don't
like
need to
ghosts
ask.
from the
Nope,
past?
No, we're not going to go into that.
Okay, the people were wondering. Me being the people here, I think.
I was going to say, are you the people?
No, I am the people. Yeah. All right. Polish Mountain here. Bloodlust has been pressed, like you said. They do have these Shredders and Void Terrors. They just really need to make sure that they get the interrupt kicked by the Void Terror. That is the last major point of failure. For a plus 17 at 289 item level with players that are at this skill level, this boss should be fairly automatic. The only thing that can possibly cause conflict is letting those fears go off. And the boss, 57%. Bloodlust is going to be fading here, and this is going to feel very automatic by Polish Mountain. This is kind of what we expected whenever we were talking about it on the pre-series review. Zyro said that he thought for Sin Spellbook to win this series, it was going to need to be a reverse sweep. They're kind of playing towards that. Whenever we're looking at their composition, it would make sense that they're playing towards that reverse sweep. And for Polish Mountain, they bust out to what we kind of think is the meta composition on this season's MDI, and they prove that they have an excellent Magister's Terrorist. Only one death to Yitte earlier, and that's not even going to cause problems. It was only 15 seconds. It was only a flash in the pan.
Absolutely right. They are finishing out here while Sen Spellbook is having some more issues on the right-hand side, but it doesn't seem to matter anymore as Polish Mountain is stomping towards that map win. Final percentages remain on the Gentrius, but with no additional mobs on here, there's really not much that could give you any trouble whatsoever, and they know that. They just need to keep it clean from here on out, and that is going to be going into their favor. They need to win one more map, though, to really eliminate Sen Spellbook that are standing between them and the way to BlizzCon, but here's that 1-0.
Here it is indeed. Our first map of the lower finals goes to Polish Mountain, and it's up to Spellbook to even it up or lose their shot at the finals and BlizzCon. We had a feeling that Magister's Terrace was going to go the way of Polish Mountain, but I'm happy to say Sen Spellbook still tightened up some of their play in this one, making sure not to miss the count they did yesterday, for example. So, Makes, what do you think that our first map of this series shows about the two teams?
I mean, it shows what exactly we were expecting going into this, right? We knew Polish Mountains' run is crazy if they're able to play it clean. They were able to do just that. And we also knew that this was not necessarily the map that was going to go into Sen Spellbook's favor, and it looks like they also knew that based on the comp that they played. Now, the big thing is, because they played such a weird comp, they are now able to ban out the Warrior, the Prot Warrior, and probably the Rat Paladin, or maybe the Warlock. I'm not really sure, whatever they feel like. But that means they have access to the full, strong power of that Guardian Druid, Mistweaver Monk, Augmentation Evoker, Devour Demon Hunter, and Unholy DK that we have just been seeing on those really important keys. And I think that's what has to happen for them now.
We'll definitely see. I mean, it makes sense, and we'll see if that's where they end up going when those bans come in. But before that, we have Dratnos. Dratnos, with your perspective, or excuse me, Zyro, excuse me. We have Zyro, who's been on Analyst. My notes were wrong. We've got Zyro, who's been on Analyst this time around. Zyro, what were you seeing from this particular map with these two?
Yeah, listen, this was expected, right? Like, looking at the stats on this dungeon, Polish Mountain's running this key was on average about a minute faster than what we saw from Sin Spellbook, and the comps were vastly different, right? Polish Mountain definitely had the superior comp for the dungeon. That doesn't make the run any less impressive. It was a super clean run, but it was also about a minute slower than the fastest run we'd seen from them this weekend, so they weren't really trying to go for anything special either. Sin Spellbook kinda just put an end to it, right, with the first pull of the dungeon. Sin Spellbook actually got sent by the spellbooks in this key, which is kind of ironic. But yeah, I mean, Polish Mountain continuing the clean play that we've seen from them all weekend. They just really kind of look unstoppable, but Mix identified a very important point for the rest of this series, right? Polish Mountain has used a lot of those power picks in this first key, since Spellbook used almost none of them. So they'll have the whole range of super strong tanks, healers, and DPS for the next 2 keys, whereas Polish Mountain have to start banning out some of them now. And with the maps that we have left in the series, Pit of Saran coming up first, you know you have to use the Aug Evoker. So if we do go to a Game 3, Polish Mountain won't have the Aug in that key. So Polish Mountain are really kind of on notice. I almost feel like they have to win this Pit of Saran, otherwise they're going to be on their heels going into the Windrunner Spire.
You know, I mean, it's definitely where that pressure is on, and especially when we were kind of looking even coming into it that possibly we were seeing something like that with that sort of angling towards a reverse sweep, where Send Spellbook was probably setting themselves up knowing that this first one did so heavily lean into the favor of Polish Mountain. But Tettles, knowing that and kind of returning to some of the discussion we were having about the specs they might pick, with this next map, Pit of Saran, how do you think that they need to set themselves up on the side of Send Spellbook for success?
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. So, specs that are OP in this dungeon. Bear Druid, Aug Evoker, right? Like, I think that those are probably the 2 best specializations. Obviously, Devour Demon Hunter is really good in here, but I think you can get away without playing with the Devour Demon Hunter. I think you're looking at the specializations that save you the most time, and I think, to me, it's like the Bear Druid, and it's actually that Devour. So, but Polish Mountain, look at that. They had to make a very difficult decision. They end up banning out the Bear Druid because they have to save that Aug Evoker. There's not really much of a choice. So now they're going to be on their tier 2 tank, which does significantly less damage than that Bear Druid, like just ultimately. And for Send Spellbook, that kind of opens up the possibility, especially in a dungeon with as high mob density as Pit of Saran, where you're like, you really want that uncapped AoE damage from your tank.
So I have a question for Zyro, because Tettles and I were talking about this during the dungeon as well. To us, everything clearly signals that Send Spellbook picked the weaker comp in order to take it to map 3. Now, Tettles was saying he thinks that's just not generally a good tech. I think we haven't seen it work out yet, but it could be good tech. I'm really curious on what you think, Zyro.
I 100% agree. I think that's what happened here. I think they were just kind of throwing this dungeon because they know Polish Mountain is just a lot faster in this key. But I do agree with Tettles. I don't think it's like the smartest play putting yourself intentionally on map point right away, but like I think it's their best chance to win the series, right? Like they don't have to use any other power picks. We saw Polish Mountain bend out the Guardian Druid, so they don't have that for the next 2 maps. And we know Guardian Druid is really, really good in the next 2 keys. There's mass pulls in both of these dungeons, so I think this is Send Spellbook's best path to victory.
Clearly they have given it some thought, and they have weighed that this, even if it hasn't worked out yet for other teams, may be the way that they can just get Polish Mountain to kind of stumble when they have just been running at full speed so far through this MDI. Now, each of these teams, it's huge for them whether or not they make it through. They'll be facing off with Mandatory, but it will also secure them a place in the Season 1 finals. This is going to be Polish Mountain versus Send Spellbook. It's match point for Polish Mountain. Can Send Spellbook bring it home, Tettles?
Wow, I hate this comp for Polish Mountain. This game. What in the world am I looking at? Like, all right, Aug Evoker, infinite time gain in here. Like, we're busting out the Serve Hunter. Like, I don't hate Serve Hunter Rep Paladin. This just feels like it's kind of similar to what we saw from the Sky Reach from Polish Mountain in the first series of the day versus Mandatory. Where it's like, all right, this is the comp we're running. We're playing for Send Spellbook to make a mistake, which I just... Whenever you take agency out of your own hands, I hate it.
Yeah. I'm looking at our dungeon timers for the Pit of Saran because we have seen both teams in here. Now, Send Spellbook, they had a really unfortunate run whenever we saw them in here. They had deaths really early, and then that killed their entire run, and they weren't able to finish it. However, we've seen Polish Mountain on what I would argue is close to the meta comp. They were playing Brewmaster, Restoration Druid, Augmentation Evoker, Unholy DK, Devourer Demon Hunter.
Yeah.
And Tankish is going to be able to live here. Hello? Oh, look like a scary moment there for a second, but able to top himself back up. And they were super fast. They were only 20 seconds slower than what Mandatory had, which is our fastest locked Pit of Saran overall. And now we're seeing this. Interesting choices, I would say. We have the Devourer Demon Hunter, we have that Brewmaster Monk, but everything else is a little bit different here. Going for that full melee setup, I'm not sure what the consideration here is. Do they also think it might go to a third map?
We got some custom DPS, I think is the point here. And yeah, like you said, they played that Pit of Saran earlier. They played it versus Send Spellbook, right? And they beat a pretty good comp by Sin Spellbook. Sin Spellbook, it was the map 2 yesterday in one of the semifinal games. But for Polish Mountain, their composition is so different that I think that their strategy in this dungeon has to change compared to what they had been doing previously in this run.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I'm mostly curious about the big pulls, right? We're seeing some of them on screen right now, where you also need to deal with that Gargoyle on top of something like a Necromancer, on top of something like the Graveblade, or the Dreadpool's Lich that you're seeing on Zen Spellbook site right now. Those are really the pulls that can quickly ruin your run if something goes awry, because then you've sent your cooldowns, and you need to regroup everything if you're unable to just finish it out where it is. But so far, it's looking pretty clean for both teams, and Spellbook a little bit higher on the trash percentages, actually a significant amount higher on the trash percentages, as they are setting up to just take it into our Forger here. First boss for Zen Spellbook, looking like they have, a foot ahead on this matchup.
I mean, they are completely sending it just straight into the boss. I feel like they're like half a pull ahead. Yeah, maybe a full pull ahead at this point, too. And look at this. Not even with the Incarn here. For Sin Spellbook, I'm actually a little bit worried about Sky's ability to be able to live this much trash on top of the boss. At the same time, he did press the Survival Instincts. He is able to rotate to his Barkskin. If the trash is killed off by the time this Barkskin fades, he's going to be okay. Anything past that, and we're a little bit concerned about Sky's ability to be able to live. Ooh, Looney getting picked up by that Plunge Talon Gargoyle, and the Gargoyle not in melee range of the entire pack. That can actually be a decent amount of damage that is lost onto that Gargoyle, because you realistically want to be hitting Garfrost the entire time. If that targeted Dan or potentially even Roybin, that is a much better target for that kind of ability. And this is actually looking very scary for Sin Spellbook here. If they're able to get through this pull, it will be great. At the same time, they're still not done with the trash. Sky has now rotated to his Incarn and his second Barkskin of this pull.
Here comes that plunge. Need to make sure that that shield is broken,
Nice.
but they're doing a great job of it. And
Wow.
that Gargoyle will be falling momentarily, is down now. The good thing about Garfrost is just you can spend a long time here, right? If you play those stones correctly, you don't put them in like really, really awful spots, you can just elongate this fight for very, very long, as there's nothing that's like doing really big area of denial or doing like a big overtime rot. So that's a really good boss to pull something onto. We're now seeing Polish Mountain arrive at the same part of the dungeon. We're expecting them to also take it into boss here, but are we not? Are we just going to do it like this? Polish Mountain looking
vanilla.
to just finish this pull. Natty.
The whole W. We thought that we were going to be playing high key pushing, and in fact we are, Makes. We're seeing the a vanilla route here coming in for Polish Mountain. This is notably
Okay, come
not
on. He's
the route.
running. We're on our way.
This is
We're
not
on
the
our
route
way.
they have been playing. Like this is
No.
why Makes is also caught off a little bit off guard, is because it is such a different route compared to what they had previously planned in this dungeon.
It's very interesting, I will say.
Yeah, that's how you know she does not like it.
I do not like it. I hate it, actually. I think it's awful. But Polish Mountain, I think they were just waiting for a defensive. That must have been it on Tankiers, to be able to add in that second pack before they can go up to Garfrost. But they were already behind on the pacing of this
Yeah.
dungeon. And that just cost them another, what, like 30 seconds, maybe 20 seconds if you're generous. So it's really not where you would want to be. I'm very curious on what exactly Polish Mountain's plan is.
I mean, it's for picks for the last map, but
But like, you could have ended
know.
it here. You know what I mean? Like,
I mean, they're 2 minutes behind. The point that you're making, which I think the audience needs to understand, is they're right now 2 minutes behind on Garfrost. Like that, they are already a manufactured 2 minutes behind in a map that they won yesterday in a semifinal.
So, if you're Polish Mountain, you would have had to go into the series, look at the Magister's Tears from Zen Spellbook, look at your own Magister's Tears and say, okay, I think we got this.
Yeah.
Then you compare the Pit of Sarons and you go, okay, theirs was really kind of unfortunate in a way. We don't really know what their real dungeon run looks like, but we expect it to be fast.
Okay.
And then maybe get scared and think they could take this Pit of Sauron. And so what Polish Mountain ended up doing is protecting their best comp for that third map, which is the same thing we saw from Send Spellbook in map 1. So both of our teams have now effectively played a worse comp than they needed to in one team map 1, one team map 2, to bring it all to map 3.
Yes.
That there's no other way to describe what we're seeing from Polish Mountain.
I
This
think it's-
is not their best. This is not their best route. We've seen them do much better. It's not due to deaths. It's just a general difference in how they're approaching this dungeon.
Precisely, and I think that the easiest way to describe it is risky, right? They're putting themselves in a position where they're playing a clean map. The only thing that the only way they actually take down this Series 2-0 right now is by banking on Sin's Spellbook losing. But they have so many protected picks for the last map that they believe that the protected picks would automatically guarantee them a win in map 3. It's very risky because it just feels like you're almost conceding a map in a 3-map series, but I think it's an evolution of the spec variety rule, and I think that the spec variety rule has added a lot of really cool texture. Now you see this on the right side, Sin Spellbook. They played kind of a similar strategy in map 1 in the Magister's Terrace. They assessed the situation from a meta perspective. What does the Magister's Terrace look like compared to Polish Mountains? Okay, we think our Magister's Terrace is a little bit worse. We're going to protect future picks by playing something that's maybe a tier 2 or tier 3 composition. We're going to try to play our best version of the map, and if things go our way, we'll be able to take that map. We're just going to try to put ourselves in the best position possible, but we're not going to see the fastest run out of that team. But for Sin Spellbook on the right side, in map 2, they have to be able to convert once they are on those meta picks. And look at this. They have been playing an incredibly quick Pit of Sauron so far.
Yeah, absolutely. A really, really nice showing from Send Spellbook thus far. Now, this is a scary boss that we've seen teams on, and I'm curious, it looks like we're not actually moving to the shades that are outside. So this is something we saw from Mandatory, where they just elected to full send into boss, and Send Spellbook is doing the same thing. They're just saying, we don't need to deal with those shades of Crick. If we can just kill Ick and Crick before they become a problem. Cast you're looking for, I believe, is the Get 'em Ick, right? That's the one that we cannot get to. They will need to finish this boss before that arrives.
Yeah, the shades immediately start casting Shade Detonation or something, right? Something that's like, oh yeah. You're wiping, basically, is what the cast is entailing. So Sin Spellbook on the right hand side, they have down the second boss of this dungeon. A fast Pit of Sauron time is around the 14 to 14:30 marker. How are you feeling about Sin Spellbook's ability to be able to time the dungeon that quickly here, Makes?
That's a good question. Let me look up the boss timers that we did see in the Pit of Sauron from Mandatory. So it was 6 minutes 35 on that first boss, which Send Spellbook are under by a significant amount. They locked in 550, and then it was 11:05. It was 10:08 for Mandatory on that second boss, which, if you add up the both numbers that we see at the bottom there, Send Spellbook is actually flooring it. So we might see a really, really fast Sauron here, maybe a potential new best.
I would not be shocked if they actually lost this pull. This pull is incredibly dangerous. Obviously, Bloodlust tends to be better from like a damage efficiency perspective, like on a boss, because it's actually a lot harder to get more single target damage than it is to get AoE damage out a lot of the times. But I think with a pull like this, you could have justified pressing that Bloodlust on cooldown as it came up. Like, Sin Spellbook actually elects to hold on to it, though, and not press it on this Glacia, thinking that they have enough defensives and offensive abilities to be able to just power through all of these Rotting Ghouls leaping onto players. The Chillbone Cold Wraith's applying like a snare. The Lich is pulsing AoE, and Sky on that tank is taking insane amounts of damage from the Grave Blades. The fact that Sin Spellbook was able to full send it into this mini-boss, and they don't actually have to lust to this pull, was very impressive.
Yeah, absolutely. In the meantime, I was just looking at our spec bands and double checking what teams potentially have available, as it very much looks like we might be going into map 3. We'll talk about that a little bit later on, but it's highly, highly interesting stuff as Send Spellbook is on the final way here. We're going to be seeing them add in the trash that is standing downstairs A lot of teams have been doing this, Tettles, but I'm seeing an offline tack on Looney up there.
No.
That is not good news. Let's hope that this is just a quick little reload or something.
So Sky's going to be tagging these mobs. He's going to Wurnstone.
Here comes that Wurnstone.
Bang. And now these mobs are going to run up the hill. And Looney's going to reconnect to the game now. Now.
Now.
Now.
Now.
He's going to reconnect now.
I don't think
Where's
it's working.
Looney?
Please.
Anybody look for Looney?
Can
Guys,
somebody-
everybody, please check.
Can somebody summon my Demon Hunter? I need him. He's going to reconnect right now. Hocus Pocus.
Oh, no.
Okay, so this is the win con for Polish Mountain. They play a slow but steady route. This is the tale of the tortoise and the hare. Did they have those? Did they have that story in Germany?
Yeah,
Knights?
yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
So the tortoise and the
know that
hare,
one.
a tried and true tale where the team that's going slower but more consistent at a consistent pace
He's back,
sometimes
he's back.
can catch up to the hare.
Looney's back.
Whenever you
We don't
whenever
care
you
about the hair
disconnect
anymore.
the hare-
Go send Spellbook.
Whenever you
They
disconnect
got
the
it.
hare
They're
from the
back.
internet.
Looney is on his way, and that means Scourge Lord Tyrannus has been pulled. Fear not, for the group has found themselves back together again. Bloodlust has been used by Send Spellbook. From here on out, it's just play it clean, and you can get this map back in your favor, equalize the score, and take it all to a third map for those lower bracket finals. A chance to make it all the way to the season finals for each of these teams. And Send Spellbook is looking to be on top of this one. Trash has died. It's only the boss that's standing between them and victory.
Okay. The fact that they were like 2.5 minutes ahead and tanked a DC in the middle of their run is sick.
That was so scary.
Yeah, that was about a minute away from being very, very sad.
Absolutely scary stuff. Let's hope Looney has it figured out. In the previous run, in the seed, we also saw a disconnect on Send Spellbook, but I believe it was Dan. So I don't know
Yes,
what's
it was
happening
Dan.
for this team. This morning, Sky lost his monitor. They just seem cursed. I don't know who did it, but somebody has cursed one of our teams. It's just weird stuff for them as they are getting Scorch Lord Tyrannus lower and lower. Anti-magic zone deployed here to help with the incoming damage, allowing Royben to just also do a little bit more damage herself. We need to play one more set of those circles to deal with, but this is going to look really, really good for them. I will say, look at Polish Mountain. They have accelerated as well. They're also on the 100% trash count. Using that lust, it's still running. They're going to be getting a good run. If it had been 1 or 2 deaths on the other side of the team, it might have been a very different story here. But the way it stands, it shall be written. As Send Spellbook are going to be clawing back this Pit of Sauron and take the map, or the series, to a third map.
They are, and I mean, we see that victory coming in right now. Having both of our teams taking some risks in this map, expected or otherwise, but Send Spellbook coming out on top here. They have evened that scoreboard 1-1, and we will be seeing that third map, which will determine it all. Now, Polish Mountain picked a very different route from what they've played before, and I know that Tettles and Makes were both very confused by this, so it might have been to preserve picks, like we were talking about, but Tettles, how do you think
100%.
this...
It has to be.
100%. Okay, all right. But how do you think it played out for them, Tettles? Do you think this was the way to go now that we're all through it?
I mean, okay, there's no good way to have your best comp or something close to your best comp for 3 maps. That's kind of the importance of the spec variety rule. To me, whenever you're up 1-0, I feel like in my mind, I would be more willing to try to, like, play towards, just being able to take it down 2-0. Since Spellbook, Looney was literally disconnected for a minute, maybe more. They might have been able to put up the fastest Pit of Sauron on the weekend, which if you're Polish Mountain and you think that you would have lost this Pit of Sauron regardless, it's kind of a smart decision then to basically take a mulligan on the second map and then play for the third map. It just feels so bad to be like, all right, we're going to play this composition that's 2.5 minutes behind, because if they played their best comp and Looney DCs, they might win.
Yeah, it's not exactly what you want to see happen, but, it is interesting with the spec variety rule how the teams are trying to play around this or outsmart one another. So, I mean, Zyro, we've heard Tettle's opinion, makes his thoughts on it, but Zyro, what were your thoughts going through this one?
Listen, the teams are mind gaming each other right now, swapping their comps around just to make sure that they have the best comps available for the last key, which is really interesting when you look at this dungeon in general, right? Looking at the times across the weekend in Pit of Saran, Polish Mountain have the second fastest run. They're only about 20 seconds behind mandatory. So, like, if they really thought that they had a good chance of winning this key, they could have gone for it, but it looks like they're really intent on saving the Augevoker and DK for Windrunner Spire because they weren't confident in their comp that they had available for them after playing the Magister's Terrace. It's really, really interesting. This spec ban rule is playing out a lot more interesting than I thought it would initially. They played an entirely different comp in this key just so they could keep that Aug and DK available for Windrunner Spire, whereas since Spellbook, they went for the full, tier 1 DPS, tier 1 tank healer combo for this key, and it played out really well for them. If they didn't actually have that DC from Looney, I think they were actually on pace to potentially set the record for this dungeon for the entire weekend, right? The fastest run we've seen was mandatory at 14:19. Since Spellbook were on pace to pull the last boss at about 12 minutes. So they were right in the range of that, which is crazy good. The question is, what are these teams going to bring to Windrunner Spire? We've seen so many different interesting picks in that key. Rogue looks really strong, and I know Shelly's played Rogue in the past. He could pull that out really easily. Shroud looks strong in that key for skips to do mass pulls on top of Ember Dawn or the Derelict duo. It's shaping up to be a really, really interesting series.
It really is. Honestly, I love seeing these two go head-to-head. I think we wouldn't have necessarily expected it from some of Spellbook's plays this weekend, but we knew they had the potential. Now they really are standing up against Polish Mountain. And thinking about that next map and the picks that we have you were talking about ghosts while you were casting the last map, and our next map, Windrunner, actually has
the previous map.
2 maps ago. All right. Well, this one has a lot of ghosts, Windrunner Spire. But do you think that either team has an advantage going up against these spooky haunts?
Yeah, so I was looking at the spec bans, right? Because there's been a couple of theories on what exactly that was and how that worked out. But the true story is both of the teams have access to what we consider the royal DPS comm. So unless they banned it out right now, no, it should all be good. So we should have the Augmentation Evoker. We should have the Devour Demon Hunter and that Unholy DK for all teams. What we won't have is the Guardian Druid on both sides. And then Polish Mountain is also losing out on that Mistweaver Monk as they banned it in map 1 or after map 1. So that is how those runs are going to look like. And we have seen one of our teams in Windrunner Spire already. That was in Spellbook, and they were playing around an Arms Warrior and a Retribution Paladin whenever we saw them in there. That is very interesting stuff. And I'm curious on how that is going to pair up, because that was also their first map, so they didn't have any bans leading to it.
Yeah, so something that Makes was talking about that was important. A lot of it was about the spec variety rule, but I think the most important thing actually was the fact that since Spellbook has already played this map, and it's the first map that they were playing this MDI against Firmawand, which would, in theory, you would extrapolate that to think that they have practiced that dungeon a lot more than some of the other competition, right? Like that, you'd be like, okay, we're for sure playing Windrunner Spire, 100%. It's the first map that we're going to be playing. We're going to practice this with a bunch of different compositions, and I feel like they should have an edge there. But how big is the edge? I don't know. And the fact that Polish Mountain took a mulligan in the pit to just play for the Windrunners makes me think that they know something that we don't.
Polish Mountain, they can definitely unleash. We've seen them do it already, and I think since Spellbook, they're going to need all of that advantage that they can take with this being a map they may have prepped, they may have really worked on, and being in the good place they seem to be coming out of our second map. But this will be Game 3. This is the one that determines it all here in our lower finals. Polish Mountain versus Send Spellbook. Whoever wins this one goes on to face Mandatory in our finals for Group A, and whoever loses it will also lose out on their dream of BlizzCon and the global finals ahead. Let's see who can face these hauntings of the past and make their future certain. Here we go, Tettles.
Yep, and we got that God comp that Makes us talking about for DPS for both of these teams, the DK, that Demon Hunter, and that Augmentation Evoker. Are there going to be any unique Wernstone kind of pulling or skips available to these teams in this Windrunner Spire, it's hard to really know. I think a lot of times on live, this dungeon is very much hold W. There's a lot of pulls that are standardized because the choke points of this dungeon are typically based around very difficult mobs. Some of the most difficult mobs, the stewards, they end up putting multiple amounts of magic dispels out. They tick on you for an insane amount of damage. There's some banshees if you go towards the Derelict Duo first that are really dangerous. There's a behemoth as well if you go towards Derelict Duo that's very dangerous. If you go to this left side, like you're seeing from both Polish Mountain and Sin Spellbook, the Apex Links, that can actually stop you. There's also a big lasher. He puts a group-wide dot onto players. And so the stopping points tend to be at those very challenging mobs. How big are Sin Spellbook and Polish Mountain going to go here?
Yeah, that is the question. Both of these teams are still gathering their runs. I just want to give a quick update because between those two runs, I got a message from Sky, which is the tank on Sin Spellbook, saying, by the way, we beat Polish Mountain here, and elaborating on how they did it with their pull cadence, which we also already talked about. And I said, can you please tell your team to fix their internet? To which I received an XDDDDD. So I just wanted to share that one with the class. But yeah, it was still going for Sin Spellbook as they're gathering everything here. We're on our way to this very big lasher that you were calling out. It's been marked as well. And they're still going, Tettles.
Yeah, so this makes sense. If you're not going to wipe, you're going to want to pull this into the boss room for the reason that Ember Dawn has some spawn arm time RP. It tends to be around 15 seconds, but you're going to want to pull all of the trash into the boss room. That way, once you end up downing some of the scary mobs, then you're able to pull the remainder of the mobs into the boss for funnel. And for Sin Spellbook, look at this. They are just full sending it straight into Ember Dawn. And this is what I was talking about whenever we were initially talking about who should have the advantage in this dungeon. Sin Spellbook, they should have a lot more practice in this key, doing very dangerous strats on multiple compositions because they were trying to feel out their spec variety rule coming into the weekend. And they are, what is this? 45 seconds ahead already of Polish Mountain. Bloodlust has been pressed on Ember Dawn. It looks like both teams are on that same Bloodlust on the first boss lifestyle with a bunch of trash, but the fact that they've opened up a 45-second lead is a humongous deal.
It absolutely is. You can now see Polish Mountain also arriving at Ember Dawn, but of course, they finish up a poll before that. While they are getting here, Ember Dawn is sub 50% for Sin Spellbook, and their lust is still running. Not only were they able to get here faster, they were also able to get that lust on cooldown just a little bit quicker, which can sometimes be relevant in these MDI dungeons. The faster they are, the earlier you want to press that lust to get it back towards the end of it. And with the gathering of such a big pull in such a large dungeon like we're seeing here in the Windrunner Spire, it makes a lot of sense to try and get it on CD as quickly as possible, while also trying to get a really useful lust as well. Since Spellbook has finished all of their trash, you can see that they're clocking in at 37.9%. Polish Mountain is going to be a little bit over that due to the fact that they did a 2-tap on the polls.
Yep.
But it's not significant enough that I don't think you wouldn't prefer Sin Spellbook's route, right?
Well, it kind of depends on like where is the count coming from, right? If it's going to end up coming from bad mobs, we'll call the stewards bad mobs, right? If it's going to come from mobs that slow down your run, there's a chance that Sin Spellbook ends up having to do like an additional half pull where they end up killing off some mobs and they do like an elongated chain here where Polish Mountain are maybe able to pull all the way through. That's the way that Polish Mountain would be able to catch up. Conventional wisdom would say that with this count differential, the 7% is probably not going to add a full additional pull, and Sin Spellbook might just be one pull faster than Polish Mountain are. And Polish Mountain have now downed Ember Dawn, and they are 20 seconds behind. How do you catch up 20 seconds in this Windrunner Spire is the question for Polish Mountain fans.
It absolutely is, but there's a couple more giant pulls that you can be doing, and we know that that is a Polish Mountain given.
What is Jorah doing? Jorah is going and grabbing...
He's not there, yeah. He was going straight.
So he's grabbing the movement speed tome, but what is he going to do with it is my question.
Let's see.
He's not even grabbing the movement speed tome. What is he doing?
You trying to Wernstone somewhere?
Why?
Yes, this is a
Is
great
there a
question
meld
that
skip?
I also
A
asked
four-player
myself.
meld skip. Look at that. All the melds have been used, and now Jura is positioning himself in the dungeon to be able to port to the rest of the team. So they actually did a massive skip on some of those dangerous Banshee mobs, and that's how they get their Augavuker through. That is that half pull differential. I didn't know if it was actually going to change the pull cadence, but now Polish Mountain, we thought they were behind, but now they're half a pull ahead.
Call an ambulance, but not for me, is what they just told us as they arrive on the Derelict Duo in an absolute insane way to pass through this dungeon. We were staring at Jura, kind of like, now do something, but it all makes sense. Now, the one thing I will say is that they, of course, also still need to make sure they're good on count. They had a little bit of extra going into Ember Dawn, which will make up for some of it, but I assume we still need a little bit of extra somewhere else as well. You can see the difficulty level for Send Spellbook is now a lot bigger due to everything they have on Derelict Duo, those cutthroats. They add a lot of extra damage with the poison, and then you also need to deal with that Woebringer, does that shriek. It's just not nice to have on there as well, so lots of extra damage, which also means Royben won't be able to do additional damage to help out the team. So both of these teams trying to deal with those bosses, but Polish Mountain pulling up ahead.
That is a sick recovery, and now they're, what is this, 10 seconds ahead maybe on the Derelict Duo? That was so cool to just see. But for Polish Mountain now, they have to keep their foot on the gas. Their count is looking a little bit suspicious. I'm going to be completely honest. I don't know where we're going to make up this this amount of count that's not going to cost us also half a pull. Maybe we're seeing a game of slingshot here, Mix, where, you know, the Polish Mountain, they accelerate, and then they slow back down because they have to do an additional half pull, and then Sin Spellbook has to do an additional half pull, then Polish Mountain's able to accelerate again. I'm not loving the count situation here, but this is very, very close between these two teams.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was alluding to, right? Our count is still very much favored towards Send Spellbook, and the boss percentage that currently Polish Mountain is leading does not make up for that. We'll need to see what they do to get it back together, but we can only wait and see to try and figure that one out. Tettles, you seem to have an idea.
I have an idea. So what we've seen from this dungeon before, Sin Spellbook played the Windrunner Spire on Friday. We saw that. What they do on this next pull, at least against Firmawand, was very slow. They ended up breaking up this next pull into two separate pulls. If Polish Mountain is able to grab all of this trash and pull it straight into that third boss area, I would not be shocked if there is a significant time gain here. And Polish Mountain, now they're actually looking to fight some of those Woebringer mobs that they left in the dust earlier. They're pulling them into the Phalanx Breaker. How far is Polish Mountain going to go? Because that is going to determine how I feel about this route. It looks like we're making a pit stop here on top of this Woebringer. We're going to let these breakers gather. And for Sin Spellbook, they actually run pretty far towards that third boss area. I would not be shocked here if Sin Spellbook is going to be somewhere in the order of 20 to 30 seconds ahead off of this route.
Yeah, so the one thing with those breakers is that they're just a little bit clunky in how they pass. They can get stuck in places. The archers are not nice to move. So what teams are doing is utilizing the corner that you can see here marked by Moon on the right-hand side for Sin Spellbook, but Polish Mountain has also picked up one of those corners, but it looks like Tankish is on the way, Tettles.
This is bad for Sin Spellbook. They actually are playing a smaller pull than they did on Friday. I think that their strategy has changed just a little bit, and Polish Mountain have the advantage here. There is a more aggressive chaining of the mobs, and Sin Spellbook look to be around 5 to 10 seconds behind just in terms of dungeon progression, how they are moving their characters through the dungeon. And Polish Mountain, they're grabbing the Mystic. Are they going to grab the second Mystic? Oh my god, we're going 2 Mystics!
Wow!
This is so much damage. So these Mystics, they have a Flame Nova AoE cast on top of the Spectral Axe Thrower's Throw Axe Bleed that goes onto all of the players. Every single defensive is going to be coming out. All offensive CDs need to be pressed, and you are on a timer to be able to kill off this pack. There is a lot of CC that you also want to press to be able to reduce the amount of damage that's coming out of the Axe Throwers. At the same time, those Flame Novas, there's no way of mitigating that damage outside of like Zephyr and Anti-Magic Zone. Ooh, a really good soothe by Jura on that Augmentation Evoker with that Overawe being talented to de-enrage the entire pack, making tankiers taking less damage. And Polish Mountain, their entire team is so low HP. Koma and Jura are both low. Tankiers had 5% HP, hits the Fort Brew. Is he going to live? Jura is also dropping low, presses that scales, and it looks like Polish Mountain are going to be able to pull off this pull. Wow.
A lot in this poll all comes back to how you're going to be able to deal with those mobs. You need that massy C. Everybody's dropping low once more. Yitte cannot survive this as the throw axe comes down on him. Battle res is back up, but that's 15 seconds against the clock that they will need to figure back out. And since Spellbook, like you're saying, they're in fight with the boss as well.
Yeah, they got the Mystic killed off quicker. The chain, it was cool from Polish Mountain, but they didn't get the Mystic killed off in time to spawn the boss. It just took a lot longer to be able to DPS down a more challenging pull with those archers and those mobs that were trickling in really, really late. And for Sin's Spellbook, a slightly slower but more controlled strategy allowed them to get the boss spawned earlier. A 15-second penalty in terms of death is now in favor of Sin's Spellbook, and I feel like there's somewhere in the order of 25 to 30 seconds ahead. Now things have slingshotted back in the favor of Sin's Spellbook.
I fear I'm gonna need a checkup on my heart after this series. I'm not sure I can take it. Look at that. These teams are neck and neck. 100% on the side of Polish Mountain, but Sin Spellbook will get there as well in just a couple of seconds, and we will see both teams just race the timer. Look at the boss percentages. There's basically no big difference. The only difference maker is that phase that Polish Mountain was still dealing with. It might come down to whether or not a team need to play an additional phase of mobs on Commander Kroluk here. That can be a big time save if you're able to skip one of those.
Okay, first off, I don't think you can skip that. That would be ridiculous. But you would have to kill it for like 35% to 0 or something like ridiculous. Which, they did get 10% off the boss, so, you know, I'll never say never, but I would be very surprised. We'll just leave it at that. I mean, for Polish Mountain here, you're basically hoping that somebody dies on Lust. Like, you're hexing them in the chat, right? The Polska Gurum guy, he's out in force, casting a hex. That's basically what you're hoping if you're Polish Mountain. If they lose somebody and they lose them on their offensive CDs, I think that the, you know, ability to be able to win it for Polish Mountain kind of opens up. As it currently stands, I feel like Polish Mountain is just sitting there watching Sin Spellbook down the boss. They have their Bloodlust available. Their Demon Hunter has his Void meta, so you are allowed to lust on pull here, and it is just this final boss that is going to send Sin Spellbook into the finals and send Polish Mountain home.
Potentially, yes, we'll need to wait for that final boss to actually conclude to make that final call, but the 15 seconds definitely hurt them on paper right now. A big factor in why Polish Mountain was so much slower here is the fact that it was Yitte who went down, who, if you know anything about Devour Demon Hunter, that class is all about staying alive and racking up stacks to then use them to deal damage, and once you die, it just completely gets reset. Means it hurts even more than any of the other classes who go down because you don't have real CDs, but also every single time you die, you're just in trouble and you lose so much damage. But both of our teams electing to use that Bloodlust right out of the gate. Look at that, Sin Spellbook are zooming Restless Hard, going closer and closer to those 50% markers. They need to make sure they're staying clean here. A single death could potentially turn favors back to Polish Mountain.
I mean, can you do 20% more damage? Is that possible, or do you think there's a death that is required here to even things up as well?
I think it depends. If you lose your Demon Hunter, for example, you just lose so much damage as well.
Okay, that's true.
It could matter. If you lose your DK right after he sent Army DT, it could also matter, right? So just a death alone, I don't think is good enough. A death right after you pressed your coolies, probably bad. But Sin Spellbook are not letting that come to any conclusion. We'll need to hit that Bolt Gale one more time. Looney is hit by that. Blur comes out to just make life a little bit easier here as well. And Mata is running. Damage is popping. We are dropping down to the single digits on Restless Hard. And in a series that couldn't have been any closer or any crazier. Send Spellbook reverse sweep and take the victory.
What?
My gosh, I don't even know what to say. I think we've all been here just absolutely losing it. Somehow, Sen Spellbook has survived the lower bracket gauntlet, and they have made it to the Group A finals. They finally pulled off a run that reflects the team's skill and experience, laying the ghosts of mistakes past to rest and taking this series. Now, while Polish Mountain proved themselves top-tier competitors, which only makes it all the more impressive that Sen Spellbook took them down, make sure that you get some Polska Guram in the chat because they will be eliminated here. Whew. All right, Makes. Is your heart okay?
Yes.
Okay.
No, I
all
don't
right.
think so.
Okay. Well, all right.
Just move on. Move on.
Hopefully, it doesn't give out because I was gonna ask. This map really feels like we got to see both of the teams go full throttle. So, what was the most memorable to you from this run?
I think Talos was calling it slingshotting, the way it just went back and forth between those two teams. And I think that's the storyline of this entire series too, when I think about it. The map 1 going clearly in favor of Polish Mountain, map 2 going clearly in favor of Sen Spellbook, basically from that very first pull. Just absolute insanity with how these two teams paired up.
It was phenomenal. Probably one of the best series, hands down, that we've had so far this weekend. My heart's still going too. But, I mean, Tettles, this was phenomenal.
Absolute cinema. This dungeon was an absolute banger. And Zyro, you got a replay package for us, don't you?
Yeah, dude. So right off the start here, Sen Spellbook used Invis Pots to skip past a couple of these Restless Stewards here. You can see no Shadow Melds used. They went for just a skip on some of the early mobs just to make this Ember Dawn pull a little bit more clean. We saw different routing strategies from both of our teams throughout the dungeon, and it actually ended up in a big count difference near the end, but this Ember Dawn pull was perfect for Sen Spellbook. They couldn't have done it any better. People worry about the Brewmaster on these big pulls. Can they hold aggro? But Sky was stalwart here. No issues whatsoever. Roybin spinning away, doing 150k DPS on the Mistweaver. Both DPS players doing a ton. But we had a little bit of an interesting scenario. I didn't get a good POV of this because both observers were on Yura here. But what I'm assuming happened through looking at logs and understanding what the players' ideas was here, where the other 4 players ran past all of the trash on the way down. Once they got to the staircase, they Ring of Peaced behind them, quad Shadow Melded to get that trash off of them, and then Euro Wernstone down. So Polish Mountain went for a different skip of their own. The net result was, after Derelict Duo, they were pretty much even on time, but Polish Mountain had 7% less count, and that made this pull before the third boss that much more dangerous. Health bars were low the entire pull. Kyoma was nearly tapped on mana. We did say Yitte die right near the end of this pull, and it was actually right after he hit his meta. He was almost in his immortal mode, but he just barely bled out, and that was kind of what sealed it for them. That 15-second gap was all Sen Spellbook needed to send this one home, complete the reverse sweep, and secure their ticket into the grand finals, where they'll be able to play for a spot at BlizzCon. Just an absolute incredible map, a cap to a great series, and, you know, huge congratulations to Sen Spellbook. Shelly and Roybin, just pillars of the MDI community, always there in some way, shape, or fashion. I love to see them performing this well.
I'm so happy.
Quick note.
Yeah.
I got a message from Roybin, just like right after this series, and she goes, side note, we on purpose lost that Magisters because we knew they were faster, just to back up what we were saying. They knew that they couldn't take that one, and we could tell, and now we're seeing them come into full force. Now, I will say there's a point in there to be made about if you want to play among the best, you'll need to beat them all. But you gotta also pick your battles, and I think they did really well here.
Yeah, this was a phenomenal, just honestly, strategy back and forth from both of the teams. Banking on, hey, do we think they're stronger in this one? Do we think we're going to lose this one? We're going to save these picks. We're going to do them for the middle. We're going to wait until those two, you know, the second map. We're going to wait until the third to bust out the powerhouse. I mean, just honestly, incredible series all around. And as you can see, many of us, almost all of us, minus Zyro, leaned entirely in the favor of Polish Mountain on this one. Chat also was really strongly in their corner, but it just goes to show Sen Spellbook,
well played,
they
Zyro.
pulled off an incredible sweep, and Zyro, yeah, well done. You get that one extra bonus gold star that the rest of us don't. that one extra point. But we'll take
Listen.
a look at the bracket. Yes, sir.
Can I say one thing? When I joined the replay channel right after I made that prediction, I said, I don't really think they're going to win, but I just wanted to say something different. But I am glad that it happened that way. I'm really happy for them.
You could,
Nobody would have known.
Secret. You could have been like, I always believed from the get-go.
I gotta be real.
All right. Well, things have shaken out in a very real way for all of our teams as well, and it is amazing seeing the journey we've taken. Now, Tettles, looking at the bracket, we obviously here at the end have Mandatory versus Send Spellbook, but what are your thoughts about Group A and this final showdown coming up?
Well, both of the teams have made it to the finals. So they're making it to our Season 1 finals, which is a really big deal. At the same time, there is a lot of prize money on the line, and I'm interested in continuing to see if Mandatory falters at all. Number 1 seed coming into the weekend, we were trying to look at strategies, we were trying to figure out the metagame, what was going to be happening with Mandatory. I think for me, they have played basically a perfect weekend. Are they going to maintain this perfect weekend is kind of the question that I have. I would be shocked if they have anything but a perfect weekend. They are really, really good.
They are so strong. Zyra, please.
I think the important thing here to mention as well is, since Spellbook are playing at a significant disadvantage going into this series, right? They've been playing in matches for the past 2 hours now, whereas Mandatory's just kind of been sitting back, relaxing, watching the series, probably practicing the maps. So, yeah, Mandatory has looked stronger, but they just have the time advantage coming into the series.
It's the age-old question. Would you rather be the hot hand, or would you rather have the time to practice your maps right before the match starts? Would you rather have the momentum, or would you rather be the first seed that had like a couple of hours to chill out?
I feel like... I mean, yes, you want that,
course, but...
I will say, though, I feel like Send Spellbook, at least from what we've seen of them, particularly this season, but it usually takes them a little bit to kind of get to the point where they have all really clicked, they've all really locked in, and they are really executing smoothly. So this might very well play in their advantage, as it just did in this last series. And either way, we are very, very much about to find out, everyone. Now, this has been an incredible day so far, but it is not over yet. We have our Group A finals in just a few minutes. This is going to be Mandatory versus Send Spellbook. Will our team on top stay on top, or will we see Send Spellbook, who has warmed up and who is locked in, somehow manage another incredible upset? You'll have to find out, but we will all watch it together in just a few minutes. We are back, and I hope you're ready because this is it. The series that will determine our Group A champions. It's mandatory versus send spellbook, so let us know who you think is going to take it in the chat. Now, mandatory. They are sitting at the top right now, Tettles, and they have a lot going in their favor, right?
Yeah, number 1 seed, able to sit out and wait basically an hour and a half watching the other teams play, practicing for their best of 5. Probably the most practice out of all the teams coming into this group. Completely deathless. They have the most accomplished MDI player of all time on their team. They have an unlimited amount of specializations that these people have played over the last, 10 years that I've seen them play. This is a team that we did not know how they were going to mesh coming into this weekend, and they have performed like the number 1 seed basically every single step of the way. They are flawless, and it is hard to... we see 2 million channel points for them right now. It is hard to think anything else other than mandatory have looked phenomenal this weekend.
It's so true. You mentioned so many things going in their favor, but they did tell us that the reason they all came together and what really bonded them into this powerhouse was the power of French cheese. So that's also really important to everybody, I'm sure.
The hammer's up.
That's probably contributing to their victory alongside all of the things that Tettles just listed. And now, as well, Zyros and Spellbook, very much the underdogs here in this matchup. They have come from the bottom, whereas Mandatory is sitting at the top. But they have totally surprised us. They're scrappy, they're choosing key moments to play and strategize. So I think in your time, you've kind of been in similar positions in past competition, right?
Yeah, it might have been about 8 years ago now. I was the captain of a young upstart team called Team Omega Sniped, who made our way through the lower bracket, got into the top 2 to qualify for global finals. We were so happy. We were about to face off against Method and A, and you might be wondering, Zyro, did you win that match? No, we got stomped. It was 2-0. It was not even close. We died 20 times per map. It was really bad. Now, I'm not saying that's going to happen to Sin Spellbook, but they've kind of, accomplished what they've set out to accomplish this weekend. They qualified for the finals. So maybe there's less emphasis on really trying to play perfectly in this map. They're not going to throw, obviously, but this is something, like Tettle said, mandatory should be more practice for. If this goes past 3 maps, there are going to be more specs banned out than we've seen from any other series this weekend. How is that going to play into it? This is going to be really interesting to watch, but I think it's pretty significantly favored towards mandatory.
It definitely is, but you know what? I would have never guessed Sun Spellbook would be here, even from what we've seen, but what they just showed us in the last series has me over here just believing with all my heart that they're just going to keep rising. Now, Mandatory is a big team to topple, but like you said, they've already accomplished a lot. Now, this is going to be a best of 5 here for our Group A finals, and this will be the first time we've seen the spec variety rule in play with a best of 5. So, Dratnos, any thoughts on how this is going to change things for the teams?
Yeah, it should be pretty exciting because we're going to get at least 3 maps, which means we're getting at least as many specs banned as we've seen in our longest series so far. If we go to map 4 and map 5, though, we will potentially have up to 12 specs restricted from our teams. Now, there's only 40 specs in the game. Taking out 12 of them is a huge chunk. So the question is, have they got strategies prepared for those later dungeons? You have a dungeon like Skyreach towards the end, which maybe you want that Warlock saved for, but then if you want to play the Warlock earlier and get it restricted from, instead of, losing your Og Evoker, your Devourer, what are all the ramifications of that? What might happen is, much as we've talked about, Sen Spellbook maybe not having spent as much of their time preparing for this series, the same might be true for Mandatory. Looking at this weekend, this series is not one that changes who qualifies to the season finals, right? So what that might mean is if one of these maps goes differently than either team have expected, we might get some really interesting adaptation that needs to happen on the fly for those later maps in the series.
We might, and we can only hope that we will. Now, chat is leaning heavily towards Mandatory, no surprise, but let's get our predictions in really fast. Now, like I said, I've become a believer with Sen Spellbook, but I have to say, things seem so strong for Mandatory. I'm going to put mine out there, 2-0 in Mandatory's favor right now, but I might regret it. Now, Dratnos, how about you?
They have to get 3-0.
Oh, I'm sorry, 3-0, excuse me. My brain's catching up on best of 5. Thank you, 3-0, 3-0. You know what, we'll toss it to you then, Zyro. How about you?
Well, I'm going to say 3-0 Mandatory, but I'm looking at the channel point. That's set up 6-1 odds. That's pretty nice. I'll put a modest bet on Sen Spellbook on the channel points, but I do think Mandatory is going to win. I'll go 3-0 as well.
Okay, 3-0, Dratnos?
But you put me down for the 3-0 on Mandatory. This could be a very exciting series. We could have a really close finish, but I do need to win the predictions also. I need to not get embarrassed there, so I am going to go with the 3-0 on Mandatory for that.
Okay, Tattles?
3-0. Mandatory.
For who? Okay.
Thank you. I mean, look, honestly, I think, 3-0 coming in from Makes as well. Yes, Tattles?
It's just really... Okay, so the spec variety rule also, I think, is heavily in favor of Mandatory, because you're not... If you ever go to a best of 5 as well, you're not going to your second best comp. You're going to, your tier 3 comp, right? You were literally bottom of the bag, in terms of, the composition that you were trying to play.
Okay, hear me out, though. You've watched Shelly play the MDI for years. He's been playing the MDI like we've always had a spec variety rule. You show him, and he's spawning in on, the Affliction Warlocks and these Ellie Shamans, even in seasons where it wasn't required.
All right. You can keep debating this, but we have a map on our hands. This is going to be our final series of the day, Mandatory versus Sen Spellbook. This is their first map of our Group A finals, and we're going to toss it on over here to Zyro.
Dude, Dratnos, right away off the bat, we're seeing a little difference from Mandatory strat. Remember, right back at the start of the tournament, Mysara Caverns was the first dungeon they played, and remember, Mirez was on the Guardian Druid back then, opting to not bring it in map 1, probably saving it for some later maps.
Yeah, it's a very interesting texture, because if you want to play a certain spec for 2 maps, you will get it banned out for the rest of the series if those are maps 1 and 2. Even if you then played, you could play it potentially in 3 maps. I think if you played it in maps 3, 4, and 5, maybe. Although I'm not 100% sure on the math on that. It is a very, very interesting situation if we go later in the series. I do want to highlight Sen Spellbook's composition here, because they're actually really min-maxing a certain element of their comp. So there's 2 things really going for them here. First of all, you have an Arms Warrior and especially a Ret Pally that really heavily benefit from having that Sky Fury from the Resto Shaman. Those are the specs that scale the hardest, especially that Ret Pally. Sky Fury gives you these extra auto attacks. And when you're playing Ret Pally, you have a talent that basically replaces your auto attack with Crusader Strike. So when you get extra auto attacks, you're getting extra Crusader Strikes. It's very powerful. Arms Warrior also benefits from those extra auto attacks, though, as well, pretty heavily. So extremely important raid buff synergy. But what's also synergistic in the Sen Spellbook composition is that both the Arms Warrior and the Ret Pally do a tremendous amount of funnel damage. So if you can find ways to pull unimportant trash onto these bosses and then not cleave them down too fast, the Arms Warrior and the Ret Pally should be absolutely nuking the bosses as a result. Even the mini-boss, you can do that too as well.
That seems to be a trend amongst the best specs in the game right now. Even the Affliction Warlock that both teams have opted for here, it's a spec that also gains more single-target damage from AoEing. Seed of Corruption is just a better button to press when there are 3 targets available to do more single-target damage. It's not really funnel necessarily, because you're AoEing to do single-target, but it's still it's still a little bit better for them. So that makes sense for them to play that. They leave Demo open as an option for later keys by playing the Affliction here. And Affliction, again, is just a spec that's really, really good for these free-flow, big AoE pulls back to back to back. They pretty much just will always have damage available with this many targets. They can spam seed nonstop the entire key. It's interesting that we're seeing both teams opt for it here. Something interesting, though, is the AUG is being picked right off the bat for Mandatory. So this is one of the only times they'll really get to play it. Although, I guess, in a best-of-5 series...
Yeah.
So
as long as
play
you
it 3
don't play it in
times.
the next map, you can then play it some more later. But if you play it in your first 2, you're not going to be able to play it later, as we are going to see our first deaths of the series happening for Sen Spellbook. It's going to be a reincarnation for Roybin and a battle res for Dan to bring them back to life. It looks like that battle res is being accepted. The rallying cry was used as well there, but not quite enough to keep the entire group alive. So that's 2 deaths, that's 30 seconds for Sen Spellbook going against them. Meanwhile, Mandatory are getting into boss combat here, and yeah, like you said, I think that Aug Evoker choice is definitely one to look out for, because I think they'll probably want to hold it for out of the next map, but maybe you just use it in 2 maps and then you just try and win one of the next 3 without it. I mean, we talk about Aug Evoker like it's really good. It is really good, but it's not impossible, of course, to win without it.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the map pool we have for the grand final, right? We know that Mandatory has a 6 strat where they Wurn Stone after getting the altar, then Gateway down, so they're instantly on top of the second boss right away. You don't need Aug in Nexus Point. You don't need it in Magister's Terrace. You also don't really need it in Skyreach. So I guess it makes sense to just play it in this dungeon, and then if you feel like you need to have it, or if it's just a pocket pick for any of those further keys later on, then you can ban it out later. But yeah, their strat in particular in this dungeon really, really leans heavily into that Aug Evoker. And I mean, again, they're just playing like we expect them to play, a practice team that's been sitting back watching matches. I mean, Mandatory has just been lights out all weekend, and they're continuing that play here, Dranos.
Yeah, I think I would rate the Mysara Cavern strategy and maybe the Nexus Point Zenith, the Aug Evoker, facilitates one-phasing the Core Warden in combination with another burst DPS spec. So I think that is pretty important. Skyreach, it's nice to have it for the last boss, but it's not required. You can get away with other specs or even just killing those ads if you need to. Those, I think, are the 3 dungeons that the Aug Evoker jumps out to me as providing the most unique, like, irreplaceable utility compared to the other dungeons. So I expect that these teams will opt to play it in 3 or 2 of those 3, and I think Sen Spellbook holding it in this dungeon means they will get guaranteed access to it in those others.
Also, in an ideal world, you know, we don't get to the Skyreach for Mandatory, right? They would like to play for the 3-0, so we'll see if that's something they're able to pull off. Of course, we're only on the first boss in the first dungeon so far, but Mandatory have opened up a gap here. They have the boss dead, while Sen Spellbook still has their boss at 30%. With actually a lot more count, 13% more count for Mandatory, and of course those 2 deaths. So Mandatory probably have about a 1-minute lead after the first boss here already. But we know that their strategy in this dungeon with that Aug Evoker really kind of opens up after we go to this next trash room.
Yeah, here we can see them maneuvering towards that. Ryson going to be doing that Travel Form Wild Charge, then setting up some pre-hots here. Moving into Cat Form to start this one off in stealth potentially. And actually a Spatial Paradox to start things off is going to let them tag things from very far away, as you can see here. That Tormented Shade with that blue square marker and those far reanimated warriors just being hit by a single ability with that Spatial Paradox, giving both Gingy and Ryson a 100-yard range for its duration there, in addition to the ability to cast while moving. The rest of the group here just focusing on that AoE DPS, Devourer, Demon Hunter, tossing those collapsing stars in there. Macene going to be the target of the Death's Grasp. Able to immediately leave, though, removing the requirement to swap damage onto those hands. A lot of different ways that they're able to do that in this group.
Well,
already, almost all that trash is dead.
He has a soul burn around him. I think he meant to soul burn port that, but ended up getting a Tiger's Lust instead because he just didn't have a port down. So a little bit of a mistake from them there, but not really something that's going to cost them too much in the long run. That trash pull was very good from them. They were able to get it gathered perfectly after getting tagged by Ryson, and they were dealt with very, very quickly, moving swiftly on through the door that just unlocked from killing off that Restless Guardian. Going to be going for a large AoE pull here, but after this trash dies, let's get a POV of Gingy. He's going to go back and grab that altar buff. He hasn't gotten it just yet. He had, started the RP for it, I believe, but after this trash pack dies, that's when he goes back and grabs the actual buff for the second boss, and it helps them deal with that boss that much more quickly. For the time being, though, just another massive pull. Have to keep an eye on these shields popping. This could be a lot of damage intake once they start to pop.
Yeah, exactly. They don't have something like a Mass Dispel or an Arcane Torrent to get through a bunch of them at the same time, which is a little bit of a blessing rather than a curse, because all of them exploding at the same time can be very scary if you don't have some defensives set up for it. You can see they've managed to get through most of those shields and kept them healed through. Resto Druid works really well if you're just popping those one at a time. The HOTS can just keep everybody stable very quickly between each one. It looks like most of this trash has now once again been taken care of. All those reanimated warriors beginning their cast and then instantly hit by Ryson, running into melee there and hitting that incapacitating roar. Gingy now going to backtrack here. Has that Warden Stone already placed. He's going to hop on his mount and go back to the previous trash area. We've got that side pull of Grim Skirmishers and ends up actually getting hit, looks like, by one of the spirits. Now activating the altar. Heading over to the side, and there's that Warden Stone bringing the altar on forward. Following that, he's going to take the gateway and rejoin the rest of the party here.
Lovely. I mean, and all the trash is just ready and stacked when they get there as well. Ryson going to backpull a couple of these warriors as well, so they have more to gather. Mira's also pulls that pack on the right side, so they have a lot of these skirmishers. Once again, with the shields on them, that's going to be a little bit of extra damage intake. Once those shields pop, they'll probably start dispelling them off one by one as well, so the damage intake isn't too much when they do eventually pop to the AoE DPS. The big thing here is just to make sure that they don't pop at the same time as the fixates explode on this boss, but I mean, they've already got them dead, and they won't have to worry about that overlap at all at this point. Just great execution once again from Mandatory. I mean, whenever something pops up in the dungeon that is required of them to have the timing down correct, it feels like they're just so practiced on it.
Yeah, this dungeon in particular, remember, this was one of our time trial dungeons, and they are playing very close to their time trial comp in here, so they have a lot of reps on doing these specific pulls. That's part of the reason why it looks so polished, although you'll be hard-pressed to find a dungeon where Mandatory don't look polished, at least from the ones we've seen so far. Remember, they are on a deathless, not just game, not just series, but a deathless weekend so far from Mandatory, as their runs have all been perfect. This one so far is no different. Meanwhile, Ascend Spellbook over on the right-hand side are also in this trash area. They haven't quite pulled that boss just yet, but one more staircase, one more small staircase, and they will be in boss combat just as well. They do need to collect a little bit more count than Mandatory do, as Mandatory collected a lot more at the very start of the dungeon, and we're getting griefed a little bit here by some of these tornadoes, Ascend Spellbook, but it looks like they are able to slowly at least maneuver this pull on upstairs. They'd really like to get into boss combat soon so that they can leverage all that funnel that their different specs provide, but they have to be careful that this pull remains safe, because, of course, any deaths in boss combat will be catastrophic for them. Meanwhile, Mandatory have finished that boss off, and at 99% count, they are ready to skip almost all the trash on this bridge, just leaving that drummer at the top, which they will take care of later.
Yeah, I mean, again, just perfect textbook execution there. 22% on the boss whenever that first shield from Necrotic Convergence went on for Mandatory, so there was never any question of whether or not they were going to be able to skip the second one there. Solid skip there from Mira's. Going to see the Shadow Meld in just a moment here to make sure he gets that trash off and doesn't pull any extra count. There it is. And they've skipped past all of the trash in this area and are in combat with that final boss. Now, they are skipping past the drummer here. This is on purpose. They are going to cleave that down later on once they have the damage buff. They're going to position on the far edge of the room here, so they're actually out of range of the drummer damage, Dratno. So just, again, this is just min-maxing that doesn't really need to be done, but Mandatory will always do it when they can find the extra time in these dungeons.
Yeah, this way they'll be able to kill off that drummer with the damage buff from the intermission phase of the boss here, which effectively reduces the total amount of damage that you need to do in this dungeon, so it does a bunch of free extra time save for them, the only cost being that they want to play this boss fight, like you said, out of range of those drummer ticks. So a little bit of a space restriction here, but this isn't a boss that is particularly lethal. As long as you're able to stack up those tank puddles, that would be the main thing that would zone you out of this section of the room, and of course they are easily able to manage that, especially with the Brewmaster able to just roll in there, get that hit, and then lighter than air jump back out into the rest of the group. So you can see Mirez doing exactly that. Once again, even just leaving it over on the side and actually taking the boss towards the front of the room. Not all of our teams do this, but by bringing the boss over here, you'll be able to get a little bit more cleave during the soul-rending roar phase here. This is actually going to take another couple of steps even towards that ritual drummer.
You can see they used a lot of personals there at the very end because they were taking those drummer ticks when they moved the boss there just to keep themselves topped for that soul rending roar. Probably also using health stones and health potions to keep themselves topped for the RP here though. But once running through, we have the damage buff available. The boss is right there. We can freely cleave these two mobs down. And with that second Bloodlust pop, Raktul is not long for this world. Mandatory's best time in this key is a 12:24. It looks like they're going to exactly match that here as the boss goes down and they put themselves up 1-0 in this final series of our first weekend.
That is some serious precision, but you expect nothing less from Mandatory. Phenomenal seeing this team come together in here in our best of 5. While this certainly doesn't determine the whole series, it does give them a very strong start to it. Now, watching Mandatory do their thing is always impressive, but SPELLBOOK coming in as our underdog on this one leaves us a lot to consider as they look ahead. So, I mean, looking at this, Dratnos, how do you think they measured up to Mandatory's strength?
Yeah, I mean, this wasn't a bad run out of SPELLBOOK. They did have those couple of deaths early on, which, of course, you'd rather not have any of those, like Mandatory have been doing, but it's not as simple as just copying Mandatory and not having any deaths ever. That is a huge skill component from Mandatory. The really good news for SPELLBOOK as well is they played a lot of heavily off-meta specs in their run, so they're going to be setting themselves up really favorably for the spec variety rule here for the rest of the series. Even though maybe that was part of what hurt them in this map and series, even though maybe that was part of what hurt them in this map in particular.
We can get a little more insight into some of those ups and downs or what might have held them back a bit here with Tuttles and the viewpoint that you had as we went through this first map.
I think what Dratnos kind of said is true. I feel like for SPELLBOOK, you kind of need to pick your battles. I feel like Mandatory are going to consistently be kind of favored on every single individual map here. So if you're SPELLBOOK, you need to really pick your best 2 and 3 maps and just try to play your best composition then on those maps. For Mandatory here, they looked absolutely automatic. They were continuing to do the route that we saw through Mysara's Caverns earlier this weekend, where they had a little bit of cool tech with that Evoker, with that Wurnstone, picking up that Spirit, and then Wurnstoning and taking that Spirit into Vordaza, allowing that to put the damage amp on the boss. And that is like a single target amp, so it doesn't really make sense in most other points of the dungeon, but it was really cool for them. For SPELLBOOK, in my opinion, they're going to need pretty much a deathless run to be able to even capitalize on any mistakes from Mandatory. And for me, this was a very scary pull. Some of the shrink casts were going off. Dan and Roybin end up going down while they do end up getting battle resed and Ankh. And it feels like it's just 30 seconds. At the same time, you need effectively a perfect run. And this is that Vengeful Shade that I was talking about. So Genji, he's lighting these incense holders, he Wurnstones, he ports that ghost, and then they're immediately going into Vordaza, allowing Genji to allow this ghost to continue to deal as much damage as possible to the boss, putting that debuff on him over and over again. And for Mandatory, this was clinical. Like, I think that there's no way to describe this dungeon as anything but clinical, where I felt like this was basically just perfect. A completely deathless run again. They haven't had a death this entire weekend, and going through this dungeon again and having another dungeon that's completely deathless, everybody is on notice that this Mandatory team is legit, and they are playing like the #1 seed.
You know, a long time ago, a friend of mine said that the biggest difference between like top performing endgame and players who are, you know, more casual or just trying to kind of get their foot in the door literally just comes down to how frequently you die. And I think that stuck with me, and I think it just shows with Mandatory that if you can go these huge spans of time and not have deaths, not have mistakes, right? That these moments literally affect everything else so that you see these runs just perfectly timed over and over again. Now, will that consistency stay? It certainly seems like it right now, but I know SPELLBOOK are hoping that they have a chance to get their foot in the door on this next map, Nexus Point Zenith. So we are going to have our spec variety rule coming into play in this best of 5. It's going to be bigger than ever, but Nexus Point, how do we think this is looking for them, Zyro?
I mean, honestly, I think it's more of the same here. The big question mark for me is something Dratnos and I were talking about at the start of that key with Augavoker, right? Like, if you're Mandatory, do you use the Augavoker here to guarantee or potentially guarantee the 1 phase on Core Warden in this dungeon? Or do you save it potentially for if you go to map 4 on Skyreach? I wonder what their play is going to be. I wonder if that's even like a thought process for them. This is something that we don't really know, right? Like, It's kind of weird. The best of 5 kind of throws a wrench in things. If it was a best of 3, I think it'd be pretty easy to just rip the Ogvoker here. But you kind of have to look at the long road here. So yeah, I'm curious to see what the plan is for them.
They had the best Zenith on the weekend. I think building a 2-0 lead and then requiring Send Spellbook to try to reverse sweep, and even if you're playing like your tier 2 and your tier 3 comp, you just kind of have to play to your own preparation and believe that, like, if you were able to take the Zenith with that Ogvoker versus not, like, I think you have to play it, and then you just play towards your tier 2 compositions being able to win out at some capacity.
I mean, it's interesting. We're seeing the bans. Obviously, you can all look through this as well. Yeah. But Dratnos, when you're kind of looking at them, you kind of agree? Do you feel like there's anything that we're seeing with some of these strats for where they might be saving some of these bans in our future maps?
I do think if you're mandatory, there is an argument to be made that you've looked at Send Spellbook play Nexus Point before, and that has been a dungeon that I'd say looks like one of the weaker dungeons for Send Spellbook. So maybe you can hold the Ogvoker and still win this one and still have a good, clean run in here. You know, maybe you're sacrificing 2 or 1 phasing the Core Warden, but that would be something I'd be considering.
What's the
sure.
third map in here? What's the third map in the series?
Magister's Terrace.
Yeah, I think that one.
It seems like it's less than the same for Og.
Skyreach. Yeah,
Og is insane in Skyreach. Yeah,
I'd like the Og for Skyreach, and you can use it, I think, in both Magisters and Skyreach if you set things up correctly and bring a bunch of other specs up to 2 total maps played and then ban them out instead. Man, this is a really cool spec variety rule. Actually, the way that this spec variety rule works in a best of 5 is so different than a best of 3 because you get that those 4th and 5th maps where you might actually be able to play a spec a third time, but in order to do that, you have to really plan for it in advance. So yeah, that is the question: is are mandatory planning to just 3-0 this? Do they have a contingency ready for how, if this goes to that Skyreach? I think we'll start to get an idea for that when we see which specs they zone into this Nexus Point with. The one thing I'd really like out of both teams, in this dungeon, I want to see the Bear Druid from both teams. I think this dungeon, it's worth using one of your Bear uses for here, because some of the pulls are just so much comfier on the Bear than on anything else.
Indeed, but this is going to be game 2. This is Nexus Point Zenith mandatory versus Send Spellbook, and here we go.
That is a Vengeance Demon Hunter. There it is, 4-team mandatory Vengeance Demon Hunter for Mirez. We have the Warlock, the Destro Lock for mandatory.
Oh, +1.
Yeah, that's a +1 for us. That's the last Warlock spec we haven't seen. I suspect they want to ban it out after this one and then preserve the demo for a potential Skyreach, because I don't think you want to be caught without a Warlock in a Skyreach is probably some of the thought process here. So yeah, mandatory are playing a lot of heavily off-meta specs in this dungeon. The Mistweaver and the Unholy being the most meta of the specs, and then the Elemental Shaman potentially helping facilitate that burn on the Core Warden. But then the other specs they're playing here, they'll be ones that they're very happy to throw at the spec variety rule, whereas Send Spellbook actually having a death already on this first big pull. That is not good news at all. The ramp from that Unholy DK all gone during this Bloodlust pull. This might be a big problem for Send Spellbook, as once that Incarn falls off, there will be one more Survival Instincts, and then our tank might start being in some serious danger that they're not planned for, as they haven't had this pull live this long in practice whenever that DK's been alive.
Yeah, and that was made all the more worse by the fact that they had already used the battle res. Roybin, I think, ripped aggro on something right at the start of the pull, died, they instantly rezzed her, and then, of course, like we saw, Dan died on his ramp and ended up pretty much doing no damage on this pull because they didn't have the battle res. Now Looney dying as well, and then Roybin a second death. The mana batteries explode, killing off several players. The good news is they've gotten through most of the pull. The bad news is they've now lost 1:15 and potentially even more in death timers. Meanwhile, mandatory, no issues for them whatsoever. We're already into the boss room here and getting ready to spawn that boss, Dratnos. This is just looking worse and worse for Send Spellbook.
Yeah, again, this looks like mandatory have made a really good decision of playing this comp here. And then things have, not only have they made a good decision, but fortune has immediately broken in their favor with all of those troubles befalling Sen Spellbook, because Sen Spellbook really pulled out a lot of the powerhouse specs for this map. They definitely need to win this one, otherwise they're going to be in such a tough position trying to reverse sweep, having used a use of that bear, a use of that Mistweaver, and I think their spec variety rule is going to be hurt by this more than Mandatory. Mandatory really smartly saving resources for the rest of the series.
I do like this Destro lock pick, though. I think Warlock in general, all three specs, kind of have their own niches a little bit. I mean, they all kind of do the same thing, right? They all just do solid AoE and solid single target, and they're not really bad at anything. I think Destro might be a little bit behind the other two specs in terms of just raw throughput, but it's a very, very easy spec to play. On AoE, you're literally just pressing Cataclysm to put Wither on everything. Yeah, he is playing Hellcaller, I just checked. So you put Wither on everything that replaces Immolate, and then you just spam Rain of Fire. You don't even have to worry about Havoc because you play Mayhem, so that auto-Havocs targets for you. It's really, really good for the mass pulls that you do in this dungeon, so it seems like just a solid pick to fill in one of those gaps for the spec ban rule. It's just a really, really smart pick for Mandatory.
Yeah. Mandatory, and they want to play Warlocks in all three of these dungeons, or in 3 of the 5 dungeons in this series, but they don't care so much about the specific specs as just the Warlock class utility. So they're getting the full value out of 3 Warlocks while also getting 3 different specs restricted on the spec variety rule, if I'm correct about the demo being the plan for the Skyreach if we get there. And that just seems like an absolutely brilliant decision out of them. The other thing that's working out really nicely for Mandatory, look at this Vengeance DH damage. Going to be in 3rd place by the end of this boss pool. Now, there was a lot of trash on pull at the start here. Vengeance Demon Hunter has some tremendous AoE burst. The way that the spec works right now is when you press your meta, you get to then press a Spirit Bomb that just drops meteors on the entire pull, and then you also get to do a Soul Cleave that drops some more meteors, and everything is just getting absolutely nuked by that. Now, while that's happening, and for the entirety of the dungeon, you also can randomly proc extra meta presses, and each time you get one of those, you get another rain of those meteors on all the targets. So it can be huge AoE damage if you line it up with your Fiery Brand, which is increasing all the damage that the enemies are taking as well. The danger is Fiery Brand and Meta are also your defensive options. So if you're using them on pull for full damage, often you want the defense on pull as well, but what that can mean is that very few defensives exist for you in the mid and later parts of the pull unless you proc a really fortunate meta.
Interesting. Okay, well, we'll have to see if that's the play for them. It's already a little bit different from them in routing compared to the previous run we saw from them. They're not going for the mass pull all the way to the core warden here. They're just playing it a little bit safe, doing a setup pull first, and then they'll probably start chaining once most of the big mobs die. But again, for the time being, it's looking great for Mandatory. Still on 0 deaths for the map, the series, and the weekend so far, and it looks like they're doing their best to keep it that way. Sin Spellbook has now dealt with the first boss, but I mean, they're going to be on their back foot for the rest of this map here. Those 5 deaths are really going to cost them in the long run here. It's interesting to see the Elemental Shaman kind of underperform on some of these pulls. For Mandatory, it was behind the tank on the first boss. For Sin Spellbook, it was below the Guardian Druid on the initial pull. But we know that the Elemental Shaman is really just generally pretty good, but it's used for the burst on that second boss. It is the best burst damage spec in the game, especially with damage amp. So we'll have to see just how that damage amp push goes for both of our teams.
Yeah, notably neither team playing the Augmentation Evoker to really, hop on board, right? Piggyback off of that Elemental Shaman damage. So we'll have to see if either is still able to make a one phase happen without those dragons. I suspect that that is a required piece of the puzzle as well. But if any team could prove me wrong, it would be one of these two, likely Mandatory. Actually, one thing they might be able to do with it, the Vengeance Demon Hunter Burst is quite a bit of single target as well, especially if you can roll a meta proc into the boss. Now, it's a bit of RNG associated with it, but if you're really planning around it, you can hold a meta proc until just before it would expire, and then you can press it, and then you can hold the Spirit Bomb for a while as well. And if you set that all up correctly, you can dramatically increase the chances, not to 100%, but definitely higher, of actually having multiple of those meteor waves inside the damage amp on the core warden here. Will it be enough to make up for the lack of an Augmentation Evoker? My money would be on no. But it might be close, and I definitely might be wrong. Mandatory will be pulling that boss in the very near future. Meanwhile, over on the right-hand side, hot on their heels, Sen Spellbook. 5 deaths are going to be A very big problem for them as well. That extra minute and 15 seconds, in addition to the dungeon progression, will be assessed against them at the end here. But they're definitely still close. They're in range if something goes even a little bit wrong for Mandatory.
I was talking about how much I liked the Destro lock pick in general. I will say it's not great for 20-second burst. Destro lock kind of wants to do a 30 to 40-second ramp for its damage. So, maybe they can capture the end of that. Genji's playing Reign of Chaos, so he will get a bunch of random Infernal procs during his main Infernal, which will increase his shard generation. I think the main differential between the teams on this damage amp is really going to be how many Tempest procs the Ellie Shamans get in their Ascendants. That's going to be the main generator of damage during the damage amp, so we need to keep an eye on those Ellie Shaman cast bars when we get to the damage amp. Probably get a player POV on them. Perfect, thank you, observers, just to see how many of those Tempests they get during the damage amp. If you can proc off, maybe you can still get a one phase somehow, even without the Aug Evoker.
Yeah, that's going to be the thing to look for here, as Mandatory are going to be spawning that boss. Mira's running over to the side, tossing a glaive at some of these Hollow Soul Scroungers. Just like when they played this with their other comp, they're only interested in taking 3 Scroungers into the boss. They don't want to waste that time running all the way over to the other side to tag the other 3 in while the boss is spawning. But they are now in boss combat, which means we will get an answer very soon to whether they can one phase without that Aug Evoker. I do think that, yeah, it'll require a really well-timed, I guess you could press the Infernal a few seconds before even the Light Scarf Flare starts, maybe, or maybe as you're running into
now.
it. Yeah.
You want to press it right now. There it is. Perfect.
Ramp it up. There it is. Yep. Jinji going to be dropping that rock on to all of these mobs. And Mira is also potentially, yeah, he's got, oh, you can see there's a 2 under his meta, so he actually does have a meta proc that he'll be rolling into this. Nearly dies as he is trying to hold it to go into it. But yeah, there it goes. All of that damage coming in. Up to 170k is Mira's.
Okay, do we have any more Tempest Kush? Proc one here? This boss is getting shredded. They might actually get it. Wow. They're doing insane damage. It's a one phase without an Aug Evoker. Okay, they have 1% of the boss's HP left, but still, that's absolutely insane. What a damage push from Mandatory. Just incredible damage.
Yeah, Mira's actually ends up proccing Last Resort there. Potentially intentionally, because that also gives you more waves of meteors. So I'm going to call it a planned Last Resort for Miraz for just full damage on that burn phase. As then we can see Ryson coming in with that Life Cocoon to make sure that he didn't actually die while he was setting that up. But really nicely played by Mandatory, just full optimization, as Mira is now going to be running around the side. 78% count this time for Mandatory. So they are going to need to grab quite a bit of count before the end of this dungeon. But they are going to be skipping past the battling enemies at the very start of the dungeon and just basically kill every single other enemy in the rest of the dungeon.
Yep, there are those flare bats that were absent from the picture earlier on when we were playing Something Ain't Right. They have to pull those down to get their count. This pull is super dangerous, though, right? We've seen so many of our wipes in this key occur to this pull in general. The AoE damage these lingering images do to the group is insane. Those dots stack up heavily, especially if you start to get meleeed by those fixates as well. These frontals, kind of hard to see, but it looks like everyone on Mandatory is doing a good job of dodging them. Here's that damage push for Sin Spellbook on the right side. Can they also get the one phase off? Shelly blasting the damage meters. Looks like it's not going to be as good from them, but still sub 5% on the damage amp is pretty solid. But honestly, they're just so far behind. Mandatory has already engaged Lathraxion. That mass AoE pull, once again, no issues for Mandatory whatsoever. It may wipe other teams, but not these guys.
Yeah, at least so far. There, at some point, I suspect during our MDI, Mandatory will have a death, but it hasn't been up till now, and I agree with you. I don't think it'll be here, although Jinji actually gets bounced away by one of those images, ends up taking a little bit of a dot as a result. Gonna drop him down to 80% health, which, you know, if you're a Warlock, that means it's done quite a bit of damage to you, but of course you're in very little danger of dying there. The Cataclysm going to be coming out to put all of those withers on all of those targets, pre-activating the Unending Resolve as well against that incoming damage from that step. And we are going to get the Divine Guile phase here just a moment from Lothraxion. You can see Mandatory have managed to use all their cooldowns. They'll be holding this Infernal until after the Divine Guile, of course.
We have Mace Team running out. Oh, they know exactly where it is. Do you see that?
Yeah.
They know exactly where it is. We saw the...
Wow, that would actually have been a tough one as well, because
was
it was
insane.
stacked right on top of another one. So it would have taken them quite a while to identify that. But like you said, Mason was running out, cast that death coil, and then followed that projectile to its correct target, which is a very nice little piece of technology. If you're on the live servers, you can buy some snowballs from the auction house and use those to make that happen. I don't think our MDI competitors have access to snowball, though, so you actually got to find a class with a class ability to do it.
Yeah, they definitely don't. I don't think those are on the vendors, so they wouldn't have access to those. We haven't really seen other teams really using that projectile tech, so it's nice to see Mandatory pulling it out so they know exactly where the correct image is to phase it. No Spirit Link shenanigans here for them, not that they have that available to them either way. So not going to be going down to that intermission phase. Yeah, that's exactly why they're not doing it. They would do it if they had a Resto Shaman in here for sure.
I mean,
again,
okay,
another...
Miraz has Sigil of Silence on this class. It is unfortunately on cooldown, so he can't do anything funny right now. But if it was available, actually, maybe he put it on cooldown so he couldn't accidentally press it during this intermission phase. It's a good way to get very angry messages from your group.
Once again, a death coil instantly revealing where that correct image is. Mandatory instantly out of the intermission phase. Since Spellbook is trying to keep it close, they've just now engaged Lithraxian, but Mandatory have pulled so far ahead. They don't have a worry in their eyes as they start to DPS Lithraxian. We're not going to be getting another intermission phase. It's just another lights out, clean dungeon for Mandatory as they're now putting themselves just one dungeon away from claiming this tournament. Right now, it's just unbelievable from Mandatory.
Yeah. Spellbook wiping at the very end there, but it is not going to matter. Mandatory are going to take this game. It's a 2-0 lead that they've opened up in this series, putting them on match point already.
All it takes is one more win, and Mandatory will prove many of our predictions right. But, I mean, unsurprisingly, when you see how strong they are and how fast they blaze through these dungeons, the precision is so impressive, and the numbers back it up. I mean, looking over all of this, Dratnus, the damage, the specs, everything that came together, what do you think is just so effective about Mandatory or Spellbook strats in these maps?
Yeah, again, I started this map by saying I hope to see them both zone in on the Guardian Druid. I think Mandatory did something even better, though, with that Vengeance Demon Hunter. Look at the damage that it did. It's less than Sky was doing on the Guardian Druid, but it's not by much. And this does mean that Mandatory have another great spec to throw into the fire, as it were, right? To toss away
is that
for
not
the rest of the series.
Is that not 20% less damage?
Look, you know, doing 20% less damage than a Guardian Druid is pretty good, right? Because now you can play the Guardian Druid in the next series, in the rest of the series potentially. It's pretty good, right? Because now you can play the Guardian Druid in the next series, in the rest of the series potentially.
You know, that's the hope you would think. But as we look back on this series, we'll get to our spec picks a little bit later. Tettles, with everything that you saw from this play, what were some of the map moments that were the biggest highlights for you?
I mean, I think that for me, Mandatory, again, looked incredibly automatic, even on a very unconventional kind of setup. They're playing this Destruction Warlock, which seems a little bit random. The Vengeance Demon Hunter also seems a little bit random. But I think that the thing where they have Ryson and Mara's actually cooking in their group, I think that is one of the strengths of this team. You know, Mara's longtime Echo officer, Ryson also a longtime Echo officer, teaching people how to press their defensives, teaching people where to press all of their buttons. I think both of them really set up their team for success. For Sin Spellbook, they unfortunately have multiple of the engineers' bombs go off at the very beginning of the dungeon, causing a full wipe, and from then it was basically just over. There was also, at least for me, a question as to whether or not Mandatory is going to have the ability to be able to one-phase this second boss during that Voidlight Scar cast, and as it turns out, I think that this is where that Mara is making sure that everybody has their offensive CDs, you know, kind of cooking comes into play, where as it turns out, I think it's more of the setup and having all of the buttons available rather than it is like the composition very specifically. Because obviously things like the Elemental Shaman, the Augurbook are really good at one-phasing the fight, but I think if your pacing is correct and your offensive cooldown situation is set up correctly, you should be able to one-phase this on most compositions, even at this Keystone level. And I mean, Mandatory, this was really their showcase here, and they're up 2-0. They have a lot of stuff unlocked for future maps as well. I don't feel like they're going into future maps with a bunch of their preferred picks banned even. So I think that Mandatory are looking very clean to potentially go to up 3-0.
They just really seem to think of everything, and then to just continually do that and meet that bar and that run every single time that they're hoping to achieve. But, next up we have Magister's Terrace, and we did actually just get to see Send Spellbook in this one in our last series. So, Zyro, thinking about Magister's Terrace and the bans to come in ahead, how do you think this map is going to shake out for our teams?
Well, I've got bad news if you're a Sin Spellbook fan. The fastest Magister's Terrace was mandatory by about a minute. And, this is a dungeon where we thought, oh man, Polish Man has such a sick strategy in here, but yeah, mandatory did it a minute faster than them. Sin Spellbook has had a couple of issues in this key as well over the course of the weekend, right? We just saw it earlier today. They had a wipe on the very first pull. They also missed counting here earlier this weekend. They're down 0-2 in a series. But they have also reverse swept a couple of series, so I don't want to count them out just yet. It's just kind of all leaning in favor of mandatory right now, though.
I mean, mandatory was favored to win coming in. We all expected it, especially with this team, although a lot of these players haven't always played under the mandatory banner. This new sort of configuration of them here as mandatory just, I think, immediately looked stacked. And I mean, Dratnos, we're going to have these spec bans coming in, so we'll get a look as they pop up and as the teams take tally of their most played specs, and then also, if there's any ties, pick which ones they're going to ban. So, Dratnos, what are we seeing?
All right, well, we bid a fond farewell here to that Vengeance Demon Hunter for mandatory. 2 Warlock specs also on the ban list for them, although I think we will see the third making an appearance if we make it to that Skyreach, which mandatory are going to try their best to prevent from happening. Meanwhile, it's 2 Shamans banned for Send Spellbook. They've also thrown away that Arms Warrior that they didn't even play in the last map. It was just one that they played in the first map that they still were then eligible to ban after this one. So what does that mean for what they have access to here? Well, Augmentation Evoker is something that is very much on the cards for both teams, and I expect we will see. Guardian Druid, something that is on the cards for both teams, although I believe if Send Spellbook use it here, they will lose it for the rest of the series.
Can I make a prediction for mandatory's composition?
Yeah.
Yes.
Let's hear it.
All right. Bear Druid, Mistweaver Monk, Augmentation Evoker, Devour Demon Hunter, Unholy DK. That's my prediction.
Yeah,
So brave.
That sounds...
So brave.
It's a brave
That's
prediction.
right. That's right. The fact that they have that entire composition unlocked for the third map is insane to me, by the way.
Oh, I mean, Zyro, we've talked about some of the strategies, right? When do you save these picks? Are you going to try and bank on later maps? At this point for Send Spellbook, I mean, this is where they have to draw the line, right? They have to try to win this. So do you think the teams try to get coy about what they're bringing in, or do you think you just lay it all out with your spec picks?
Nah, you got to send it now. Like your back's against the wall. You're down to 2. You lose another map, you're out of the tournament. Now you're still qualified for grand finals, but I feel like you got to give it a go at the last moment here. Go down swinging. Let's see what you got, Send Spellbook. This dungeon hasn't gone well for them the 2 times they played it this weekend. I want to see what they're capable of. We know they have fast strategies in all of the dungeons. They've got times that could compete with mandatory. The Pitter Saran looked great. Let's see what they got.
We will see. This is going to be the make or break game. Game 3, Magister's Terrace in our matchup. Mandatory versus Send Spellbook. This is the Group A finals, and while both of these teams will be moving on, there is prize money on the line and championship glory. If Mandatory takes it, they win. Send Spellbook has to hang in there, Dratnos.
Wow, it seems like both teams have adopted Tettles' innovative comp here of the Guardian Druid, the Mistweaver, the Aug Evoker, and the Demon Hunter. Or rather, not the Demon Hunter, sorry, the Death Knight, because the Demon Hunter and the Warlock is a difference between these 2 teams. So Send Spellbook are going to be playing that Demonology Warlock, whereas Mandatory are instead opting for the Devourer here, which I do think that's the most flexible spot in the composition for both of these teams, especially after Devourer. It got nerfed a little bit this reset, still very strong spec, but a lot less irreplaceable than it was before. Both teams are going to make quick work of this very first pull of the dungeon, and Mandatory heading into the library, wasting absolutely no time. That stampeding roar from both teams, letting them navigate this section of the dungeon, and we'll see how quickly they're able to get in combat with that Pyromancer, and whether they're able to get all of the codices that are over on the side.
I genuinely think the difference between Warlock and Demon Hunter is like pretty much neutral at this point after the
right.
2% nerf they got today this week. So It's pretty much neck and neck comp-wise for the teams. Warlock brings curses, Demon Hunter brings the magic damage taken debuff. It's about the same between them. So it's really just going to come down to who plays this key better. Since Spellbook, after qualifying as a top 2 team, haven't had a clean dungeon this series yet. Can they pull it off here? Can they make Mandatory sweat just a little bit for the first time this weekend? So far, it's pretty close here. Both teams are on that Blazing Pyromancer pull that did wipe Sin Spellbook earlier today. This time around, they're doing a lot better job of dealing with it, but it looks like it's going to be Mandatory unlocking the first boss room just a little bit faster here, Dranos.
Yeah, only a little bit faster, though. Sen Spellbook are running right at basically the same pace here. They've killed off the important mob as well, so just a couple of stragglers that are being left alive for them, but they are only a handful of seconds behind, and they have actually collected a little bit more count in this first area as well, so pretty much dead even between these two teams as they're both running into that first boss, and it's actually Sen Spellbook that will be engaging the boss first, while Mandatory wasting a little bit of time here, or using a little bit of time here, gathering up all these enemies, setting up a beautiful AoE death pile here for all of their cleave to destroy this pull.
Look at the strategy here for Mandatory, though. Kush and Maystine actually both grabbed the 10 stack of that buff from clicking a crystal before heading into the pull, which means their initial AoE on this pack was a lot higher than it was for Sin Spellbook. They had a little more setup time, though, that was required, which means Sin Spellbook actually were able to get a little bit ahead on boss damage here, but I believe Mandatory should be catching up and pulling ahead here as they'll have that damage buff uptime longer. It doesn't extend the buff, right, but it still means they have the buff for a little bit longer.
Each stack of this buff, it's sort of like Iron Fur, right? Where it's each new stack will have its own unique duration. So you won't refresh your old stacks, but you do still get the benefit of multiple stacks. What you really want to make sure is that you just have as many as possible during your burst. Other than that, it's not as big of a deal whether you have 6 for some time and then 18 and then 6 at the end, or just 18 for a shorter time, as long as that 18 does cover your full burst.
Look at this, though. We're actually getting a little bit of extra count pulled on top of the boss at the final moment here for Sin Spellbook, whereas Mandatory just are now dealing with only that Magister. So it's a little bit different count between the two teams. Sin Spellbook also had about 1% more before heading into the boss. Looks like they're going to be leaving the boss with a couple % more than Mandatory. We'll have to see what that ends up changing for them later on in the key. Mandatory will have to pull an extra mob or two here and there. Either way, it's still going to be very, very close. Let's look at this. Both bosses exactly on 10% at the same time between the two teams.
Yeah, and the count almost exactly equal. Again, Sen Spellbook, 2% of an advantage on count. And Zyro, they're going to be killing this boss, I think, just a little bit ahead of Mandatory. This is a really impressive performance. No, it is Mandatory who get it by 2 seconds on the first boss. Although Sen Spellbook looks like maybe even getting in combat a little bit quicker as they were already by the exit. A bunch of worms being pulled by Sky, and then charging forward are both tanks for each team. Very dangerous section here for your tank. These mobs absolutely demolish a tank. Mira is already using the bark skin on the gather here, whereas Sky is able to hold that until actually getting in full combat, actually even getting the Incarn rolling first. Mira is waiting on pressing Incarn until everything is grouped up here.
Look at this. Maystine taking both crystals on his cooldown so he can do a majority of the damage, and then those worms are going to come in late and buff the entire group. Since Spellbook opted to split the buffs between Dan and Looney, so they have a little bit more even damage across the board, but it's working out really well for Mandatory as Maystine is absolutely blasting this pull. The entire team now with a 20 stack. Similar things happening for Sin Spellbook on the other side, but it's just a little bit faster for Mandatory. Do both teams have a healer paralyzed in the back? We see one for Sin Spellbook. What about Mandatory? Have they opted for the safe route as well? I'd have to imagine they'd go for it. Now, we do know Sin Spellbook is going to send one of their DPS players back to grab a couple of extra mobs. Doesn't look like Mandatory did have that healer CC'd. You can see it marked in the back. What is the play going to be for Mandatory now? They've actually just full engaged the boss. They're not pulling any extra mobs. It's just going to be that healer they had CC'd.
Yeah, indeed it is, as the boss already in combat, already almost at 90% for Mandatory. Sky running out and grabbing a bunch of trash from that little pavilion in the corner. And then the cat form, plus Stampeding Roar, plus Warlock Gateway, going to facilitate him getting back and getting that boss pulled as well. So Sen Spellbook should be collecting a decent chunk of extra count relative to Mandatory at the cost of killing this boss a little bit more slowly here.
Yeah, and I guess you get a little bit of funnel, so you might be able to catch up on boss damage a little bit, but I don't think you're going to make up 15% of the boss's HP from this. The real difference is just that they're going to have, like, you know, maybe 4 or 5% extra trash count. But again, if all of that extra trash count comes from the mass AoE pull, and since Spellbook just pulls a little bit less going into that pull, that's really not going to matter to Mandatory. It's just going to be a matter of whether or not they can execute that pull cleanly. And from what we've already seen this weekend, clean execution is the name of their game, right? They're still deathless so many maps into the weekend. I think we're on map 9 for them, where they have yet to have had a player death. So will that first death occur in this run? We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, I was going to say that it would need to for Sen Spellbook to have a chance, but honestly, Sen Spellbook, this looks like their strongest game, even across all of the ones that we've seen so far, even across the series they've won. At least these first 6 minutes here, they have been on an equal form, I would say, to Mandatory, which is really, really impressive. They might even be able to win this map without something going wrong for Mandatory, which is a remarkable place for Sen Spellbook to be. Now, they will need to do it again 2 more times, even if that were to happen. But you know what? We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Right now, Sen Spellbook just focusing on collecting this slight count advantage. Will they be able to convert a 4% count advantage into something better than 15% of a boss HP, which is what Mandatory have on the exchange right now? It's going to be very close. Those two, I would say, yeah, 15% of a boss versus 4% trash count, pretty much exactly equal in my mind.
I think I would always prefer to be further ahead in dungeon progression rather than, like, the trash count. I mean, that was the case in the series we saw earlier, right, where one of the teams had way more count, but they were behind in dungeon progression in that Windrunner Spire, and it ended up being the team that was higher or further in dungeon progression that actually ended up winning it. So I think that's my preference. Either way, questions, I mean, they're holding for this particular pull right here. Mandatory are not even waiting at the Void Caller to DPS down some of these casters a little bit. They're going straight into Gemelis's room. This mass pull is the make-or-break pull for the dungeon. Mirez gathering all of the trash together. So many Void Callers, so many Void Tears. A single Fear Cast goes off, and it's lights out for your team. All of the pressure is on Mirez here, though, as he has to tank this massive pull without going down.
Yeah, this is a very dangerous pull, although for a Guardian Druid in Incarn, you luckily have this genius button called Thrash that does a bunch of damage and gives you a big old shield and a big old bit of leech healing, and you have another button called Ironfur, you can press both of those at the same time. So if you just roll your face across the keyboard at the right angle across those 2 buttons, it can be pretty easy to actually survive on a big pull like this, especially this week. Thrash doing triple the damage that it did last week, really important for generating that large offensive and defensive power in these massive pulls. So Mirez is going to be able to survive that Incarn falling off, but most of the trash already dead. Meanwhile, Sen Spellbook in the exact same position now, grabbing the same pull with that Incarn, with that Barkskin rolling on Sky. Once those fall off, hoping for all the trash to be dead, or else things might get very scary very quickly.
Sky dropping incredibly low. That shield, that healing absorb, potentially taking him out, but able to stay alive with the Incarn active, like you're identifying. Still has 2 charges of SI if he ever gets in danger as well. But Gemelis is already pulled for Mandatory and is yet to spawn for Sen Spellbook. We'll be spawning shortly, as I believe they've killed the trash that starts the RP to spawn the boss. But, I mean, even with the trash differential, Dratno, Sen Spellbook is still starting to lag slightly behind here.
Yeah, this is a little bit of an advantage. I definitely agree with you now that I'd rather have the dungeon progression than the trash count, especially because if you look at it now, you know, Mandatory actually even slightly ahead on trash, although Sen Spellbook do have some still under the boss and incapacitated over to the side that they will presumably be gathering later. So depending on how efficient they are able to do this boss, it might still work out okay for Sen Spellbook. I do think that means that Mandatory have a dungeon advantage, though, that has clearly developed over the past couple of minutes here. Gemelis boss damage, though, is a huge point of divergence. Even just the RNG of whether you're able to maintain, 2, 3, 4 target cleave efficiently for longer can be a big deal on a boss like this.
I do think the Demo Warlock actually outperforms the Devourer on this boss, unless you get really, really good overlaps with Gemelis where they kind of all start to float in the same direction. Your imps AoEing these jellyfish doesn't really matter where they are in the room, right? They could just passively cast at all of them. So, I mean, look at Looney's damage here. He's absolutely cranking on this boss. So I think Sen Spellbook should make up a little bit of time here. But, I mean, 50% of a boss's HP is a lot of room to make up, especially since you're running out of dungeon at this point. Just a little bit of trash count and one boss between the end of the tournament for Mandatory. So since Spellbook, I think at this point they need a mistake out of Mandatory. Bad news, though. This team just doesn't seem to be able to make any mistakes, Ratnos.
Yeah, this is so impressive out of Mandatory. There have been MDIs before where teams have looked perfect. This is going to be another one of them. Mandatory are having a weekend to remember here. This is so incredibly impressive, and there's only 4 minutes left in this dungeon for things to change in favor of Send Spellbook. But all eyes on Mandatory now as they charge upwards, up the spire towards the last boss here. It's going to be one more big pull, and then they'll basically be on that last boss pull. So really not a lot left that could go wrong here, although I found a lot of ways for these pulls to go wrong in my personal testing, of course, to learn all the things for the casting here.
This can go wrong, right? There's a lot of passive AoE damage. Obviously, the Void Terrors are a threat. If a Terror Wave cast goes off, it could fear the whole group. That cast got a little too close to finishing, but Gingy had the kick for it, so Mandatory's not going to go down this time around. Mira's doing a good job staying alive. Incarn is active once again, so he's not really in any major danger, even though that Healing Absorb does go out on him. Quickly healed off by Ryson there on the Mistweaver. And another AoE pull down, another perfect execution pull for Mandatory here. The only thing between them and the end of this dungeon, Dratnos, is one little skip up, which we're going to see from a Devour Demon Hunter shift up to the platform, and then we can get a rescue chain plus probably a Wormstorm as well in just a moment. They're also going to be pulling a little bit of this trash upstairs. They're going to be pulling the Void Terrors manually. They'll DK grip them up, and then the Hollow Soul Shredders will Shadow Step up as well. They've got the trash count ready. Now they can pull it up to the final boss, potentially the final boss of the tournament here. Mandatory just once again on an absolute tear in this dungeon.
Yeah, Send Spellbook are going crazy on the right-hand side as well. They're on a zero-death run too, and they are setting up an even larger pull than Mandatory did with that Guardian Druid Sky just charging to the end of the dungeon. Actually going to be grabbing the Tyrant and the Void Caller here that Mandatory expended so much efforts to avoid. Very dangerous enemies, but it looks like Send Spellbook are sending the Spellbook here. They are charging up to the last boss as well with all of this trash. If they can live this pull, it will be so impressive. And even still, it might not be enough, but they are going to be grabbing the boss here as Mandatory just nuking this down already at 100% count. If they can just focus on that single target, there won't be an opportunity for Send Spellbook, but Send Spellbook are really giving themselves every opportunity. They are going to have the first death of their run, though, and of this map for either team. It is going to be a battle res. It is just the Evoker, but that is quite a bit of damage lost. Luckily, it was before the Breath of Eons that death came out. Unluckily, though, there's still a lot of trash here. And also, Zyro, our tank, is now running out of defensives, and there is still a Tyrant that is going to be applying that Heal Absorb.
Oh, no. The fear goes off.
Send Spellbook. And that's going to be a wipe and a reset. But let it never be said that Send Spellbook lacked ambition here. They absolutely went for it to try and win this map. What an impressive attempt out of them. It almost came together. It was almost enough to try and stabilize and bring this to a game 4, but Mandatory are just playing perfectly. They are not going to offer any opportunity for a team to bring them past the minimum number of maps in any of these series. It's going to be a 3-0. It's Mandatory absolutely dominating this weekend.
Just unbelievable gameplay. The only other time I think I've seen any pull like that going up to Degeneratrix was in my Mythic Zero runs earlier in this expansion. But then we would wipe on purpose and have a little engineering totem down to res us. Either way, you know, hats off to Send Spellbook for going for the pull, giving us a little entertainment at the end. But the win and the victory and the glory is for Mandatory as they take the first place prize in Group A. They are our champions. But we'll be seeing both of these teams work later this month in the grand finals. Will be a sight to see for them.
We will, and I cannot wait. You know, Mandatory might have some new faces, but they are old hats at claiming victory in the MDI. They take their Series 3-0 and indeed have become our Group A champions. honestly, their like seemingly perfect play across all of these series just continued to impress us, and it really makes me wonder who, if anybody, is going to be able to keep pace with them in those Season 1 finals. But of course, since SPELLBOOK's journey does not end here, they will be continuing on to Season 1 finals in June, so everybody be sure to cheer them on there as well. Now, I mean, Dratnos, since SPELLBOOK, honestly, they were really competitive in this map. And I'm very curious what your thoughts are on how they kind of, both teams, I guess, streamlined their runs of this Magister's Terrace.
Yeah, I mean, the run was looking extremely good out of both teams. You can see where the big difference happens is between that 5 and 9 minute mark. Look how much more quickly Mandatory are able to get that next big spike than Send Spellbook. A lot of that was Send Spellbook spending about 30 seconds, then Send Spellbook. A lot of that was Send Spellbook spending about 30 seconds to go and grab some trash into the second boss, and I think that meant that they then didn't have to pull quite as much onto the third boss, whereas Mandatory were just like, nope, we're going to do it all, we're going to live. Send Spellbook almost did the exact same pull, though, and it did work out for them. And then they went for it at the end of the dungeon, and that's where things did not work out for them.
Yep, we might get some more looks at that as well. Tettles, over on your end, what did you see with our game?
I mean, I think the Dratnos is spot on. It was actually a fairly competitive match. I gotta commend Send Spellbook for basically just full sending it straight into the boss. I can only think that they were like watching the stream, saw that they were 30 to 45 seconds behind, and realized that the only way that they could actually get back into the things was to just like full send all of that trash into the boss. I think that was a good final hurrah. Unfortunately for them, unfortunately for Mandatory, they absolutely looked completely dominant, digging deathless this entire weekend. And for me, this is kind of what the expectation for Mandatory now is in the future. They, as players, are incredibly, skilled. They have some of the most accomplishments in the World of Warcraft, and so continuing to prove why they're a team that everybody was on notice for whenever they saw the formation of the team. I'm not super surprised. I actually really liked the Warlock here with the gateway for Send Spellbook to actually skip some of the trash. They even amended their route compared to what they had previously been doing in this dungeon. It was just unfortunately not going to be enough, and I think for Mandatory, something that they do that is really low-key, but it's the most valuable thing in the MDI, is just how quickly they get their packs gathered and minimize travel time. Those are some of the things that for a lot of teams, they actually lose 15 seconds here, 10 seconds there, and then, over the course of the entire dungeon, you might just lose a minute to inefficient travel time. But for Mandatory, they understand that is like one of the most important things, especially with their skips and especially with just getting their trash pulled. And that's, I think, whenever they're devising strategies, they look super automatics. Again, Send Spellbook, they were just like full sending it straight into the boss. This is not a pull. I would not be shocked if we never see this pull attempted again. Like even in the finals, that pull is ridiculous. And the fact that they even tried to attempt it just as like a Hail Mary, that was cool. I don't know if I would advise. I think I'd advise against it, all things considered, but not bad.
Not bad, not bad. Honestly, I love seeing when teams have their backs against the wall, and especially in the speedrunning format, when they're just going, you know what, we go for it, or we just know we're not going to win. There's a chance if we pull this off, but there is probably next to no chance if we can't. And so you get those big moments, and sometimes you have those big breakthroughs too. And I mean, this was a great final map to see these two go out on and to see those risks being taken. But we have to reflect across the whole of Group A here, our bracket where it's all shaken out. Zyro, what was kind of our story as we look back on Group A weekend up to this final series?
I mean, I think I like what Tettles called this group. This seems like it really was the group of death. There were so many teams that I think could have made it out. We kind of all expected Polish Mountain to be the number 2 team after the first couple of days, but Send Spellbook kind of just lobbed those expectations out the window in the lower finals. That was a fantastic match. I think that match in the lower bracket finals really showed off the possibility of the teams to play around the spec ban rule. I think that's worked out really well. I'm super happy with how teams have played around it. I'm looking forward to how teams will be playing around it in future weekends now that they have a little bit of an example on how some of these teams played around it.
Absolutely. And I mean, seeing these two teams in action, right, or thinking back on all of them, do you think there was anything that was really effective for that spec ban kind of approach? Do you think it kind of varies from match to match or group to group? Tunnels, what are you thinking?
I would not be shocked in the future if we see... I feel like Bear Druid was something that got insanely buffed like on this most recent patch on this Tuesday, and I felt like the teams were a little bit slow to adapt to it. at least playing it in a lot of dungeons. I would not be shocked if in the future the Bear Druid is a lot more commonly seen. There is also a question in the future. We're going to have tank tuning on Tuesday, pretty significant buffs to a lot of other specializations of tank. Healer's kind of in this weird situation where Restoration Shaman, Mistweaver Monk, Resto Druid, that's played a lot, and you kind of first prio bans to healers because there are good other healer options. Is tank going to end up in a similar situation? I would be surprised, because I feel like Bear is just that much better damage. At the same time, there's a lot more compelling options with the tank tuning that's going to be happening this most recent weekend. So I think that how like the setup of like the next couple of weekends may be a little bit different than what we've even seen in Cup A.
Yeah,
It's true.
We saw 5 of the 6 tank specs already this weekend, and including our top teams, right? Mandatory even deploying that Vengeance Demon Hunter, preserving the Bear. But I think it's going to be really interesting which dungeons you sequence those in. And honestly, the spec that we didn't see of the tanks, the Prop Pally, that's getting the biggest buff, in my humble opinion, of the tank tuning. It's the one that looks the most exciting. I think we'll see that in some high keys on the live servers. Will that translate into an MDI-style situation? Maybe, maybe not. There's some really big strengths to all those, Divine Toll, Avenger's Shield, silences, so I think having these tanks, the thing is, most good tanks are also multi-classers at the high end already, because you just have to be ready to swap between them anyways from season to season if you're in a high-end rating guild. So I think we're going to see a lot of variety among the tanks. I think that's going to be one of the best answers to the spec variety rule, and then you bust out the Bear as your nuke in the dungeon you need it most in.
I can't wait to see. I mean, I love too, the Bear nuke has been very powerful so far, but we are going to be shifting over here. We've got some insight from the teams themselves. We have an interview coming up with Mandatory, and here he is, Miraz himself, joining us. It was incredible to watch you play this weekend. Hey, how's it going?
Hey, man.
Hey, how's it going? Now, let me double check. I think maybe we have a muting. Are you muted? We'll see here. We're keeping you all in suspense, waiting to hear. I mean, honestly, Mandatory's play, though, we were talking about it, it felt like perfect in every run, watching every single thing go through. And I mean, I know, Dratnos, when you were watching, was there anything in particular that you felt like really characterized Mandatory as we wait to see how Miraz is able to get things running here?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of questions that I have as well for Mandatory, so I'm very excited, very hopeful that we'll get to hear Miraz's answers. I mean, the play does speak for itself. It's its own statement, but I'd also like a full statement.
I know. I feel like we're waiting. Miraz, do you want to try again? We see if we can hear you. Maybe. Oh, still don't hear anything. Oh no! We're so close, but so far. I feel like.
Listen, this is why we do our tech checks on our end the day before the tournament, because this happens to us all the time, so don't feel bad about it at all.
Yeah, literally constantly. So we will continue to. Oh, hold on. I thought I heard something there. One more time. Oh, I did not. It was a fake out. I really thought I heard him for a second.
Rick just baited everybody. That is brutal.
I thought I heard. All right, we're going to go ahead and let the tech setup get worked out behind the scenes. Then we're going to continue our chat here. Honestly, though, really, tech is the bane of everybody's existence, and you think it's working and it's perfect, and then lo and behold, something goes wrong. But let's reflect. Today, we got to see our Group A finals, and Zyro, thinking about that, were there any series today that really, really jumped out at you?
Yeah, I mean, the lower bracket final. That was great. I mean, we saw, for the first time this weekend, we saw a team play a completely different comp in one of the maps. So they played 5 specs in map 1, they played 5 different specs in map 2, so that they could keep 2 of the specs from map 1 unbanned for map 3. No other team has done that the entire weekend. So that was a really cool kind of play on the spec ban rule. Most teams were kind of just playing the 2 specs they didn't ban out in the second map, and then they had to ban those out for map 3. I think that's something we'll see teams kind of look at in their map pool for both Group B and Group C. They'll look at what Polish Mountain did and think, okay, that was really smart, we should do that. But also that was just a great series, right? That kind of shows off how competitive this head-to-head format can be when you have 2 extremely strong teams with a grasp on all of the meta and off-meta specs, right? Even with the sort of off-meta tier 2-ish picks, the maps are still really close for all 3 of the maps. So that was a fantastic series, and I think we'll see more of that in the weekends to come.
Completely agree. It was honestly, I felt like it's just an injection of energy watching it all pan out. And yeah, taking that risk on how they wanted to pan out the spec variety rule is something that didn't seem like it was really what teams wanted to bank on, but then it had such huge effect in that series in particular. So Zyra, I agree. That was definitely a big one for me as well. But, you know, we ended up with mandatory and send spellbook. Send spellbook, we got to see them really, really excel at points today, and then other points where we were going, okay, maybe this needs to be tightened up. So, oh, you know what? We're just getting some information that it sounds like we're going to give it another go. So, let's see if we can get Mirrors in this time, and if we can also hear Mirrors when he joins us.
Hello? Hello?
No. I still
No.
can't hear anything. No.
Wait, hold on.
Wait, hello?
Oh, we can. We're good. Let's go.
You're back.
We're in.
Oh, no way. Okay, hey.
Oh,
Okay.
wow. We're so back. Mirrors, thank
Let's
you so
go.
much for
Okay.
joining us. Congratulations. We can hear you. You know, you thought you got through the hard stuff with the competition, but the audio check at the end was the real competition of the MDI weekend.
Yeah, tech is always great, so, I don't know what happened. It's fine. We're using a different browser now, everything works.
All good, all good. We're just glad you could make it here, honestly, and we're so grateful you would take the time. Now, we have a ton of questions to come your way, but I wanted to start off just by asking about the fact that obviously you, Ryson, Gingy, Kush, and Maystine are all playing underneath mandatory this time around. And I wanted to ask you how it's been coming together with this group and playing in this MDI together.
No, I think it has been really good. The vibes have been good. I think, I hope the team agrees, right? I think we have been having a lot of fun. I mean, all of us have been playing together in some constellation at some point in the guilds or in other teams or whatever, like at some point. So, it's just a big mix, but it works well, right? So that's a good part.
Okay, so I have a question for you, Mirrors. Roger Brown is on the record saying, and I quote, "I wish they didn't die in Raid 2 like they played this weekend, where you guys ended up going completely deathless this weekend." What actually went into making sure that you had basically perfect runs this entire weekend? Was it just a ton of practice, really long hours?
Oh, maybe, but also, we have clutched it up. The practice runs were a little bit shambles here and there sometimes, right? Like one death to aggro, especially when the Brewmaster is in the group. It does happen a lot. And then also, some other deaths here and there can happen, right? But I think we played really clean. Everyone did everything that we wanted to. And I think overall, it was just everyone was locked in when it was mattering the most. And, the Mistweaver keys, if you don't massively fuck up, also very hard to die, to be honest. Yeah. Obviously, there's always some ways. Especially, I think aggro. If I would guess, I think aggro is probably 80% wipes in MDI practice with different tanks.
We can
different
see
comms,
like the spots where you have the life cocoon on the DPS, where it's like, oh, I know what happened in practice here sometimes.
It is. Aggro is definitely a feature that is in the game for sure.
I'm glad that we got you on the desk, because this is your first time playing an MDI in probably 3 or 4 years now, at least. Like, you've been a coach for all the different various Echo teams that we've had play on the MDI in a long time. But I'm curious, how has this been for you? You know, getting back on the squad and playing. Were there any nerves for this competition for you?
Not really in terms of nerves, because I think the last MDI I played was 2 years ago, but it was mainly about just the tanking department, right? I've never tanked the MDI keys, let's say, and I also hate dungeon tanking theoretically. In terms of like weekly keys or whatever. So I think that was the biggest thing, that obviously I wasn't sure how good it will be, because I think MDI dungeon tanking, everyone who has experience is way better in terms of like setting up pulls or understanding how to set up. So there was a little bit of a learning curve there, of course. And also aggro, like I said, is a big thing of like M plus tanks is a very big thing, aggro, and in raiding there's no aggro issues anymore, thankfully. So it's a big swap over, but I think it worked very well. So I'm happy with that.
What was it like preparing for this spec variety rule? It seems like the puzzle of solving like how you're going to play each different series it seems like something you'd be good at. What was that like?
It was very interesting. I just made a sheet, right? We put in all the different classes and different comms and what we ban and what not. What I think we didn't consider, what we got the info like an hour ago, was that I think theoretically we could have played a comp and then ban 3 specs out of that comp and then play a good match and then ban 2 of the first comp I don't
Right.
think that was really in our minds, but we were also preparing for having a good comp at basically all dungeons. Like we didn't want to sacrifice any, how's it called, like any maps or whatever. Where we're like, okay, this is just a bad comp and we're just gonna ban. We had like really good comps in all dungeons, in our opinion. Even in the best of 5. That's why you also saw Vengeance Demon Hunter and Gingy Warlock, and there would have been the infamous Gingy Mage would have come out in the next dungeon, guys. So we did prepare for that. Obviously, it was a bit crazy, let's say, in terms of practice, because we had to practice Misara Cavern with Brewmaster and Guardian Druid and different healers, and we had to practice Nexus Point with different tank and different DPSs. So it was all a little bit difficult to preserve strats to some degree, while also like having different comps and different classes that are obviously maybe not suited for the strats. But I think we did adjust very well in most of the dungeons.
Okay, last question I have. I think that the top 3 specializations that we've seen this weekend are Bear Druid, Augmentation Invoker, and Devour Demon Hunter. Can you rank them from strongest to weakest for us?
Or those 3 only? Okay, I think Guardian
Just
Druid is
those
by
3.
far the most.
Do you
Okay, I
agree
think
as
Guardian
well,
Druid is by far the most OP in any sense. Like after the changes, because I mean before Guardian Druid, by the way, I mean I don't think people saw it right from time to runs or whatever. But Guardian Druid was already the most OP, just a different damage profile and more fatality rate, let's say, in terms of the defensive department was very bad with Root of the Claw, and like I was topping every AoE pull basically, let's say. It was really insane. And now you still top the AoE pulls, but you also don't die anymore. So that's a great bonus, I must say. That's a good time, I guess. And then I think after that is probably, in terms of the dungeon situation, it's probably Orc, solely because of utility. Like Paradox, Burnstone, and all the stuff that the Orc can do is really amazing. And I mean, Devour is just OP DPS, right? But and also doesn't die. But so is DK, right? So it's the other. I think the other 2 are definitely a step above in terms of what they bring to a comp, right? To make it OP, let's say.
Nice. Nice. I love it. Honestly, it was so fantastic watching you play, and we don't want to keep you. You got to rest, probably prep, get ready, think ahead. But I think my last question is just generally, as you look ahead to the finals, to BlizzCon, what other teams are you all keeping an eye on the most in the MDI?
Oh, I mean, obviously, I think the teams, like the top 4 teams that came out of the time trials is like the most interesting to look at for me, let's say. Which is, I mean, I think they renamed, but it was a choke. And then Mistcount and obviously Liquid. So I think they will have great weekends. I'm very hyped for Cup 3, where 2 of the good teams are in, because it will be very interesting. What will happen there, especially with strats being out now and people having seen everything. Of course, Blizzard is throwing in the class tuning and the new items and the higher item level. So I guess many things probably change here and there, but it will still be interesting because this was always the first cup where people have never seen strats, and it's always more difficult for teams with limited prac time or limited experience to make good strats. And now this kind of goes always, like it fades out slowly, I guess, and becomes more equal for everyone.
Awesome, awesome. I can't wait. I think it's going to be amazing to see. And yeah, I mean, like you said, keeping an eye on a lot of the top teams. But honestly, I think Mandatory just like threw down the gauntlet this first weekend. And you know, I guess one last very quick question. How do you feel about playing on the BlizzCon stage? Do you feel like at the end of all of this, that's going to be a big different thing returning to a LAN event?
Oh, for sure. I mean, I think BlizzCon is very hype. I must say. I mean, it all started like our team or whatever. Like we really took off after losing in Sydney in 2018 or 19 or whatever in the past, and then we came back for BlizzCon and had the crazy run, right? But I do think BlizzCon, especially with the format now that it's only 4 teams, makes it insanely competitive, right? Because only 3 EU teams from the region will advance, while there's 4 really good teams, in my opinion. So that's interesting. So one team will not make it, let's say. And on top of that, having BlizzCon on one day fully, right? Because it's I don't know how it will be scheduled by Blizzard, right? But there's only 4 teams, so everything will be played in one segment of the day, is pretty crazy. And right before is the race to first as well. So every team is blocked in terms of practice time, because we're probably having the race and then flying to BlizzCon. It will be very interesting, I think, overall.
It's going to be wild, but it's going to be a lot of hype and a lot of excitement and some amazing, amazing content, no doubt, as we get to see all of the competitions pan out. And we are definitely going to be cheering Mandatory on and hoping that you go all the way there. But your play, I think, spoke for itself this weekend. So before we let you go, we'll let you do any shout outs that you want, Mears. Is there anybody you want to shout out here at the end of the day?
I mean, first of all, of course, shout out to my team, the boys. We blasted really hard this weekend. I think it was really good. And then obviously also shout out to Mandatory, who picked us up and are supporting us now with the sponsoring and other cool things in the future that I don't know if they announced or whatever, but people might see. And then of course also shout out to my personal house ghost, providing the food and taking care of me. Yeah, really amazing. Thank you very much for that.
Oh, your cats.
And of course, and also obviously shout out to all the viewers enjoying MDI. It is very interesting to see how everyone will react again to MDI speedrunning in terms of against TGP, right? So really hyped to see all of that.
Thank you so much, honestly, Mears. Great to talk with you. We can't wait to see everything else that Mandatory has in store, but take care of yourself until we see you again in the Season 1 finals.
Thank
Bye.
you. Bye.
Bye. Now, we have a little bonus for everybody as well, so don't leave just yet. Although it was amazing getting to chat there and hear a little bit from Mears, we are also going to be looking at another interview today. But, you know, we have had an incredible Group A finals. I mean, as we think about what Mears was saying, Tuttles, did anything stand out from his responses that, you know, you're going, oh, okay, all right, I gotcha, that's cool?
I feel like the read on the meta seems like that is a little bit... I would not be shocked if that's what we see in the future. Like, I feel like the read on the meta was a little bit a step ahead of some of the other teams coming into this weekend, and I would not be shocked if that is something that we continue to see being consistent moving forward, where like that bear druid just feels ridiculous compared to some of the other tanks.
Indeed. I mean, yeah, hearing that and seeing it, I think, was definitely impactful. But we also had a big series that was massively impactful to all of us today in the semi-lowers with SPELLBOOK. Sky, thank you so much for joining us, and congratulations on making it through to Season 1 finals.
Hello. Thank you.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, perfect.
Excellent. We don't have any more audio issues. All good. Sky, it's great to have you. Thank you so much for taking some time at the end of the day. I mean, honestly, I think we all absolutely loved seeing that series with Polish Mountain, and we're just blown away by the incredible comeback as you came through. So we have to ask you right off the bat, how did you prepare for that, like, lower finals? Like, how did you go through that?
Honestly, we were only focusing on the lower finals game against Polish Mountain, as we expected. We had, as you heard, problem with my monitor just not working. So we wasted an hour of practice, just like that. But we have entirely switched out 2 full routes in like space of 4 or 5 hours. Because our pit route, we have decided to pull much bigger in the first pull to be able to activate the 3 captives, which I feel like is a massive advantage if you can do that. And yeah, and then in Windrunner we also just like had a good hour and a half trying to do the first pull with the Ember Dawn. That was like, yeah, and we just had to execute it. We kind of knew we were going in a disadvantage because we knew we'll lose the first game, but we just had to believe and like just play good in the next 2 games, which is...
Yeah,
the outcome was
I think it made a lot of sense to say, okay, this Magister's Terrace is going to be tough. But then your Magister's Terrace run against Mandatory, it looked like if you'd had a run that good and then hadn't gone as crazy onto the last boss, I think that could have been competitive with Polish Mountain.
Yeah, this is the first time we were trying this route. We never done this before with this comp or anything like that.
That's important context.
This was literally the first time.
Is that pull onto the last boss part of the route, or was that a last minute call?
That was a quick alt tap to see the stream, see the boss, and we're like, okay, we're doing it, right, for the content.
It was good
we had
content.
To try.
It was.
You know, we had to try. But yeah.
No, we loved to see it.
So I have a question. Like, what is going to be preparation be like going into global finals to try to make sure that you are of like similar level to Mandatory? What is the practice and preparation going to be like trying to get to that same level of which Mandatory is currently?
I think we have a lot more time now, especially with season finals being like so far away. I feel like that's gonna give us a lot more time to practice bigger pulls and everything, because we know like we have ideas what we can do in dungeons, but we just don't have enough time to fully practice it out. For example, Nexus, you can pull everything on the left side into the first boss and activate it, right? And that's it. But yeah, there's just no time. But now we have more time, so yeah, hopefully we'll do better, even a lot better.
Okay, another question. What was it like navigating the spec variety rule in the lower finals? Because we feel like you guys had probably the most unique take on the spec variety rule, basically committing to the reverse sweep. That felt a little bit risky, no? Like, or did you think that you just had a significant advantage in those dungeons?
This was like kind of my idea, where I would like sacrifice the first game to play better in the next 2 games, but then something like just changed because the dungeons pool like were like super different to what we expected, and we just had to make sure we have as much meta in the harder dungeons to make sure if we lose one game we have stronger the other 2 games. And that's why we committed to fully sacrificing mostly every single first game, unless it's like Nexus or like, I don't know, Seed, where we are pretty good, I feel like, just to have better comp in the other 2 dungeons.
Yeah, I mean,
We have,
honestly,
like,
it panned out.
Yeah, we have like a whole doc list, like how to like what specs are good, like where we play what we ban and things like that.
Oh, that's sick.
Yeah, that's a super smart idea. I mean, listen, that panned out. Seeing you take that risk and then seeing you be able to bring it home, I think was so exciting. How did you all feel when you realized that you'd done it, you made it through, and you were going to be going on?
I think everyone was just insanely happy. The screams, everything was insanely good. We were just like versus mandatory, we were just vibing, having good fun, good comps, fun comps. Like there was no comps about who's stopping what, there was just like laughter and enjoyment at this point.
I love it. We were right there with you. Honestly, everybody was excited. Makes was like, I don't know if my heart is okay. This was amazing.
Dude,
this was an amazing series.
Oh my god, the Windrunner.
It was phenomenal. We loved it.
The 4%, as I saw in the chat, like we had 4% chance of winning compared to Polish Mountain. We came back. That was pretty good. We tried.
Well, you more than tried, you did, and honestly, we're so happy to see you make it through. We'll give you a chance here to say any shout-outs that you want before we let you go, so is there anybody you'd like to shout out here at the end?
Well, honestly, shout out to my team. I feel like with all the disconnects we had, we kept our cool and everything like that, which is the biggest thing with it. Like, it's super nice to have the good mental, even though we had like disease and things like that. So that's good. And as I promised, I will shout out Dan's dog. It's a very nice dog.
Huh?
So yeah, that's about it.
All dogs are
Shout
good
out to Dan's
dogs.
dog.
Shout out to Dan's dog.
Shout out everyone who supported us as well. I know there's a few. Thank you very much.
That's
And
me.
yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah, I think we all did.
So,
No,
yeah.
honestly, there were a lot of people who did, and you know, in any of these matchups, even when it seems like things are going to go a certain way, I think everybody's so excited to see when they shift or change, and you all gave us such an incredible moment. You prepped well for that lower finals, and you made it through. So congrats again, and we are looking forward to seeing you in the Season 1 finals.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Oh my gosh, honestly, such a good first weekend and such an exciting one to start things out on. But let's take a look and see where our prediction ended up after this, because I mean, we were making a lot of predictions all weekend. Day 2, I think, robbed a lot of us of a lot of points, and day 3, now that we've gone through it all, also had some surprises in store for us.
I'm losing to Zyronic.
Everyone's losing to me, buddy.
Wow,
I think
Zyra,
what
you
we
are
can
on
all
top.
agree is that Zyra, everybody with 12 or more points, that's you, me, chat, really smart.
Yeah.
11 or fewer, you know, remedial work is needed next weekend. You guys got to shape up when we get to Group B. But luckily, the good news for you guys is Group B is my favorite group of the lot. It is going to be awesome. We've got some banger teams coming next weekend, so you'll have your opportunity to fix your predictions, I'm sure.
You can see those teams right here as well. Thank you, Dratnos. I mean, it's going to be amazing. Group B, like you said, is just a stacked week. We've got some very interesting teams in here as well that oftentimes surprise us with their comps and picks. And Tuttles, looking at everybody that we have, what do you think Group B is going to have that's going to get us hyped?
Dude, okay, so we haven't seen Direwolves in a hot minute. This is a team that I would argue is better in speedrunning than they have been in, like, dungeon pushing.
Definitely.
They always show up at, like, a random lower seed than they probably should be, and then just play spoiler the entire weekend. This is also notably the team, like, the group of players that Skylarked originally came from, the former Tank of Mandatory, and that team always just, like, would randomly upset people. I remember back in Shadowlands, they just won every single, gosh, what was that dungeon? The one that was in Bastion. That had the angels that carried you.
Halls of Valor.
Oh,
Wait, no, not
yes.
Halls of Valor.
Oh, no.
Spires of Ascension.
Spires of Ascension. They would literally just like randomly win every single Spires of Ascension. I wondered if the Australian representative are going to show up and just like kind of play spoiler like they always do.
Would be interesting. I mean, yeah, honestly, I think this next weekend is one that I'm excited to watch just because there are so many teams here that I'm like, yeah, what are they going to do? What are they going to bring to the table here? And we have this return of Auntie as well, not so time related anymore, like returning from beyond. Auntie's Angels. Lots of interesting teams here, but that have brought a lot and will continue to bring even more to us. And while we got to go through Group A, honestly, I think seeing what this weekend had to deliver, it just set the bar for the quality of our teams this MDI, with even our lower seeded teams showing a high degree of skill. Our other groups are going to have to be ready to outrace, outplay, and outsmart one another if they want a shot at making it all the way to our finals and BlizzCon. Next weekend, the MDI will continue with Group B stepping up for even more Mythic Plus speedrunning, and it all kicks off on Friday at 10 a.m. PT, 7 p.m. CET. We'll see you next weekend, everybody.
GG.
Bye.
Bye.